Damn it, I didn't mean to do that. I stood to get up to go get something, and my finger accidentally pressed the right trigger on the control stick. On the controller. But hello everyone. I'm gonna let that video play again so I can do my intro properly. Hey there, Brutus. Welcome back. I am back indeed. That's for sure. I messed up my own intro. I normally like to let this play without me talking until it's actually played. But I'll go quiet now. Have to actually wait for it to start up again. Sorry about that. I'll be right back. I just need to do some other things. Alrighty then. Managed to let that play without interrupting it accidentally like I did before. I was going to get up to get some snacks and stuff, and as I was getting up, my left index finger casually just pressed the trigger, the left trigger it was. I said the right trigger was the left trigger as I got up, and then it skipped the cutscene. But welcome to Assassin's Creed 2 for my annual 2024 playthrough. I just streamed, pardon me, and you won't find it in the past broadcasts, but I just streamed the Lineage short movie, the live action one, that has Ezio's father, Giovanni Auditore, fighting against Rodrigo Borgia and all that, in which the hidden blade that his father was using was damaged, which is why in Assassin's Creed 2, when Ezio gets his father's hidden blade, it's damaged. So little details like that. So we're going to make a start on the playthrough today. I want to make it a decent sized stream. The next stream won't be until Monday when this one's finished. So I want to get as much as I can done in this stream. And then after the weekend, it'll be back to Assassin's Creed 2. But welcome on in, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. Hey there again, Schiller. Welcome back. Need to check something in the options. Good thing I went to change this. The last time I did a stream of this game, I played with the Italian language. So I better turn that to English. Subtitles on. Display language English. Excellent. Okay, go into story mode. So that was the Italian playthrough. Finished that the 9th of the 9th last year. I'm going to start a new save file, of course. And this will be my annual 2024 run. And what we're going to be doing in this is we're going to be doing, of course, the main story. I'm going to be doing all the tombs so we can get Altair's armor. I also decided that I would do all of Subject 16's puzzles, so that way we'll unlock the truth video and have all the conversations with the present day characters. But what I won't be doing is collecting all the feathers, getting all the side activities done, and getting all the synchronized viewpoints and all that kind of stuff. What tends to happen, though, is I usually do get all the viewpoints synchronized naturally because I'm trying to find the codex pages as I go through, and synchronizing viewpoints is a good way to do that. So I probably will end up synchronizing all the viewpoints by the end of the playthrough, but I'm not going to worry about getting all the feathers and all that kind of stuff as well.
My name is Desmond Miles. I'm a prisoner of war. A war I never knew existed, waged by two groups I never thought were real. Templars and Assassins. The Animus showed me the truth. The things I've seen, the things I've been. 1,000 years of history flowing through my veins, brought to life by this machine. They're using it. Using me to search for something. Call it the Apple. It's an artifact, one of many so-called pieces of Eden. The Templars collect them. It's how they stay in power. And if the Templars get their hands on another one, everything will change. They want to make us all their slaves. When they first brought me here, I was afraid of what would happen if I tried to fight back. Now? Now I'm afraid of what will happen if I don't. But I can't do it alone. And maybe I don't have to. I met someone. Her name is Lucy. I think she's on my side. She's gone now. She's taken away by that bastard Warren Vidic and his Templar masters. I don't know what will happen to her, or what'll happen to me. All I know is I need to get out of here. And I need to do it soon. My name is Desmond Miles, and this is my story.
The good old recaps that they used to do. This puts us, of course, where we were at the end of Assassin's Creed 1, when Desmond has finished with the memories of Altair. He's fully synchronized with Altair, and The bleeding effect from the Animus exposure has enabled eagle vision for Desmond, something that he always could do, but it laid dormant until it was basically awoken by his experiences in the Animus with Altair. And so he's able to see all the messages that Clay Kazmarek, who was Subject 16, actually wrote using his blood all over the place. And so this is where Assassin's Creed 2 starts us off, with Desmond back in his room, and a much clearer look at what the symbols and all the text actually says. I'm not going to go over everything and all that kind of stuff. Besides, I only speak English. I don't read other languages, so I've got no idea what else is being said in the other languages, but we are all books containing thousands of pages, and within each of them lies an irreparable truth. Within Emperor Jinjing, Sin, and Quetzalcoatl's hunger lies the answers. I've entered the abyss and never returned. And that symbol in the center there, one of the Subject 16 puzzles, in fact I'm pretty sure it's the last one, has you moving the rings of a picture around to match it up properly. And that center logo we see now is actually also over the globe, and you've got to try and match that up. Remember that being quite annoying. But yeah, the series used to do recaps. I understand why they didn't keep on doing it for every single game, because the present day story had kind of like a linear path that they were following with Desmond. But once Desmond dies, all the other games were starting to just, do their own thing each time with the present day, and they're kind of directionless, really, ultimately, when you look at it. And when they introduced Layla, they tried to go back to having like a present-day protagonist that we follow through multiple games and all that kind of stuff. But here we have Desmond where he was at the end of Assassin's Creed 1, and we're going to go out of this room, and Lucy is going to turn up, and essentially what she's going to be doing with the Animus is she's going to be taking the Animus core, and that contains all the information inside of it, including all of Clay Kazmarek's puzzles and his memories and his audio journals, if you will. It all is stored inside the Animus core of the Animus that Desmond was using in AC1, and Lucy is essentially copying it so that she can take it to the Assassin's Animus and continue to do the work there. So let's jump into it.
We have to go.
Lucy, where have you been? Why did they...
Now! Get in.
What's with the blood? Are you okay?
Look, we have maybe 10 minutes, maybe, before they figure out what I've done. If we're not out of here and on the road before then...
Wait, we're leaving?
Desmond, I promise I'll answer all of your questions later. But right now, I need you to just shut up and do what I say. So please, get in the Animus.
All right.
Spingi! Spingi! Di nuovo! Sì, sì, brava! It is a boy.
Oh, my love. Mi dispiace. I was at the bank when they told me. Did I miss it? Am I too late? Give him here.
Giovanni.
Shh, my love. It will be all right. Tu sei un auditore. Sei un combattente. Perciò, combatti. Listen to him. A fine set of lungs.
And what shall we call him, my love?
Ezio. Ezio Auditore da Firenze.
We get to see the literal birth of a legend.
Get up. Let's go.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna need a second.
There isn't time, Desmond. We have to leave.
Really getting out of here, huh? Sturgo's got some fucked up interior decorators.
Stay close.
Hey! You're not supposed to be up here! Open this door! I'm calling it in. We have a breach in the research wing. I repeat, there's been a breach in the research wing.
Nice walls.
Requesting backup
Fancy.
from all available security personnel.
Hey.
There they are! Don't let them get away! Oh. Holy shit!
Look at this place. What about the cameras?
I rigged them to loop old footage. How do you think I managed to hide all your nighttime snooping from Abstergo?
You're good.
So I've been told. But they're on to us now. We need to hurry. Careful. We need to get to that elevator on the other side of the room. Follow my lead, but keep an eye out for security. I'd rather avoid a fight.
Is that an Animus?
Stay with me.
What the? How many of them are there?
Careful.
Is it Animuses or Animi? What do you think, Lucy? Lucy, what do they need with all of them?
Desmond, shut the fuck up. Please. Fuck. I thought this card would work. It must be on a separate system, and I don't have the code.
Wait.
Hey there, Geskra. How's things going? Welcome.
Shit. Come on.
How did you do that?
I don't know.
Let's go. It's always something.
What was that in the Animus? Subject 16? Ezio, Audi something?
I think we've been wrong all along. That's why we need to get out of here. Vidic and the Templars, they're only part of the problem.
What do you mean?
I'll explain when we get there.
Get where?
Get in.
You're joking.
It's for your own protection.
Oh, man.
We're almost there.
Gee, it's lucky that they got away. Seems really, really difficult. Or was it? If you played Revelations Lost Archives DLC, then you know why.
Thanks for that. It was great. Being shoved in the trunk, bouncing around. Loved
This
it.
way.
So, gonna tell me what's going on now?
There was a reason for the escape, Desmond.
Figures.
We need your help.
For what? Another treasure hunt through time?
Abstergo's gonna replace their Apple of Eden. The map your ancestor found guarantees it. The other assassins, they'll do what they can, where they can, but
What? What is it?
we're losing this war, Desmond. The Templars are too powerful, and every day, more of us die.
I still don't see how I fit into things.
We're going to train you. Turn you into one of us.
What? No. No, you've seen me in action. I'm no good at this, and even if I was, it would take months. Years even.
No, not with the Animus. Not with the bleeding effect.
But I'm just one guy.
Sometimes, that's all you need.
So that's why you found him. My ancestor. What was his name? Ezio?
If you can follow in his footsteps, you'll learn everything he did, just like he did. Years of training, absorbed in a matter of days.
You broke me
Come
out of
on, Desmond,
Abstergo
let's
and brought
go.
me here just to make me an assassin?
Look, there's more to it than that, but it'll have to wait. Trust me, okay?
All right, I'm in. Tell me what you need.
Really? You're sure?
I thought you'd be happy about this.
Sorry, I'm just a little surprised. I spent the whole ride over here figuring out how I was gonna convince you to do this.
Save it. After what those Templar bastards put me through, I'm ready, willing, and able.
Thank you.
Lucy! You made it! God, it's been so long. 7 years, can you believe it?
Indeed. Welcome back. Ah, so this must be the infamous Subject 17. Desmond Miles, was it?
Who are you?
I'm sorry, where are my manners? I'm Sean Hastings. This is Rebecca Crane.
Nice to meet you, Desmond.
Right, well, it's been lovely chatting, but if you don't mind, Desmond, it's best we get straight to work. Time is precious. Doubly so these days.
We've got everything set up and ready, Lucy. Just say the word and we'll get going.
Here, I brought you something. A parting gift from Abstergo.
Whoa! The memory core! This is amazing. With their data, things are gonna go a lot faster. I'll get to work on merging the code.
This game celebrates its 15th anniversary this year. I do want to do something for it. So there are some things that I'm not going to be worrying about in this playthrough because I want to do it for the 15th. The 15th anniversary, I should say. Not the 15th as in like the 15th of this month or something. But likely when I finish the marathon, that's when I'll do a 15th anniversary of this game.
What's all this stuff for?
This stuff, Desmond. Oh, this stuff is nothing special, really, this stuff. It's just the stuff that keeps our entire operation from falling apart, really. It requires a great deal of concentration to keep it all moving, so you'll forgive me if I don't have time to play meet and greet.
Sean's in charge of maintaining our knowledge archives. It's like a digital library. He'll be riding shotgun with me while you're in the Animus. So if you come across anything of note, people, places, events, etc., he'll create database entries you can consult for additional information.
Yeah, it's not just databases, though. I also provide tactical support for the other assassins. You know, Desmond, the ones who are out there, actually doing stuff, risking their lives, little things like that.
Risking their lives, little things like that.
Hello, Desmond. Go away.
Hello, Desmond. Go away.
Please, mate, bother someone else, okay? I've got stuff to do. What part of I am busy don't you understand? Is it the I bit? That refers to me. Is it the am bit? That's like a doing thing. Is it that I'm busy? I'm busy. Lucy, what's wrong with this guy? I think he's stalking me. Hello, Desmond. Go away.
Hey, Desmond. What's up?
Just wondering what your role is in all this.
I take care of Baby. It's my job to keep her up and running.
Baby? You mean the Animus?
Actually, I prefer Animus 2.0, since Baby's twice as awesome as anything you'll find at Abstergo. The Templars might have deeper pockets than us, but they've got no ambition, no passion, no competitive edge. That's why, even with all their resources, anything they can do, I can do better. Faster, too. Anyway, take a seat when you're ready, and we can get started. I just need to make a few more adjustments. Sorry, can't talk now. I really need to get this ready. Yeah, let's chat later, Desmond. Have a seat when you're ready. Sorry, can't talk now. I really need to get this ready. Yeah, let's chat later, Desmond.
Hey, listen. I just wanted to say thank you. And that I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Yeah, you know, before. Everything at Abstergo. It was just... I wasn't ready.
It's okay.
No. Going through all that. Knowing that the Templars still exist, what they're planning.
What's done is done, Desmond. You're here now, and that's what matters.
Lucy, I've been seeing things. Symbols in my bedroom. The code on the keypad. Just like Altair.
It's from the bleeding effect. You're taking on more than your ancestors' memories. You're taking on their skills, too. In this case, eagle vision.
Skills?
You're more receptive now. So if all goes well, everything Ezio learns in the Animus, you'll learn too.
You really think this will work? That I'll become an assassin?
You already are an assassin. You'll just be better at it.
Yeah, hopefully much better at it. I mean, seriously, I saw the tapes from Abstergo. You didn't even try and escape.
What a dick.
Hello, Desmond. Go away.
Please, mate, bother someone else, okay? I've got stuff to do.
Sorry, Desmond. I've got some stuff to take care of. We can talk more later. I think Rebecca's waiting for you. Sorry, Desmond. I've got some stuff to take care of. We can talk more later. I think Rebecca's waiting for you.
And so we have the Animus that the assassins use, and it looks much more comfortable than the slab that Desmond was using in Assassin's Creed 1. And as I was saying before, the data that was on the other Animus has been transferred to this one, and it wasn't just the files and everything related to what Desmond had experienced with Altair and the memories of, or the memory data, sorry, of Ezio, but it's also got all of Subject 16 stuff in there as well. And that's why in the virtual representation of Ezio's life and everything, that's why the buildings will have these glyphs that we can actually interact with. So I'll be doing that as part of the playthrough as well. And in the manual for this game, there's some fourth wall comments by Sean about certain things that in the first game were a limitation of that game's Animus. And one of the funny things that they talk about is that the Animus that Desmond was using in AC1 wasn't programmed to simulate swimming, whereas this Animus actually is programmed to simulate swimming. So that was like a little tongue-in-cheek reasoning for why Altair couldn't swim in Assassin's Creed 1. Alright, so let's jump into the Animus. That's right, Busted, yeah, Animus 2.0. Much better looking Animus. A lot more comfortable. I know I'd rather, experience this kind of Animus rather than the other one. Would have always felt like you were lying down on a cement slab or something in the morgue. Whereas this has a lot more, just chill and sit back.
So how does this work? Of course.
Deep breath.
Ah! Oh, what are you, a tiny child?
Sean!
Well...
Here we go.
Yeah, theory. Desmond, go away.
Insieme per la vittoria! Insieme! Silenzio, my friends! Silenzio! Grazie. Do you know what brings us here tonight? Honor. Viere de Pazzi slanders my family's name and forces his own miseries upon us. If we...
Enough of your nonsense, Grullo!
Buonasera, Viere. We were just talking about you. I'm surprised to see you here. I thought the Pazzi hired others to do their dirty work.
It's your family that cries for guards when there's trouble, Gottardo. Afraid to handle things yourself?
Your sister seemed quite satisfied with the handling I gave her earlier.
Uccidetelo!
Hey there, Squabble. You never liked Sean. That's fair enough. He's one of those characters that a lot of people didn't like. Boys will be boys. Fight Vieri de Pazzi's men.
Hey! Behind you! Federico! What are you doing here?
I wanted to see if baby brother had finally learned how to fight.
And?
You have style. But endurance is what counts. Let's see how many of them you can ruin before they get the best of you.
can't hit me.
Che c'è? Aspetti il permesso del capitano. Non amo che mi si faccia aspettare.
Costume!
Fall back! Fall back!
Hold on.
What? We've almost won this.
Your lip.
Just a scratch.
Let the doctor decide.
It's not necessary. Besides, I've no money for this doctor of yours.
Wasted it on women and wine, huh?
I'd hardly call it wasted. Lend me some florins then. Or have you done the same?
Search them. There's bound to be something in their pockets. Va bene. That should be enough. Let's get out of here before the guards arrive. Hurry, Ezio. The sooner we're done with the doctor, the sooner we can sleep.
Hello there, RV. Welcome on in. Hope it's going good. You should see the other guy. Follow Federico to the doctor.
Who requires bleeding?
Ben trovato, Doctor.
Fratelli Auditore, why am I not surprised? You've made quite a mess of yourself, young man.
It's nothing, really.
You must help him. That pretty face is his only asset.
Fottiti.
There we are. Now get out of here.
Grazie.
This way. Quite a night.
Indeed. I only wish they were all as much fun. Oh, wait. They are.
We should head home, Ezio. Father's sure to be wondering where we've gone.
Yes. And I'd rather avoid a lecture.
Up for a little race, then?
To where?
Roof of that church.
That's excellent, RV. I'm glad that you're going good. This is what you mean, the painting-like graphics, the music, the atmosphere, just so good vibes. It really is. And always love to replay this game. Whenever I play it again, I always think back to the first time I played it and the hype that I had for it, because by that point I had played AC1. I hadn't played that until 2008, so I didn't have to wait as long for the sequel as people who played the game when it first came out had to. But when Assassin's Creed 2 came out, and I started playing it. It was like, now this is just so cool, you know. And one of those things where sometimes you just don't realize how good a game is going to be until you've actually played it, and then you look back on it and you're like, wow, what a great experience, you know. So I really think that this sequel does a great job at expanding upon what was in the first one and making certain improvements here and there and everything like that. Sibling rivalry. Win the race against Federico.
On the count of 3. Uno, due, tre. Baby brother still has much to learn.
Don't mind me. I almost feel bad about this. Oh, no shame in failure, brother.
Come on then, this way.
Where are you going?
You'll see. It is a good life we lead, brother.
At best, they never change.
And may it never change us. All right. Enough of that. We really should head home. Let's go.
Wait.
What? Ezio, let Christina sleep.
There will be time enough for that. Later.
Ah.
Such an awesome way to reveal the title for Assassin's Creed 2. Thanks for redeeming that redemption, Ave. Venice Rooftops is so good. It really is. This game's soundtrack is amazing. I heard your name once before, Desmond, a long time ago, and now it lingers in my mind like an image from an old dream. I do not know where you are, or by what means you can hear me, but I know you are listening. I have lived my life, as best I could, not knowing its purpose, but drawn forward like a moth to a distant moon. And here at last I discover a strange truth, that I am only a conduit for a message that eludes my understanding. Who are we who have been so blessed to share our stories like this, to speak across centuries? Maybe you will answer all the questions I have asked. Maybe you will be the one to make all this suffering worth something in the end. Now, listen. That's from Revelations. Nightcap. Pay a surprise visit to the beautiful Christina Vespucci, voiced by Amber Goldfarb, another veteran AC actor.
So it's Vieri. Better hide.
Keep looking! He couldn't have gotten far!
With that fail, one of the dudes always goes to push the other. I've always found that amusing.
Christina! Christina!
Who's there?
Me!
Oh, Ezio. I should have known.
May I come in?
Fine, but only for a minute.
A minute is all I need.
Indeed.
Well, wait, that came out wrong.
Squabble, Ezio moves light as a feather in this game. That's true, they've sped up his climbing speed compared to Altair's climbing speed.
Come here.
Oh, Ezio. Oh, Ezio.
Christina! Christina! Svelia, your tutor will be here soon. Come, my daughter. Is it really so terrible that... Figlio d'un cane! What is this?
Perdonate, messere! Chiedo venia!
I'll kill you!
No, no, that's not necessary.
Guards! Guards! Voglio la sua testa! No! Guards!
There's really no need for violence. You have me confused with some... She needed some help with some things. I'm mostly innocent.
Are they? I bet she did, Ezio. Yeah. That's a pretty sound reason.
Look at him. Vitello, manzo, agnello, sempre freschi.
Good morning, Father.
Come with me.
Is something wrong?
Do you think me blind and deaf, son? I know all about your fight with Vieri di Pazzi last night. And then this little visit to Christina. Your behavior is unacceptable. It reminds me of myself when I was your age. I assume these misadventures won't interfere with your work today.
No, Padre. Avete la mia parola.
I've prepared some documents here for Lorenzo di Medici to review. I need them delivered to him.
With haste, Father.
Return to me when it's done.
Yeah, Ave. That whole moment. For a moment there, Ezio thought he was going to get a dressing down. Paperboy, deliver Giovanni's letter to Lorenzo de' Medici.
I'll distill their elixir of lead and pomegranate. Ideal for the lady. What's his problem? Why can't he walk like everyone else?
taxed an extra 100 parts on all foreign transactions. This will aid in the maintenance of the Republic's armory and road patrols. Good people of Firenze, a message from the Arte della Lana. May this year's festival of San Giovanni be a time of great joy and pride in our great città. The masters of the guild wish all another successful year. Notice concerning the mountains. Please do not use dyes or pure in municipal sources. Remember, all tanning must be conducted outside the city limits. Offenders will be fined.
Bene. Away back up in case I fall. Hey there, Crooked. Welcome on in, Senny. How's things going for you today?
Sailing into the main staging docks of the city shall be told based on point.
Let my experience garnish you in the finest style available.
By order of the Signor.
Ah, Ezio, ben trovato. How are you?
Come sempre. I have a letter for Messer Lorenzo.
I'll see that he receives it when he returns.
Returns?
They've gone to Villa Careggi, I'm afraid, and not expected back for at least another day.
I'll let my father know.
Crooked, hope you're having a good day so far. You're good, thanks. You're just getting started with the day here. Excellent, dude. That's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that. And I am, yeah. We watched Lineage, which was good to see again. It's always good to watch that. I really do like that one. It would be good if we had more short live action stuff. So we would stream that and then started this. And I'm glad that I'm starting it. I mean, it would have been good to start it and then have a few days in a row of it. But I'm still happy with the timing because I want to do a decent-sized stream. And I also decided for this playthrough that I want to do the Subject 16 puzzles as well. So it'll be the main story, the Subject 16 puzzles, talking to all the present-day, getting all the present-day combos, and also doing the tombs. I like that they separated the Eagle Vision button from the button that goes into first-person view, so you can actually go into first-person view without the Eagle Vision. But if you want to activate it in first-person mode, you can. I don't know if it could be done, but I don't know if modders for the PC version could make it that you can go into first-person view mode and move without it actually going out of it. I mean, my assumption is that it goes out of it because it's programmed to recognize that when the player puts any sort of like input into like the game, where if it's movement, that the camera changes. So I wonder if there's something in the coding that can be edited to make it that when you go into first-person mode and then you move with the left control stick, that it still stays in first-person mode. I mean, there's probably other stuff in the programming that would make it not that easy to do. I bet you love the Subject 16 puzzles, but some of them don't make any sense. That's so true. And I'm going to try and do them on my own, but if it takes like 20 minutes to work out, I'm just going to use a guide.
Keep up the good work.
Bischero.
You worry too much, Giovanni. Francesco Di Pazzi's in prison. The threat is ended.
Crooked, I don't blame you for wanting to keep on playing this. All the more reason to look forward to next week. Oh, the YouTuber who does all the funny mods has done a first-person mod, actually believe. Oh, excellent. That's cool. That's awesome. Because it'll be actually interesting. It'd probably be better than that VR game, to be honest. The thing about that VR game, and I know there's other VR games that suffer from this too, but you know in real life, if you want to pick up and grab something, you just get the thing that you want to grab and you pick it up. Well, in VR, it always looks like or feels like the character's arms are like noodles trying to grab stuff. You know, and when I'm sure that when you move your hand, it's not, you know, your hand that's doing that, but the animation of the character's hand matching your hand movement, it looks like they're fumbling a lot. It just looks stupid. And that's why when I look at the VR Assassin's Creed game, I'm like, I can't take this game seriously because the noodle arms, it just looks weird. Ezio fumbling to pick something up because the person who's using the VR isn't picking it up properly. You know what I mean? So I'm not really a big fan of VR in that respect. Hey there, Anasune. Hope it's going well.
Ah, you worry too much, Giovanni. Francesco Di Pazzi is in prison. The threat is over. I sure as hell ain't planning something with the Palpatine of the AC franchise.
No, certainly not, Ave. Not at all. Uberto Alberti is just a saint, you know. Busted, you tried Quest 2 and it has pretty nice vibration system, so feedback when touching something is not as bad as Noodles. Well, that's good. I'm glad that it's not something that's just, you know, every game as well. And I know, you know, it's still early tech when you think about it. And so, obviously, it's going to improve over time. But, yeah, I sort of still feel like VR is more for, like, open world exploration games, you know, like Skyrim or something like that. Or if you're playing like a puzzle game where you had to, like, you know, move things and all that kind of stuff. But I just don't feel it's really, at least not for Assassin's Creed anyway. I mean, it was great that Roger Craig Smith came back to voice Ezio for that VR game, but some of the dialogue that I heard when I watched someone play it was just atrocious. Like, I never, ever, ever would think that every time Ezio picks up his hidden blade, he's like, ah, yes, the weapon of an assassin. It's just so on the nose, you know what I mean? Like, it's just ridiculous. Squabble, would sure suck to watch all the men in your family hanged in front of me. Yeah, well, that's it too. You know, it's quite brutal, you know. Like, yeah, it's not gory or anything like that, but it's just brutal in its sheer sort of, like, you know, especially Petruchio as well. He, like, just did nothing, like, just a child, you know. But you think AC Nexus looks really good, but you get sick playing VR, so you'll most likely never play that. I don't blame you, Abe, you know, and it's annoying when that kind of stuff is like that, when it's, you know. So now you finally finished that AC3 DLC, so now you're rushing through Liberations until you can change personas freely so you can collect everything. Well, congratulations on getting that DLC done, Anasune. GG's on that, dude. Crooked, you love when Ezio said, it's assassinating time. Oh yeah, I do too. You know, every single time he puts the hidden blade on, that's what he says, you know. And I'm sure he always talks to himself and says things like, ah, yes, the drink that I always like to drink. Ah, yes, the food that I always like to eat. Ah, yes, the shirt I like to put on. Ah, yes, the weapon of an assassin. Ah, yes, I stubbed my toe. You know, it's just stupid.
Hello, son. You remember my friend Hubert?
Good morning, Gonfaloniere Alberti.
To you as well, young man.
I trust you delivered the message.
Si, padre. But it seems Lorenzo is out of town.
I did not anticipate this.
What does it matter? So you wait another day or two.
Listen, your mother and sister have been looking for you. I'll need you again in a little while, but for now, see if you can't help them.
Are you sure?
Yes, now if you'll excuse us.
Good to see you, Ezio.
Hey, Mr. Goethe. How's it going, dude? Ah, yes, I got to the chopper just in time. Welcome aboard. Crooked, yes, the shit house I like to shit in. Yeah. It's like, I didn't realize that Ezio likes to provide an audio commentary on what he's actually doing as he's doing it, when he's doing everything, you know. Mr. Goethe, ah, yes, that Ubisoft pirate game failed. Oh yeah, the quadruple A masterpiece that is the best pirate game that ever existed for all time. Oh yeah. I don't know why it would fail. Why would that fail at all, Mr. Goethe? La da da da.
Hey, Ezio!
So we have Petruchio. And Petruchio is voiced by Angela Galuppo, and that's all her roles in the AC series as well.
What are you doing out here, Petruccio? You should be in bed.
I want those feathers.
What for?
It's a secret.
If I get them for you, will you go back inside?
Yes, I promise.
Petruchio's secret. Obtain eagle feathers for Petruchio before he gets in trouble for sneaking out of bed.
Here, as promised.
Grazie, brother.
You still haven't told me why you want these.
I will. In time.
Are they the worst thing about Skull and Bones is that you've seen a few people defending it. It deserves the hate and the jokes. Yeah, I mean, you know, I can understand people still liking a game even if it's one that does a lot of things that, you know, like, I mean, the problem is, though, it's not some new game studio that is doing a debut game, you know what I mean? It's not a studio that is doing something they've never done before, you know? And Ubisoft, having done Black Flag, you would expect that if they were to do another pirate game, that they would emulate what they had done with Black Flag. But no. That is one of the reasons why that game isn't well received by a lot of people. People who don't care about that thing, that's fine, you know. But Ubisoft had already done a really great game with pirates, Black Flag, you know. So you would think that they would evolve from that when doing their own pirate game, from scratch. But no. So the things that you can do in Black Flag that you can't do in Skull and Bones is a good reason to be upset at Ubisoft, because we know they can do better. And they haven't, Are they? You will. I will in time. Always hurts. That's true, it does. Yeah, we never find out what he actually wanted to do with the feathers as well. I've always thought that he was collecting the feathers so he could give them to his mother as kind of like a gift. You know what I mean? But would have been interesting to find out, what he was going to do. Like, maybe Maria could have overheard him talking to himself and saying what he wanted to do or something, and tell Ezio when he gets the feathers for her, Like, say something like, Petruchio was saying that he wanted to, give this to me as a gift or something. Anasune, was Skull and Bones that game that was worse than a decade-old game? Yeah, Anasune. Yeah, it was in development for 10 years. Some like to try and soften the impact of... some try to soften that by saying, oh, yeah, but, it was in development for 8 years, because they only look at the time that it was announced that it was going to be a thing, you know what I mean? Like, they don't look at when they literally started development, which was in 2013. It was initially supposed to be a DLC for Black Flag, and then they decided to turn it into its own pirate game. And now, 10 years later, they finally released it. And it's worse than Black Flag. Not because Black Flag is bad, but if you compare the two games, Black Flag is superior to Skull and Bones. 8 years? As if that's much better, lol. Well, that's true, yeah. I don't think 8 years would have even saved it if it was, just that.
He's as honest as a snake in an apple tree.
Buongiorno, Ezio.
Buongiorno a voi, madre. Come state?
Sto bene. And you? Still recovering from last night?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Of course not. Anyway, I have an errand to run. I'd like you to join me.
Con piacere.
Come, it's not far from here.
Of course not. Friend of the family, help Maria with her errand.
I know about your fight with Vieri.
What fight?
Per piacere. Let's not play this game.
He spoke ill of us. I could not allow him to continue.
I'm sure he's having a hard time dealing with the accusations against his father. Francesco di Pazzi is many things, and none of them good. But even I never suspected he'd be capable of murder.
What will happen to him?
I imagine there will be a trial.
Will father speak at it?
He'll have to. He's the one with the evidence.
Still, I wish there was another way.
You've nothing to fear. Everyone wants justice done. It is an unfortunate state of affairs, but it will pass. Here we are. Hello, Leonardo.
Madonna Maria.
This is my son, Ezio.
Molto onorato.
L'onore è mio.
Let me go and fetch the paintings. I'll be right back.
He's very talented.
Immagino.
Self-expression is vital to understanding and enjoying life. You should find an outlet.
I have plenty of outlets.
I meant besides vaginas.
Mother.
Back to your house, then.
Si. Ezio, help Leonardo, will you?
So, Ezio, what do you do?
He's been working for his father.
Ah, You're to be a banker.
For now. And you, art, was it?
Truth be told, it's been difficult for me to settle. Painting is nice, but I often feel like my work lacks, I don't know, a purpose. Does that make sense? I'd rather contribute more practically, more directly. Architecture, perhaps, or anatomy. I'm not content merely to capture the world. I want to change it.
Oh, Leonardo. I have no doubt you'll go on to do great things.
Vi ringrazio, Madonna. That's kind of you.
Ammirate questi prosciutti!
Thank you for your help, son. Don't let me keep you from your other duties.
It was nice to meet you, Ezio. I hope our paths cross again.
Anch'io.
Are they iconic? It really is an iconic line. One of the most iconic lines in video game history. Crooked, the reason, the fuck you just searched for Deadmond and Twitch added the rest, autocorrect please. Oh, I hate when that happens. Absolutely do. So what were you meaning to put in, Crooked? And now we have Claudia. I just love the quick facial expression change in this scene when she's like, but I loved him. And then Ezio's like, but you only thought you loved him, da-da-da-da. And she's like, he must pay for what he's done. I just love the the quick change.
Hey, Claudia. How are you?
Bene.
You shouldn't keep things from me.
It's Duccio.
What of him?
I think he's been unfaithful.
Who told you this?
The other girls. I thought they were my friends.
Harpies. You're better off without them.
I loved him.
No, Claudia. You only thought you did.
He should suffer for what he's done.
Wait here. I'll go have a word with him.
He should suffer for what he's done. That look is so cool. Squabble Italian women just be like that, do they? I don't know. I have no experience with Italian women. Crooked, just the emote lol, but you accidentally clicked on autocorrect suggestions. Oh, okay. I see now, Crooked. Yeah. Yeah, Ave. That's a good representation. Hey there, Mr. Epic. How's things going? Beat a cheat. Find and punish Duccio.
Truly, I am sorry. I'll get out of your way.
Duccio! It's beautiful!
Nothing but the best for you, amore mio.
But what of Claudia? I thought you'd been promised to her.
Father said I could do much better than an Auditore.
Ah! Birbante! Come, let us walk a bit.
What? I had something else in mind.
Oh, Duccio.
Hey, Lurido porco!
Ezio, my friend. Ah! Ma che ti piglia?
You insult my sister, parading around with this putana.
What are you talking about?
I saw the gift you gave her, or the things you said.
Maybe your sister shouldn't be so stingy with her virtù.
You broke her heart.
Ha! And now I'm going to break your face. You Auditore is all talk big, but when it comes time for action, ha!
You'll regret ever opening your mouth.
I could have taught your sister a great many things. She's lucky to have had someone like me.
Bastardo!
Basta! Mi arrendo!
Stay away from my sister!
Salute a voi. Shame!
Stronzi!
Go! Please, just leave me! Don't do any of this!
Sweet Jesus!
Alright, so I killed Duccio. I broke the timeline. Just kidding. He doesn't die. He's not in Brotherhood, the main game, but he's in the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC. And in that, you can actually throw him in the water. And I like to say that I killed him there too. And then in Revelations, when he appears again, you can find him in the game world and literally kill him, but after a while he respawns.
Faint. I feel woozy. I must leave. Hurry!
Blessed Virgin, preserve us all.
This isn't good. I should find help. No, I should go home.
Mamma mia, this isn't good. I know, it's not the good. Mr. Epic, what they did to Claudia in the ACVR game was just sick. Oh, is she in it? Is she?
Better not hang about.
Squabble, what person on Twitch has experience with women? Well, I guess we have all experiences. I don't know.
Why are the guard unable to contain the
Kingslayer, your favorite game from the series. Yay! Welcome on in, Kingslayer. How's it going? Hope it's going good. Yeah, Squabble, rest in peace. Fiducio.
Time to go.
Yeah, Arthurian Kingslayer. Mr. Epic, they purposely Claudia uglified Claudia in the VR game. You remember seeing a video about it, and the first thing you thought was what they did to her. Ah, okay, yeah, because I've seen bits of that VR game, but I didn't see like the whole thing from start to finish though. So I didn't actually see Claudia appear. I would have liked there to have been a game where you play as Claudia.
Down with you! Oh, no, ma che fa? Ma dai, ma dacci sta cosa!
Arthuri carried Duccio and carried that Ezio's family house. Yeah, just bring him there and it's like, here Claudia, here's Duccio. Now he's dead. That's okay, Ave. No problem at all. I'll see you when you get back, because I'll definitely be streaming for quite a long time for this first part of the playthrough. Kingslayer, you're going good. Excellent. That's really good to hear. As for me, I'm doing well. Before starting this playthrough, I streamed the Assassin's Creed Lineage short movie that has Giovanni, Ezio's father. Hey there, Clip. You 100% sync the main game, now you're playing as Adewale. Excellent, that's good. GG's on that. And he's such a great character, I really like Adewale a lot. Yeah, Arthur is like, what have you done, Ezio? It's like, mad, you ask help. That's true. Like, you asked for help, Claudia. Yeah, it's quite a good short movie. I wish they did more. Flip, in ways you like the DLC better than the main game. Oh, cool. Yeah, Freedom Cry is really good. I like the machete. That's my favorite weapon to actually use. Oh, and the blunderbuss. It's so satisfying using the blunderbuss and watching all the enemies fly everywhere. Squabble, what you miss most about the Ezio games is the special underground locations where you collect pieces of the best armor in the game. That's true, Squabble. Yeah, the tombs in these Ezio games were really well done, really polished, and if you're a fan of Prince of Persia, especially Sands of Time, it's a nice throwback to those kinds of games as well, which is definitely fitting because the creative director of AC1 and 2 and for Brotherhood was also on Prince of Persia Sands of Time, Patrice Désilets. But yeah, I really like those tombs a lot. It's really, really cool. Here is some money. Oh, we've already got like 1,727 florins. That works out really well.
Another condottiere. That could be our man. Better have a look.
Get him!
Basta, basta!
Oh.
Stronzi!
Out with you! Stronzi!
Yeah, I don't really know Mr. Epic, you know, like, but yeah, there's certain things I feel that, you know, like, I guess the ironic thing is considering video games as something that doesn't have any kind of, like, realistic stuff about it means that then anything can go, like, but there's so many different kinds of people who play games and all that kind of stuff, and I mean, I can understand if people want to see themselves reflected in a game character, because that's how they identify with a character in the game. For me, it's always been about things unrelated to what the character looks like or what they might sound like. and it's more what is the character going through, what is the character experiencing, what is the character having to do in order to solve something, you know, how the character is running around in the world and what they're doing and all that kind of stuff. So for me, it doesn't matter what the character physically looks like. I don't feel that the character has to look like me to be able to enjoy the character. But I know there are people out there who need that as well. And I think a lot of the game companies are starting to cater for that. Outside of, you know, character customization and all that kind of stuff that people can do. Because obviously not every game allows things to that level. Like, you might have a game that lets you change the outfit, but it doesn't let you change the facial structure of the person or their ethnicity or things like that as well. Squabble, there's an Easter egg with one of them, isn't there, where you see a huge octopus tentacle? That's true, there is. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I can trigger it with the Ezio Collection version or not. But that's something I want to save until I do the 15th anniversary playthrough. So when I get to that point in the game, I won't be trying to trigger it in this playthrough.
Ezio, come in, son. I need these packages delivered to associates of mine in the city. I also need you to retrieve a message for me from a pigeon coop not too far from here.
Va bene. I'll get it done.
Come back here when you're finished. There are some things we need to discuss. And please, my son, stay out of trouble.
Ezio, staying out of trouble? You know your own son, Giovanni. You know that's not 100% possible. Special delivery. Deliver 2 letters and retrieve a third from the pigeon coop for Giovanni. Then return to him. In Assassin's Creed 1, the pigeon coop was used by Al-Mualim to send letters and to receive letters through carrier pigeon. And so in Assassin's Creed 2, they repurpose it so that throughout the city, the assassins have the pigeon coops, and so that's where they can secretly send their messages and receive their messages and all that kind of stuff.
Ho lavorato molto tardi.
Mr. Epic, okay, you understand that. Personally, you're the same. You also don't want yourself reflected in video games because you're always of the belief that games should take away from real life things. Yeah, I mean, we're all sort of like different in what we're wanting for video games, and the thing about it is that there's always realism versus video game logic as well, and it can be very complex because you can basically choose what you want to have the focus be. You can choose to make it that the focus is on making things as realistic as possible in all ways, while still trying to maintain the video game logic, or you can go the other way where you are throwing realism out the window because you just want to go for a certain kind of like aesthetic or things like that as well.
Finely crafted metalwork here. Weapons all on him. Stop him, ragazzi.
Stop him, ragazzi. Ragazzi.
I don't see. I see him.
And now you just see darkness.
Oh, basta! Foul bidding, may your demise be swift and hairy, and foul bidding, may your demise be swift.
You Giovanni's kid?
No, idiota. He just happens to look exactly like the man.
Give it here. Don't worry, boy. We're not contagious. Least I'm not.
Here.
I have a delivery from...
Giovanni Auditore?
Yes.
Were you followed?
No. Why would I be followed?
Give me the package. Tell your father that they're moving tonight. He should as well.
Who's moving? What's going on here? Wait! Come back! Explain yourself!
Notice from Maestro Corsini il medico.
You know that man looks awful.
He's here! Shame on you, you pieces of shit!
There! On him!
Basta! Basta! Basta!
Sweet Lord! Truly have blessed for
Life expectancy.
Perdonate. I don't know what came over me.
Hey there, Ronan. Welcome. It's a me, Uncle Mario. Such another classic moment that this game has.
You need a lesson in basic survival skills.
You
But
find this
one,
amusing,
you
perhaps?
don't even
I
take a
got you.
shit without
Get him.
permission
There.
while I'm on duty.
Go,
Let's
now.
test this metal with the capo's old trick. of them! Get blindsided! Pazienza! You'll have to take risks! Strike there!
Vergogna!
Sì! Vergogna!
Oh, basta!
Grab this codex page now, while we're near it.
That is disgusting. Leave here.
Despicable thing! God's wrath will greatly leave you feeling refreshed.
As a call the contest to build a new municipal hall to be sited near Santa Maria Novella. Interested members, the Arte dei Maestri di Pietra.
Isn't that deep?
È tutto fresco, è tutto buono!
Father? Federico!
Serezio! Thank God.
What happened? Where is everyone?
They took your father and brothers to the Palazzo della Signoria, to prison.
And my mother? My sister?
Ezio.
Claudia? Are you all right?
Yes, but Mother... She's in shock. When she resisted...
It's not safe here. Is there some place you can take them?
Yes, to my sisters.
Good, do that. In the meantime, I'll go see my father.
Be careful, Messer Ezio. The guards were looking for you as well.
Jailbird, reach Giovanni's cell at the top of the Palazzo della Signoria and find out why he has been imprisoned.
Attenzione! A hired company of condottieri will be stationed in the fields northwest of the città. Attenzione! The Arte del Cambio warns members to avoid the Bentivolios of Bologna. Important defaults.
You should not be up here, Stolto. There! Shit, I've lost sight of him! I see him! There!
Hello, Shaky. How's it going, dude?
Hey, you! Aspetta! Hey, you! Hold a moment! He's gone.
If the events that are happening now did not occur, I'm pretty sure that Ezio would have found out that his father was actually an assassin, because at this point he still doesn't know. And earlier Giovanni said to him that there were some things that he wanted to discuss with Ezio later, but Giovanni had no idea that he was going to be arrested and that the events that are going to transpire would transpire. Otherwise, he would have been able to tell Ezio about that, and he may have even started to train him after this. But unfortunately, he left it till a bit too late for him to be able to train Ezio, which is why it'll be up to his uncle and all the other assassins that help along the way to help Ezio and train him in the ways of being an assassin.
Ezio. Father, what's happened?
Took a bit of a beating, but I'm all right. What of your mother and sister?
Safe now.
Annetta took them.
Yes. Wait. You knew this would happen?
Not the way it did, and not this soon. Doesn't matter now.
What do you mean? Explain.
There's no time. Listen closely. Return to the house. In my office is a hidden door. Use your talent to find it. Beyond lies a chest. Take everything you find inside. Much of it may seem strange to you, but all of it is important. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good. Among the contents is a letter, and with it some documents. I need you to take these documents to Mr. Roberto. He was with me in the office this morning.
The Gonfalonieri, I remember. Now please, tell me what's happening. Are the Pazzi behind this? There was a note for you at the pigeon coop. It said, "Go, Ezio. Go now."
So Giovanni knew that something was going to happen, but he didn't expect it to be what is actually happening, and not for anything to happen soon. In the Lineage short movie that I streamed before starting this playthrough, at the end of it, Rodrigo, because of what Giovanni was able to accomplish, sets in motion the plan that we actually see play out when we play this game as Ezio. So it was all orchestrated. Lorenzo de' Medici not actually being available, all that kind of stuff, all that was orchestrated by Rodrigo and the Templars to happen. And there's certain individuals that Ezio doesn't realize yet, and Giovanni doesn't know yet, actually were working with the Templars to accomplish. But what they didn't realize, of course, is that there would be another Auditore that would live, that would come to cause the Borgia and the Templars a lot of trouble. Obviously, they want to kill Ezio too, but things have transpired in such a way that Ezio hasn't been captured by them or worse. Family heirloom. Recover Giovanni's documents and deliver them to Uberto Alberti.
Father said there was a door here.
So Giovanni knows that Ezio has the special talent, as he called it, which is eagle vision. So he told Ezio that he needs to use his special talent to figure out where the hidden chamber is. And now we have one of the most epic moments, which is a simple thing, Ezio putting on his father's outfit, but the ramifications of him doing so echo throughout afterwards.
To bring this to Messer Roberto.
And there we go. Ezio puts on his father's outfit and takes his hidden blade and his sword. And the reason the hidden blade is needing repair is because in the Lineage short movie that I streamed earlier, the hidden blade that Giovanni was using actually breaks. And so that's why Ezio needs to get it fixed. Indeed, Lucas, it begins. Ronan, is that the first time that music theme plays? I'm pretty sure it is, Ronan, yeah, when Ezio's putting on the robes, putting on the outfit. It's really cool. As I said, it might be a simple thing of someone just putting, clothes on, but the way in which it's done and the music just makes it feel really epic.
Traditore! Hey! What's with the swords? Aren't you supposed to arrest me?
No.
There! What do you want then?
Stop it! For you to die!
Well, that's not going to happen. So why don't we explore other options?
There are no other options!
Weak enemies, you can just grab them, and then Ezio will go into that animation where he's behind them, and then you just press attack and you'll slit their throat with the sword. It comes in handy a lot. Brutes, however, you can't do that move with.
Only Baldassare the tailor can make you the object of every citizen's envy.
Now!
See the latest design and the greatest design.
Laggiù, get him! There!
Why me? Always in the wrong place at the wrong time.
God sees all sin, deceit.
Keep an eye on Uberto's face during this cutscene, especially right towards the end as he's actually closing the door. It's always funny because he goes from his facial expression that he's doing for Ezio's sake, and then he does the facial expression that signifies that something nefarious is up with him.
Ezio Auditore? What are you doing here at this hour?
I don't...
Wait, child. Take a breath. Collect your thoughts.
My father and brothers have been imprisoned. I was told to bring you this.
Ah. I see now. It's a misunderstanding, Ezio. I'll clear everything up.
How?
The documents you've given me contain evidence of a conspiracy against your family and against the city. I'll present these papers at their hearing in the morning, and they'll be released.
Thank you, Signore.
Of course, my child. Do you need a place to stay? You're more than welcome here.
No, grazie. I'll meet you at the piazza.
Don't worry, Ezio. Everything is going to be fine.
Just the way his eyes go as he's closing the door always stands out to me.
We pride ourselves on that man. I know that. But you, there! Get him! Porca miseria! Did he get clear? There! Don't lose him again!
Another capering crusader.
Run! Via! Run!
Just let me go! I'm sorry! Got to get out of here!
Busted, imagine if Ezio could read. Yeah, I mean, he can read, but out of respect for not prying, he doesn't, because obviously he doesn't know that he should be reading it. He doesn't realize that there's something in there that he should, but unfortunately that evidence is in the wrong hands, and because of that, it means that the information that would have saved Giovanni and Petruchio and Federico can't be used.
He seems quite well armed, no?
Yeah, Arthuri, Demon Umberto.
I know that man.
That's true.
But you! There! There! Get him!
Hey Raid, welcome. These graphics look so much better than the PC version. This is the, well, it's the PlayStation 4 version of the game, but I'm playing it on a PS5, so I don't know what things they've done extra for the backwards compatibility. But yeah, I think it looks really good. And this remaster came out in 2016, so it's a few years old now. Last man standing. Attend the acquittal of Petruchio, Giovanni, and Federico.
Blasphemy! Suspecting impurities in the copper delivered.
Giovanni Auditore, you and your accomplices stand accused of the crime of treason. Have you any evidence to counter this charge?
Yes, the documents that were delivered to you last night.
I'm afraid I know nothing of these documents.
He's lying!
Need to get closer.
In the absence of any compelling evidence to the contrary, I am bound to pronounce you guilty. You and your collaborators are hereby sentenced to death.
You are a traitor, Roberto, and one of them. You may take our lives this day, but we will have yours in return, I swear! We will! Father!
There! Grab the boy! He's one of them!
I'll kill you for what you've done!
Guards! Arrest him!
Abattetelo.
Better run, boy. And fast.
Ora! You won't run away this time!
I've got a little request for you. I've identified several strange markings that I've discovered right across Renaissance Italy. Now, I don't know what they're doing there, but I want you to help me find out. Rebecca has marked their general location in the database with an eye icon, and she's made them glow as well. Keep an eye out.
Serezio, thank God. I've been looking everywhere for you.
I couldn't stop them, Annetta. I tried, I swear. But there were so many guards.
Please, come with me. We need to get you off the streets.
What of my mother and sister?
They're safe. I'll bring you to them.
No. It's too dangerous for us to travel together. Tell me where to go and I'll meet you there.
My sister's house. Just north of the Duomo.
I'm on my way.
Hello, Sheila. Run, Ezio, run. That's it. I like the detail that the reason you can't select his sword to stand and fight is because your sword literally got knocked out of his hands. You know, little details like that that create a little bit of logic as to why gameplay then has to follow a certain thing is really, really cool. Raid, hey Dad, what you up to? Just hanging out, you know? Yeah. It's really messed up that they would not only hang Giovanni, but also Federico, and also especially a young child like Petruchio. That's just so many levels of fucked up. And some side with the Templars in this franchise. Mr. Epic, when you finally have enough money saved up for a new PC, you're planning to play AC2 again in 4K, you can't wait. You think the original game looks a lot better on PC, you played on 1440p and the game looked amazing. Yeah, plus there's a lot of mods that I think are on the internet to download for AC2 as well, for PC. But yeah, that'd be cool to play it in 4K graphics. Shilalock, Cassandra, meanwhile, why didn't Ezio just use his laser sword ability? Yeah. Assassin's Creed Odyssey. For my annual playthrough, I'll be doing a bow-only challenge, but I'm going to do it on New Game Plus. But I'm also going to add some restrictions on the bow because of New Game Plus, just so it's not a walk in the park. Because there are things that I can do. I can use a bow that its base strength is a lot poorer. That doesn't match my character's level, things like that. Even make certain things restricted in combat as well. I mean, obviously I have to use the bow, but
that's a funny getup.
Not using, like, my favorite ability, which is with the bow, using the overpower strike. But maybe I'll create an exception where I only can use that on boss fights, not regular enemies. Because on regular enemies, it's pretty OP. What I want to do is actually get one of these glyphs done. And here we have the Omega symbol.
Wait, that's not possible. This can't be. Hold on. That's computer code. Let me compile it. Oh shit, it's an encrypted file.
Upload it to my computer. I'm a master at decryption.
I can't! It's only compatible with the Animus itself.
Upload it to Desmond, then. I can't believe this.
Hello, this is... They call me Subject 16. Listen, I don't have much time. There's something I have to show you. We have been lied to this whole time. Everything we know, everything we've been brought up to believe, it's wrong. Okay, I've uploaded the evidence, the file that proves it all. But I've split it into 20 pieces and locked each with a code. Can't be too careful. Queen Isabella. No, not her. What century is it? Never mind. I've hidden the code to the first file inside this program. Find it. Find them all. And along the way, you'll begin to see the truth.
What the heck? How did this get inside our Animus?
Oh, the memory core. We transferred 16's memory data from Abstergo into the Animus 2.0. He must have hacked the machine when Vidic left him alone between sessions.
Oh, hold on, wait a second. The signs on the walls in Abstergo, the ones written in blood, those were clues. He was telling us to look for them inside the Animus.
In the beginning, unlock the file. Mr. Epic, Raid. You've tried getting AC1 texture mods to work on PC with not much success. You can get the enhanced textures to work, but the game will usually crash a few seconds in, which is a shame because the texture mod you wanted to use actually looks really good. Oh, that'd be so annoying, especially, when you first were going to try it, because I imagine you would have been really looking forward to actually playing it with those texture mods and for it to not work like that. I wonder if there's anything about them that they mention in the notes for it or something. I'm not sure, but that really sucks, so you couldn't get it to work and keep the system stable. Mr. Epic, you think remasters usually ruin the original game's atmosphere? That's why most of the time you don't like remasters and prefer the original. Especially AC3 remaster was ugly and plasticky. Oh yeah, there's definitely something that they did with the remaster of AC3 to ruin the faces. They actually look better in the original version that they did. In fact, there's a lot of things that actually look better in the original version of AC3 than in the remaster, ironically. You would think that a remaster of a game that came out in 2012 and was only done, relatively speaking, it was only a few years after, because the remaster came out in 2018. So, there's no excuse, really. Welcome back, Gamer Loop. Welcome on in. Schiller, thank you for redeeming the Leap of Fail. Thank you very much. 5 of these mythic scenes share a core similarity. Pick them out and you'll begin to see. Cupid and Psyche. Diana and Callisto. The Fall. Birth of Venus. Hercules in the Garden of the Hesperides. Atalanta and Hippomenes. Judgment of Paris. Triumph of Bacchus. Idun and the Apples. Mercury, Herse, and Aglauros. Passcode found. One down, 19 left to go. I'll be doing this as part of the playthrough. There's 20 individual video files that, when you get them all, you actually get to see the full video. There we go. I thought I'd get that one. Alright, Schiller. So, going to redeem for you the leap of fail. This will work out well. I'll get these chests before doing the leap of fail. There's also a feather on this, which I'm not worried about getting them for the playthrough, but there we go. Okay, Schiller, thank you so very much for redeeming the leap of fail. Let's go. Thanks for redeeming that, Schiller. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the splash. Thanks for redeeming the Arnie impression as well. Raid, it really is a shame that classical art looks so much better than modern art. You'd think in the subsequent half a millennia since the Renaissance we'd have godlike artistic talent, but no. Yeah, the evolution of things can also be a de-evolution as well. You look at certain things and the fidelity of stuff might be better or can be better, but sometimes the older artworks actually have a lot more detail that you can pick up that a digitized image might not actually have.
Hey, where is he gone?
Mr. Epic, just look at the waves of the sea at the beginning when you're on the ship in the original. You see good waves. In the remaster it's ugly and flat. You barely see any waves. That is really frustrating when they do that kind of stuff, because it's that extra detail which actually brings out a lot of the realism of things like that. Sort of breaks the immersion. Yeah, a bit of an ouch, Brutus, but I mean, you know, nothing a Band-Aid couldn't fix. I think Ezio's being a bit overdramatic, dying from that. Yeah, exactly, Ray. Just walk it off. Just walk it off. You break your legs, just walk it off. You'll be fine. In a day, you'll be fine. Squabble, Ezio just checking if there's fall damage. That's it. Yeah, he just wanted to make sure. You know, just testing the waters.
I think we have the wrong building.
No. No, this is it.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Messer Ezio. Annetta speaks quite highly of you. I can see why.
I appreciate the kind words, Madonna.
Ti prego. Call me Paola.
Thank you for offering your home to my family, Paola.
It was the least I could do. You must be tired. Perhaps you'd...
No, grazie. I can't stay.
Why? Where are you going?
To kill Uberto Alberti.
I understand your desire for vengeance, but the Gonfaloniere is a powerful man. You are not a killer, Ezio.
Spare me the lecture.
But I can make you one.
And why are you going to teach me how to kill?
I'm not. I'm going to teach you how to survive. Come.
I was saying before that Giovanni hadn't yet told Ezio about the assassins and hadn't actually started giving him training, and how after his death, obviously he's not able to. But the other assassins, and Paola is one of them, but Ezio doesn't realize this until later on. In fact, in the timeline of the story, he doesn't find out until like quite a few years. I think it's like 10 years or so. But this is an example of the assassins helping Ezio learn the skills that his father would have, taught him. Things like pickpocketing and like blending in and all that kind of stuff. Although you can already pickpocket before that point, but you can't blend necessarily into like certain things. Or maybe you can, I don't know. That's the annoying thing about playing games so many years in a row, is that after a while, little small incremental details can be forgotten. But I'm pretty sure that you can't blend in. Maybe you can't blend into crowds before this point. Maybe you can sit on benches. You can definitely get into a haystack, of course, way before this point. Sheila, Cassandra, he should have made a roll mid-air after level 25. Dumb Ezio. Exactly, that's the best way to survive a fall. It doesn't matter what the height is, as long as you do a roll in mid-air before you hit the ground, you'll land fine, and nothing will go wrong. Raid, Michelangelo spent like 4 years painting the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, and it looks absolutely incredible. What do modern artists do? Tape bananas to walls. Yeah. Imagine taking someone from the past who lived back then and teleporting them to our present time and showing them certain things, what their reaction would be. Sheila, you can't blend in before this mission. Ah, well, thanks for the clarification, Sheila. Thank you so much, dude. Hey there, Hermione. Hello, Macero. Welcome on in, dude. It's going really, really good, thank you. I streamed the Assassin's Creed Lineage short movie earlier. I don't have it in the VOD, because of using the YouTube version as well. But in any case, whenever I stream the Ezio collection, and in the past I have played the short movies via the Ezio collection, that part of the stream gets blocked anyway. So I figured I'd do it as a separate thing. So we watched that, and been working on this for the last couple of hours now. How's things going with you? Fitting in. Learn the ways of the courtesans.
Discretion is paramount in my profession. We must walk the streets freely, seen but unseen. You too must learn to blend like us, and become one with the city's crowds. My girls will show you how. We'll take good care of you.
That's a funny outfit. Another mask tonight. I can outlandish hood. Bah, damn foreigners. Puh. That's a funny outfit. Another mask.
That's a funny outfit. That's a funny outfit. He's trying to sound like Goofy or something. An Italian Goofy. Hermione, you're doing good as well, thank you. Working on your masters, going to be lurking for a bit. Just wanted to pop in and see how it goes. Oh man, you miss proper database entries. Or maybe it's Sean you miss.
They cut cloaks like that. I don't.
Well, that's no worries at all, Hermione, that's for sure. Thank you so much for popping in for a little bit. And hope that's going well too. all the work that you're doing towards your masters. I imagine it's definitely something that's very, time consuming, and
I'm having this odd feeling about that.
hope it's all going well.
Another mask tonight.
Yeah, Mirage had good database entries, you feel, but they were too factual. Yeah.
Enjoy this. Isn't that?
What?
Mask tonight. That's it. God, get there.
Can't a guy wearing a hood just sit down on a bench? Jeez. She'll let Ezio after he sleep a fail. The Auditore aren't dead. I'm here. Ezio Auditore.
We must walk
That's
the
true.
streets freely, seen but unseen.
Hermione,
You two must
a
learn
New
to
Yorker
blend
in
like
Italy.
us and become one with the city's crowds.
It
My
is a lot
girls
of
will
work,
show
but the
you
deadline
how.
is approaching the 24th of May, so last crunch. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. When you have a deadline like that, I mean, we only just got into May, but it won't take long to get towards the end of the month. But yeah, the database entries in Mirage, I did like how they incorporated the Discovery Tour style into the game itself, where you can come across things, learn the information, read about it, see the imagery, things like that. But there was just a certain character to the way that the database entries were written. And of course, Sean Hastings is the one who crunches out and does all the database entries, for the experience. I like his asides in Assassin's Creed Unity when looking at the database entries, because obviously he's taking the database entry as written by whoever at Abstergo wrote it and putting in his 2 cents on certain things.
Where do you hail from?
Now, where do you hail from? From the Leap of Fail is where we hail. Afterwards, we're dead pale. What we needed was a hay bale.
Another mercenary, I suppose.
Bene. Now that you've learned to blend, I'll show you how to use it for more than just moving around. Let's teach you how to steal.
Thief! Thief!
Once you've stolen from someone, Ezio, you mustn't linger.
Help! Somebody stop him!
Vergogna! Vergogna! Ah!
Bravo! Forza! Basta, basta!
Stronzi!
Va bene!
Va bene! Va bene! Raid, Sean may as well be a sarcastic version of your history professor from your early college days. Straight up best professor you ever had. Oh, really, Raid? That's cool. That's good that you got some memories like that. That's the kind of thing, like, it can definitely help in the learning process if you have a teacher that is, able to, deliver things in a way where it's not boring, but it actually has some kind of, like, entertainment to it. Hermione, you always found this blend mechanic a little weird. You can see how guards who are just idling wouldn't notice someone moving in and out of small groups, but the people in the group itself must surely think it weird that a hood mad suddenly stands among them, not contributing to the conversation. Exactly. Yeah. I think the blending in the crowd in realistic terms would actually work better when there's big commotions going on, like you've got the Carnivale, for example, and things like that. Or there's something going on like a street performance or something like that. Or a spectacle like there was the hanging, and all that kind of stuff that went on. Those sorts of moments would be understandable, but yeah, I mean, in real life, take away the present day way that people dress and everything like that, but cast your mind back into this time period in real life. And obviously, if you were wearing something like a hood, and it was something very specific, and the guards knew to look for you wearing that, and they told the public to look for someone wearing that, and you went into a little crowd to blend, then the chances of you successfully blending realistically without being spotted or noticed by the group itself is definitely very, very slim as well. So obviously, if you look at video game logic versus realism, the realism gets thrown out the window, and obviously Ezio is able to stand within the group of people. I think, is it Syndicate? Kind of plays with that a little bit when you're actually blending with the crowd. The people you're blending with actually make commentary on you blending in their group.
You can go now, girls.
Oh, do we have to?
So innocent.
He's cute.
Now that you have learned how to approach the enemy, we need to find you a suitable weapon.
What would you have me use?
Ah, but you already have the answer.
Hey, my father's blade and bracer. How did you get them?
By using the same skills I've just taught you.
It's not exactly in working condition.
I assume you're familiar with Leonardo da Vinci.
See, but how does a painter factor into this?
He's far more than that. Bring him the pieces. You'll see.
Before I go, one last question, if I may.
Of course.
Why have you given your aid so readily to me, a stranger?
I too know betrayal.
Ace up my sleeve. Visit Leonardo da Vinci at his workshop to see if he can repair Giovanni's blade. In the short live-action movie, Lineage, which I streamed earlier, you actually see the moment in which the hidden blade gets damaged when Giovanni is using it. So when Ezio gets his father's hidden blade, that's why it's not actually workable, because it got damaged when his father was in a fight during the events of AC Lineage. So now we need to go and get that fixed from Leonardo. Hermione. Yeah, makes sense. Also, you're probably then part of a different group, which presumably has their own not Sean historian. That's it. Yeah, you know. But in Mirage, yeah, with the narration by William Miles at the start and all that kind of stuff, the original intention with the present day at the end was actually deactivated. It's actually still in the game files, but it was deactivated when they decided not to go with it. But it was actually uncovered by the channel Slider V2, and they were able to unearth the cutscene that was supposed to play about the present day story. And spoiler alert, just in case anyone hasn't played Mirage, essentially the cinematic was going to be about a time in the future when they're actually looking back at the memories of Basim, and it was going to basically say that the present day story has now shifted to a future time period, and the characters in that time period are looking back at certain things. So I think their intention, maybe they'll continue it, maybe they will drop it, is to fast forward time in the timeline so that the present day doesn't take place in our present time, but takes place in the present time maybe 20, 30, 40 or 50 years, you know, from our time period. At least that's what the implication is with that video, but it was actually deactivated, or whatever they do to stop it from happening. Which I'm not really a big fan of that idea, because Ubisoft has the potential to ruin things using that storytelling device.
We pride ourselves on delivering good quality at fair prices. See for yourself.
What's with him?
Oh, Ezio Auditore! I didn't expect to see you again. What with all that's happened. Ah, where are my manners? Welcome back. Now, how can I be of service?
I was hoping you could repair something of mine.
Of course! Come, this way. Che pasticcio. Tutto santo giorno che cerco. Let me clear a space. All right, let's see it. Fascinating. I don't know, Ezio. Despite its age, the construction is rather advanced. I've never seen anything quite like it. I'm afraid there's not much I can do without the original plans. Mi dispiace. Wait.
What are you doing?
The contents of this page are encrypted, but if my theory is correct, based on these sketches, it may very well...
It may very well what?
Please, sit.
Leonardo,
Shh. Remarkable. If we transpose the letters and then select every third... There! It's finished!
Huh? What's finished?
The blade. I managed to decode that parchment of yours. It showed me exactly what to do. Now all that's left is to remove your ring finger.
Really?
I'm sorry, but this is how it must be done. The blade is designed to ensure the commitment of whoever wields it.
Bene. Do it quickly.
I was only having fun, Ezio. Though the blade once required a sacrifice, it's been modified. You can keep your finger.
Incredible.
Yes, it is. Tell me, do you have other pages like this?
I'm sorry. Only the one.
Listen, if you ever do happen across another one of these, please, bring it to me.
You have my word. And thank you for fixing this.
By order of the Florentine Guard, open this door!
Just a moment. Wait here.
Are you Leonardo da Vinci?
See, how may I be of service?
I need you to answer some questions.
Certainly. What seems to be the trouble?
A witness claims to have seen you consorting with an enemy of the city.
What? Me? Consorting? Preposterous.
When was the last time you saw or spoke with Ezio Auditore?
Who?
Non fare il finto tonto! We know you were close with the family. Perhaps this will help to clear your head. Ready to talk? What about now? What about now?
That's him!
Grazie, Ezio.
Sorry about that.
I've grown accustomed to their abuses.
What of the body?
Bring it inside and put it with the others.
Others?
The city gives them to me for research.
I find it funny how it's understandable that when you just stand still while holding a dead body, that his arm falls and his head is like that. But I don't understand how when you start to walk, the position and head of everything of the dead body actually changes. Ezio's not doing anything different with how he's holding the dude, but they've programmed it so that the dead body makes it look like he comes back to life every so often and just looks at Ezio. And then dies and stuff. It's like, I'm alive, I'm alive, oh, I'm alive, Raid, you personally wouldn't mind a modern day setting for an Assassin's Creed game, but a futuristic one? No, just no. Yeah, it's a bit too sci-fi if they go in that direction, you know. Hermione, you saw a meme with
Please, what's your step?
while idly googling AC memes, a guy with a hood in a classroom sleeping in a corner, students creed, everything is due, nothing is submitted. That's very clever, Hermione, that's a cool meme. I've never seen that one, but that's cool. Yeah, Crooked. Yeah, Leonardo being a troll. It's so funny how he does that. Yeah, Hermione. Shing! Yeah, Crooked Ezio's like, haha, funny. I almost lost my finger. Yeah. Oh, I do too, Schiller. Yeah, Leonardo's joke there is really, really cool. Raid, hey, you're finally awake. That's a good reference to Skyrim. Hermione, if I hadn't been caught, I would have taken that horse and been halfway to Hammerfell by now. Schiller, Resident Evil and Assassin's Creed confirmed? Now, what a crossover that would be. Hey there, Bevers. Welcome on in. Exactly, yep. Doing my yearly marathon of the Assassin's Creed games that I play anyway. I don't play Rogue, so I don't have that as part of the marathon. But we finished Assassin's Creed 1, and I finished Assassin's Creed Bloodlines, the PSP game that takes place a month after the events that Altair experienced, and watched the Lineage short movie earlier before starting this stream. So yeah, we're up to AC2, playing the main story, of course. I'm going to be doing all the tombs to get Altair's armor, doing all the Subject 16 puzzles, and getting all the conversations in present day. But I'm not going to do all the other stuff, though. Sheila Rosa used to be an adventurer like Ezio until she took an arrow to the knee. Yeah, that's a good one.
Over there. See? Like it never happened.
Thank you, Leonardo. For everything.
Anytime. And remember, if you find more of those strange pages, bring them to me. Should they contain new designs, I will upgrade your blade as well.
Of course. Now, I really should be getting back to Paola.
Porgile I miei omanci.
In AC1 and in AC2, if you try to hold down the button that brings out the hidden blade, Ezio won't actually hold it out. No matter how much I try just to hold the button down, he uses it, but then, well, he unsheaths it, but then just puts it away. But eventually in the games, you can actually hold out the button that selects the hidden blade, and your character will literally still will hold the hidden blade out as long as you keep holding the button down for it.
The short supply of wheat from this year's harvest pushed the
All right, die.
per hundredweight.
Don't have me this instant.
Madness! The citizens of Pisa have held a mass demonstration, once again sending Firenze a message of contempt. The city's youth apparently gathered and bare their posteriors at our honorable delegation.
Oh yeah, Raid, thank you. Yeah. The reason I didn't realize is because I was keeping in my mind the button to access the hidden blade. I forgot that you hold down the actual attack button to do that in this game. Lucas, which one is this? This is Assassin's Creed 2. Actually, I just love this game so much. I don't blame you at all, dude. Such a great one.
That one.
Another condottiero.
Ah, civicchia! Please don't let me leave. Please don't let me leave.
Disintegrators. You will see what comes of such acts.
Ah, the devil will surely reward your sins tenfold.
Bring me your sick and wounded.
Dio del cielo. He hurt someone. Doesn't look like one.
Raid, one thing you really appreciated in the Kenway games was you could hold down the assassinate button and walk towards someone and he would automatically kill them. Now that I didn't know. That's really cool. That the game will actually just have the kill happen because you already have it held out.
Get down, Ora! There! He's bolting! Stop him!
I have never seen a stranger man, truly.
Hermione, you sometimes kid about ASMR, but in this game, hearing Ezio tip-tapping on the rooftops while that soothing background music plays, you don't know the name, but you probably know which one you mean is pretty damned ASMR-y to you. Yeah, I'm not actually good at remembering all the names for all the music tracks in the series, except for the big ones like Ezio's Family. I know the name of that one, but the iconography. Well, I don't know if that word is a good one to use when talking about sounds that actually stand out and are very much intrinsic to a series. You know, like Resident Evil has its own classic sound effects that you hear when things are done and all that kind of stuff, that it becomes iconic. I guess iconic is probably better to use as a word. Right, also the combat animations in the Kenway games were pure fire, especially compared to Unity's. Yeah, I quite like the combat in Black Flag. It's really good. Sheila, at one point you want to do a minimal kill run, just killing the people and guards the game tells you to kill. That's a good idea, Sheila, to do a playthrough like that. Yeah. Because there's a lot of scenarios that, you know, would be interesting to try with that.
You were gone for quite a while.
Leonardo likes to talk.
That he does. But I trust he did more than talk. Impressive.
I'm rather fond of it myself.
I've given you the skills. Leonardo's given you the blade. All that remains is the deed.
Where can I find Uberto?
According to my girls, he'll be attending an unveiling tonight of Verrocchio's latest work. It will be held at the Santa Croce cloister.
Watch over my mother and sister while I'm away.
Of course, Ezio. As if they were my own.
Judge, jury, executioner. They were known as the judges. I am the law. Judge, jury, executioner. Visit the art show at Santa Croce, find Uberto, and exact revenge. And if Crom does not listen, then the hell with you.
Uberto Alberti, trusted friend of the Auditore family. According to the history books, this guy was a saint. He prosecuted murderers, rapists, the worst criminals. One of the best lawyers in Italy, he won every case, in spite of the fact that he was self-taught. Now, I found a back door into the Templars' database server. I've been combing it for some kind of smoking gun. I found it. Apparently, Uberto's family was evicted by the Medici Bank. Uberto's been aching for revenge ever since. And the Templars promised him support. Ezio's father was standing in the way, and Uberto was jealous of his influence over the Florentine government. Two birds with one stone, isn't it? It looks like Uberto used his election to the Signoria as his opportunity to strike.
Uberto Alberti, Gonfaloniere di Giustizia. Sorry, I butchered that. Executor of the Ordinances of Justice, traitor, and fuckhead. They forgot to add that.
You're not allowed up here. Lee, go back down. All right, Raju, get him. There.
What an oddly cut cloak.
Yeah, I'll actually leave that till after I do this mission. I was gonna go off and do the next glyph.
Again with this?
You have overstepped your bounds, Uberto.
Who are you to speak of bounds? You who have crowned yourself Lorenzo di Medici, Principe of Firenze.
I've done no such thing.
Of course not. Ever innocent. How convenient. At least now we see how far your reach extends, which is to say, nowhere at all. It has proved a valuable lesson for me and my allies.
Yes. Your allies, the Pazzi. Is that what this is about?
Be careful with your words, Lorenzo. You might attract the wrong sort of attention.
What do you have?
Wow, he's got a sharp, isn't
I
that?
know that.
That's a funny getup.
This way, messere. Come enjoy our life alone. Ciao,
could you help me
ragazzo.
fix my dress?
Mood for a little company?
To you as well. I trust you're enjoying yourselves.
Indeed, a nice distraction from that nasty business with the Auditore family.
And to think I once thought of Giovanni as brother.
Don't blame yourself. How could you have known what evils he had?
I say we strike that traitor's name from the record books. Let history forget he ever even existed.
You! You would have done the same. To save the ones you love.
Yes, I would. And I have.
The Auditore are not dead! I'm still here! Me! Ezio! Ezio Auditore!
Get on his fly time. Keep him busy.
Get the hell out of here!
Remember the way we took down the Swedes?
Come state?
Ray, don't want to press you or anything, but have you ever thought about playing Patrice Desailly's most recent game, Ancestors: The Humankind Odyssey? I've actually seen it being played. Crocodiles did a playthrough of it a while back, and it definitely seems like an interesting game. I don't know though if I feel it's a game for me. At least not as a stream game, maybe not. But you never know. I might in the future do a playthrough of it.
The past, a vast web of connections and interconnections, all ruled by chance. Or is it?
"64 squares. That's okay, Hermione. Thank you so much for being here. Hope that work goes well. Definitely see you next time. And thank you. I definitely will enjoy the rest of the stream, Mercedes. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Hermione's channel. He's doing a playthrough of the Tomb Raider remasters of 1, 2, and 3. He finished Tomb Raider 1 remaster and the DLC for that, Unfinished Business, and he's working on Tomb Raider 2 remastered, and I assume that you'll also be doing Hermione the DLC for that, and same with Tomb Raider 3's DLC. He's also showcasing the differences between the remastered graphics as well as the old school ones, and also any additional gameplay elements that the remasters actually added. And one of those, of course, is photo mode, which the older games didn't have. And it's so versatile, you can actually go all the way through a level. There's certain things you can't pass through, locked doors and things like that, but it does give you a lot of area to explore in photo mode. Oh, excellent. You're doing the DLCs for them as well? Excellent. So yeah, Hermione's confirmed that he's also doing the DLCs for 2 and 3 as well. That was all bundled in with the remastered collection. A great streamer with a great channel, so definitely recommend. And thank you for leaving the lurk too, Hermione, as well. Muchly appreciated. No problemo for the shout out, dude. No worries at all. Raid Ancestors is one of those games that's definitely an acquired taste. Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting, you know, having the evolution aspect, and also like the tree climbing and all that kind of stuff. And it definitely seems like a unique kind of game as well, which I think is really, really good. You know, it doesn't always equal a great game, obviously, but in an oversaturated market of certain styles being approached, sometimes something that's unique can actually be a good thing. Queen Elizabeth I of England, 1559. Piece of Eden 2, Apple. Hello, Ave. Welcome back. Napoleon is a character that we get to finally meet in an Assassin's Creed game in Assassin's Creed Unity. And he has a piece of Eden. In the Dead Kings DLC for Unity, the artifact that they're actually after is the same piece of Eden that he has in his pocket here. In Dead Kings, he doesn't get his hands on the piece of Eden, but in an event that takes place afterwards, when he actually wages war in Egypt, he actually gets the apple, because it was sent by Arno by courier to Egypt, specifically Cairo, and that's one of the reasons why Napoleon wanted to wage war in Egypt, was to get his hands on this piece of Eden. So here's another example of seeds being sown in AC2 that can then be utilized by other games in the series that came out after. That's right, good old Napoleon, the nicest man in history, who had an English accent, if you believe Unity. Emperor Napoleon I of France, 1812, Piece of Eden 1, Apple. Raid Napoleon, the only good character in Unity. Oh yeah. Crooked AC2, also called Law Goldmine. Absolutely, dude. It's really cool that they've used it as a source for finding out certain things to use. George Washington, United States, 1781, Piece of Eden 3, the Apple. And this is another good example as well. We don't see anything about George Washington with the series until 3. And it's a shame that it's all part of the Tyranny of the King Washington DLC, because I think it's a very, very messy way that they've incorporated the Piece of Eden into that story, and it's just ridiculous how they did it. But it's part of the canon. But I don't like that DLC at all. I think it's atrocious. Passcode found.
But why not just walk?
Why walk when you can parkour though?
Salute! Come sta Vincenzo?
Funny clothes.
What's he doing?
There! On him! I want no part of this! Forza, forza! Leave me alone! My God! Someone get the guard! There's a killer loose! Hounds of hell! Hard at work!
Someone stop this.
Clean battle! Make a soon rocking hand!
I've great metal work here. Has anyone seen my assistant? He was right here.
Raid, something that's always confused you from the Brotherhood Rift puzzles is there's a photo of some protesters holding up a banner with Mao Zedong's face on it, and if you hover over it, there's an assassin logo on it. But according to the lore, Mao Zedong was a Templar puppet. Yeah, I wonder what the go is with that then. I mean, it's something I've never noticed, but now that you mention it, so what piece of lore was talking about it being him being a Templar puppet? Because if it's like in a comic book, I don't read those, so there's a lot of information that are in those that aren't in the games as well. Exactly, crooked. Parkour! It's like, do you want to use the stairs to get up the building, or do you want to just climb the side of it? Which is more fun?
Funny get up.
I know. There he is! Yaju!
Please, just leave me be. Oh, not a part to any of this.
I'm only visiting. I don't know what's going on.
Long may purgatory make you weep for your sins. Kill. Poor Alma. Who is responsible? Ah, maybe they think it's me. Time to go.
I think there's blood.
I like how the dude thinks that people will think it was him.
Disorganized, but I do know my Smee. Bear with me, Anish.
Please, I mean no harm.
Raid, you don't know specifically where it's from. It just says that on the wiki. However, Joseph Stalin was also a Templar puppet, so it's not a far stretch to assume that the same is true for Mao. Yeah, well that's it too. You know, I wonder where they got that from, the person who wrote it in the wiki. Maybe it's an error in the game that they had it with the assassin logo specifically on that point. Busted. After OG, climbing probably feels so good. You remember that was your feeling? Yeah. Well, the other thing is too, I've played Bloodlines in between AC1 and this, so that game, Altair can climb even faster than Ezio, but that's only due to the nature of the PlayStation Portable. And when they made the climbing for that, they had to do things differently. Essentially, each part of the building that you can grab to is treated like an individual ledge. So Altair basically climb leaps to every single handheld point as he's climbing up. But they definitely made a lot of improvements to the parkour in this game. I know there's definitely people that prefer the parkour in the previous one because it's a bit more kind of like in-depth realistic, having to move the character's hands in very specific directions to grab to the right part and all that kind of stuff. But Ezio's climbing speed is definitely faster, but it still is a climbing speed that can be affected when like that little bit there, as you could see, he was kind of like alternating between his left and right hand as he was moving up while doing so that makes him climb faster in that respect as well. Whereas Altair, he'd grab, and then his left hand would have to move somewhere else, or, you know, he would just take a bit more time to get up. There it is. It's one of my favorite ones. Haha, most entertaining. It's funny because in Revelations, because it doesn't take place in Italy, that dialogue is with a different accent, but I like in Revelations how when they do say it, it's like, haha, most entertaining. Adds a little bit of a different feel to it. I mean, not going to lie, the clouds look real good. Yeah. Moving along in the sky and stuff.
Another secret. You think you can escape?
Raid, he's going to hurt himself, and when he does, I won't help him. Excuse me, sir, how rude. That's another classic NPC quote. That's another good one. Ave, have you hung out with Ezio's family, if you get my meaning? Yeah, we've definitely gone past that point in the story, that's for sure. And we assassinated Alberti. So funny saying his name. I feel like if you were doing a tongue twister with his name, your tongue would literally get twisted into a knot. That's okay, Brutus. Thank you for being here, and also thank you for being here earlier with the AC Lineage stream. I hope that you get some good rest. Actually, I'll get the link for that YouTube video and put that in chat for people who weren't there when I streamed it, because I'm not going to make it a VOD that can be watched, but I will actually link the full movie. When it originally came out, they actually had it in 3 episodes ahead of the release of the game, but since then you can get the whole movie put together. Just make sure the link I'm going to put in works. Excellent. There may be other versions on YouTube that are much higher quality. This one, the highest, is 720p. The Ezio collection has it too, but I find that the frame rate for it suffers a little bit. Good. Also, here's the first person mod for AC2 that you mentioned earlier. Oh, sweet dude. That's cool. Oh man, that looks so good. Haha. Fuck yeah. This looks 10 times better than Assassin's Creed Nexus. I mean, yeah, you don't see the arm movements, but still. That looks really cool. Mirror's Edge style. What are you playing the game on? This is the Ezio Collection version. It's the PS4 version, but I'm playing it on my PS5. Mr. Epic, hey Rod, have you ever played the Mafia remake? That game's graphics and story were amazing. Not as yet, Mr. Epic, no. I do have plans to play at least the first one at some point. I already have the second one. It was actually made free on PlayStation Plus, so I downloaded it because I knew that I'd want to get, to it in the future. So actually having it already will mean I don't have to worry about, buying it. But I would definitely be interested in playing the first one and the second one. Not too sure about the third one though. Like, I've seen it being played, but you never know. I might also play that as well, the third one. Koga would also probably control much better. Oh yeah, it definitely looks like it would as well. Like I was saying earlier that it just looks weird when Ezio or Connor or Cassandra is actually picking up something, because their arms flail around like wet noodles. It looks like to me when the hand movements and the arms appear on screen.
Who's that over there?
Are they? Oh, it's good. Kind of surprising, not going to lie. On PC it looks great, and here really good. Yeah. I don't know what extra they've done to it for backwards compatibility's sake, but eccolo.
Misericordia! No, please don't kill me!
Oh, no! No, no, no! Hold on, friend!
Mr. Epic, the remake and part 2 were amazing. Part 3, though, you didn't finish because it was kind of boring and didn't feel like a Mafia game. Yeah, that can be the thing, right? Like, especially if you already have 2 good examples of it before. And I kind of get that they wanted to shift the time period a little bit, because that's as much as I really know about the third one.
Come, amici. A weekly bleeding.
Another man. That could be a man. Hold on. Never seen
He's there, on him! Oh, Jesus! Please! Put that dog down!
Make them cry! Buona, bravo, bravo!
Senti, ragazzi!
Ora!
Pazienza!
Forza, now! Fantastico, eh?
Yeah, I had a feeling something was off. Even though I've selected the hidden blade, Ezio literally doesn't have it active. Okay, now he does.
Madonna, I want no part of it!
Well done!
Oh, animali! I want no part of this evil! Got to get out of here!
Ah! The devil will surely reward your sins tenfold!
Help!
Mamma mia, this isn't good. I should find help. No, I should go home. Leave! Leave at once, depraved creature!
Mr. Epic, it's just when you think Mafia, you think 1940s Italian Mafia, and main character in part 3 wasn't Italian. There was nothing wrong with the main character, but the story just wasn't for you. Well, that's fair too, as well. You know, it's like, sometimes it can be hard to actually pinpoint what it is. Sometimes you just know that there's something off. but I would probably find that time period more interesting, you know, like the 1940s gangster, or even like, you know, earlier than that as well. Right, it must really suck being the guard assigned to guard a box with a piece of paper in it all day. Yeah. But they just don't realize, though, the importance of those documents. Just to reiterate something that's in Bloodlines. So the Codex pages are what Altair was actually writing. And in Bloodlines, we actually see him in the process of writing the Codex pages. And essentially, they end up in Italy and around different parts. And so you need to get all the Codex pages as part of the story. So I think that's really cool that Bloodlines did that. And it also sets up a scene we're going to see a little bit later in this game where we see Altair making love with Maria, who was actually a Templar in Assassin's Creed 1. So when this first came out and got up to that part, it was like, whoa, okay. Because I'd played the first one again leading up to the release of this one, when this first came out, which is what began my tradition of doing yearly playthroughs. But in any case, when I played this for the first time back in 2009, and that event happened, it was like, oh, okay. So somewhere along the line, Maria must have become an assassin, or at the very least, put aside being a Templar in the way in which, you know, we had known them to be, and all that kind of stuff. But in Bloodlines, you see, and that game came out the same year as this, in Bloodlines you see that Altair actually meets up with Maria again. The story in that is that with Robert de Sable dead, someone else has taken over the Templars as the Grand Master, but he doesn't like or doesn't hold Maria in high regard. In fact, he's a bit suspicious of her because she not only survived one encounter with Altair, but she also survives another one in the story of Bloodlines. So he's a bit suspicious and doesn't fully trust her. But anyway, through the process of that story and Altair and Maria being together, ultimately they part, not as romantic partners at that point, but they at least part as friends who are on the same side now. That's okay, Ave, no trouble at all. You have a good one. Sheila, do you count the Auditore family tomb towards the assassin tombs for this playthrough? I will be, Sheila, yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely be counting that as well. In fact, what's cool is at the end of Bloodlines, the final Codex page that you see Altair writing, Maria actually appears and stands next to him. So that's also setting up that there's more between them at that point.
I think it's best I leave Firenze.
Where will you go?
My Uncle Mario owns a villa near Monteriggioni.
You're still a wanted man, Ezio.
What would you have me do then?
I've seen posters all across the district. Tearing them down will help the city forget your face. No doubt the heralds also incite the public. Bribe them, and they'll speak of other things. Or you could hunt those who bear false witness against you. They traded dignity for coin. Their loss would not be mourned. Do any of these things, and you should be free to leave.
It's funny, Paola has kind of a similar facial structure as Rebecca does in AC2. Laying low. Reduce your notoriety by removing posters, bribing a herald, or killing a corrupt official.
I've added a program for tracking notoriety. This little meter will help you know how far you are between notorious and incognito. This will help you know if you should watch your actions. It'll also tell you if the notoriety level is part of Ezio's memory or not.
So this information here is tricky to analyze because it's part fourth wall just to us as the player, but it's also part explaining something about the memory of Ezio that is being experienced. So I'll explain what I mean. The part of the notoriety meter, even though Rebecca is speaking to Desmond about it, what Ezio did in his memory cannot be affected by anything that Desmond is doing in the present day. He doesn't have control over Ezio. He's not making Ezio do this. He's not making him stand up. He's not making him do this. You know. The notoriety meter is good for us as the player to know. But obviously, Ezio has no concept of a notoriety meter. or anything like that. So it's one of those tricky things. It's very easy to think that it's all in the universe of Assassin's Creed, the way it's being talked, but it's similar to in older games, like, for example, the older Tomb Raider games. Lara will say things like, to do this, stand near the edge and press the action button. Now, obviously, realistically, Lara would not say such a thing because she's a video game character for us, but in her universe, she's actually real. So, you know, it'd be weird for her to be saying things like that. But she says it for the benefit of the player. And so with AC2, when Rebecca is telling Desmond about what's going on, it's partly a fourth wall thing to let us as the player know about a game mechanic, and it's also part actual in-universe, because the things that Ezio does in the memory are what actually happened. In Brotherhood, which introduced the optional objectives, they make it so that the optional objectives are a reflection of what Ezio actually did. So if, for example, the optional objective is to get through an area without being detected, it means that Ezio also got through the area undetected. But for us as the player, if we don't go through the game undetected in that mission, then we fail the optional objective, right? But it doesn't mean that it's not something that Ezio did. Or, sorry, it doesn't mean it's something that Ezio didn't do, is what I'm getting at, really. So this whole notoriety thing is one of those things. We see the notoriety meter as part of the playthrough. There's no real need for Desmond to see the notoriety, because why? You know, he doesn't need to see the notoriety level of Ezio, because he has no control anyway over what Ezio is doing or anything like that, so he doesn't need to know that information. But we do as the player. But the way that it gets delivered, it's understandable to think that she's also talking to Desmond. I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain it. You got to kind of compartmentalize things and be like, right, this is an element that is related to in-universe, but this other element, if you separate it from in-universe, it's just a gameplay thing.
Life expectancy? About 5 more minutes.
But given that Paola tells Ezio that the guards are looking for him, it of course means that Ezio was wanted, and that Ezio did go around and remove wanted posters. But it doesn't mean that in every instance of the game that wanted posters are up there that he did. You know what I mean? But very specifically, at this point in the story and in Ezio's life, he was wanted and they put wanted posters up. Now obviously there's probably going to be other moments where that could realistically be the case, but it's not really necessarily pointed out by the characters again.
You hurt someone pulling stunts like that.
Mr. Epic, Part 3, they shouldn't have called that a Mafia game, but you don't know, maybe a name fitting with that timeline and the main character. That's true too, yeah. And especially if you had played the other ones, and there's a certain expectation, not only, you know, gameplay-wise, but also aesthetically as well. Shiloh's even made clear one time in this game that Desmond isn't having control. In the Altair sequence in this game, he is questioning, why am I not following Altair, which implements that he is just watching. Exactly, Shiloh, that's it. You know, he's just, like when we sit down to watch a movie, we've got no control of what the characters are doing. We're just experiencing it. We can pause what's going on, we can stop what's going on when we want, we can, you know, go back to a different scene, but we can't make the characters do something different than what they've actually done in the story. And so it's similar with Assassin's Creed and the Animus. But of course, they have to talk about things as if it is, so that the player can benefit from that information and know what's going on. Ray, reminds you of the bit in Sly Cooper where Bentley reads how to spire jump from the Thievis Raccoonus, and it says, "To landeth safely upon diminutive points, leapeth lively, and presseth the triggering device with the round geometrical object emblazoned upon it." Or in other words, jump and press the circle button. That's a very clever and funny way to do a commentary on that kind of thing. You know, that's really well done. Krogan, you finally found a way to rip all the audio from the Mirage, so now you have access to all the music in the game, even the one that gets played very little or not at all. It was a bit difficult, as the audio files had a weird encoding that other AC games before didn't have. Oh, excellent, dude. That's really good that you worked that out. That's really cool. I like the idea of being able to isolate the music, you know, on its own. And even all like the little incidental music that doesn't necessarily even get put on the official soundtrack, you know. Mr. Epic, you think it's a combination of watching but also feeling the feelings and thoughts and movements of the ancestors. With feelings, kind of like pain. Oh yeah, Mr. Epic, exactly. You know, like, for example, if Ezio cut his finger, Desmond wouldn't feel the pain of the cut, but he'd feel like a sensation. I don't know what the sensation would be, but just to explain how different it would be from the actual cutting that Ezio would feel. Like, imagine Ezio cuts his finger, but the spot where he cuts it, Desmond gets an itchy finger there, but he doesn't take damage or it's not painful. That's how I like to think of what he's probably experiencing. Something like a tingling or maybe like a itchiness or something. Because later on, when Ezio actually gets officially made an assassin and he gets the burning around the ring finger, Desmond actually rubs around there too after it happens. Krogad, you've been going through the hassle of recording all the ambient music manually in-game, but since there's no setting to turn off voices, it was a bit tricky at times. Now you have it in its original quality, so way less work to get the ones you're missing. Oh, you can't turn voices off? That's annoying. That's really annoying. But that's good that you got it in the original quality as well. The less work you have to do to get something that's still going to be effective after it, the better.
Bentornato, Ezio. Were you successful?
Yes. Madre?
Ezio! Where have you been? They wouldn't let us leave. And Mother, oh, she hasn't spoken a single word since we left the house. Father will need to sort things out. Where is Father? And Federico? And Petruccio? Hmm?
Something's happened.
What do you mean? No, it's impossible.
Claudia,
No.
I did everything I could, Piccina. Listen, right now what matters is getting us all someplace safe. But to do that, I need you to stay focused. Do you understand? Good. Will you watch over Mother for me?
Then we are ready. Thank you again for everything.
Stay safe, Ezio. Stay vigilant. I suspect the road ahead is yet long.
Claudia's reaction to realizing that her brothers are actually dead and her father as well, and also, you know, one of them being like a literal child that's been killed. Like, graphically, obviously, it's not as graphically advanced as, you know, maybe potentially nowadays, because I have to watch my words, because even nowadays you can get shitty looking cinematics and stuff. So sometimes just because the capabilities of graphics have improved over the years doesn't mean that the capabilities of those graphics are actually utilized to their fullest and all that kind of stuff. But I guess what I'm getting at is that the animation and everything of the expressions and also the vocal work that gets done by Angela Gallupo, who plays Claudia, just really sells the pain and sadness that she feels at realizing that her father and brothers are actually dead. You know, so I still think that comes through really, really strongly as well. Crooked, it's especially annoying when the prayer dude starts singing in the middle of recording, lol. There's even a setting to turn off ambient music while he's singing, but not the other way around. Makes you wonder, though, why they don't make it the other way around as well, you know? Whole click on a slave ship. They had your whole posse locked up on a slave ship. What's that from, Clip? I'm not familiar with that. Crooked? Odyssey, Valhalla, Mirage. Yeah, and most likely AC Red and probably Hexa as well, and all the other games in the series afterwards. Yeah. Now fold your arms and say your dialogue. Now put your hands on your hips and say your dialogue. Now shift in place and just stand there. You know, all these sorts of robotic sort of movements and stuff. Mr. Epic, you kind of think it's like getting the signal from your brain saying, hey, you should feel pain there. Well, that's a good way to put it too. You know. Raid, thanks for redeeming the Assassin's Creed quote. Oh, cool, Raid. So that's one of Rebecca's emails to Desmond and AC3. Oh, nice, because I've read those, but I haven't committed them to memory, so I wasn't sure. But thank you for redeeming that. Whatever happened between you and 16 seems to have increased your tolerance. The animus keeps you in a resting state, which takes care of fatigue. And your memories are vivid enough, we're actually seeing micro-movement in your muscles, which means no atrophy issues either. Still, we'll be bringing you out for breaks just to stay on the safe side. Oh, so Ray, did you want me to say that as part of the redeem? Or did you want me to pick like a random quote? Because I do have the two options. If you already know a quote, you can put that in and I'll say it. Or if you want me to actually choose a random one, then I'll choose it. So was that for the redeem? Or was that just something that you wanted to put in because it relates to the whole feeling about what the animus is actually doing and Desmond's body while he's in it? Oh, that was for the redeem? Oh, excellent. Cool. Well, thank you for redeeming that, Raid. And that's interesting dialogue that's in the email as well. I won't be reading emails as part of these playthroughs, but there is some interesting information in some of those too. You get a little bit more layers to the characters as well. Arrivederci. Escort Maria and Claudia out of Florence to the Villa Auditore in Monteleggioni.
All right, this way.
Back off!
let's go.
Oh yeah, Clip, it definitely can be. In AC3 as well, like there's something... Juno did something with some... I don't know if they're memory discs, but there's something physical that was actually there in the temple that is missing now as well. Thanks for redeeming that, Casper. Casper, sorry, Claudia and Maria. Something came up. And as a result, something is going to have to come down. Thanks for redeeming that, Casper. I'll grab that now. Because it'll be a little bit before we get an opportunity to climb up a building. The game won't probably let me go too far away.
Stay here.
Yep, so that's about the distance that I get to move from. Alright, how about, if I can, I'll go to this other one over here.
No one is allowed up.
Mr. Epic, oh, it won't let me. Alright, so that's enough distance. Okay, time to do a leap of fail. Thanks for redeeming it, Casper. Mr. Epic, speaking of Mafia, have you ever played the PS3 game The Godfather? You loved that game growing up. You wish there was a remaster of that game. I never ever did, no. It's funny that they did make a game on that. Just like they made a game on Scarface, even though he dies at the end of the movie. The game picks up after the movie and basically says that he survived survived his wounds. Ray, do you remember in AC3, Sean mentions how he found precursor machines that dispensed ambrosia, but it was just grey sludge that tasted like cardboard. Ugh. Yeah. I remember that conversation that he has with Rebecca about that. Yeah, Crooked. Have a little fail. Oh yeah, Casper, there was no trouble redeeming it now. It's good that it let me get up high enough and didn't desynchronize. Yeah, Crooked, have a little fail. Just a little fail, just a tiny little bit. Casper almost landed at the checkpoint. Yeah, that was... I almost was able to get him to do it.
Get your dirty... Why do this? Please, I am no they will say when the dog... Let go of me!
Well, for your hour has finally come. The hunter has your dirty smell. I bet you're feeling pretty dumb. And mine to be their downfall.
All right, this way. We're falling.
It was my playing. These are my art. Have you lost your reason?
Yes, aren't you a paragon of idiocy? For that, did you expect me to move out of your way? Get away from me, maledetto idiota!
Lo faresti rizzare anche un morto!
Follow my lead. Stay close.
How could this have happened to us?
I don't know.
Will we ever be back?
I don't know.
this way.
What will happen to our house?
I don't know.
Were they given a proper burial?
Yes, they were. We should be close.
Grazie a Dio.
Mr. Epic, yeah, man, you love the Scarface PS2 game. How many times you didn't think, like, man, give me a remaster of that game. If any game deserves it, it's Scarface and The Godfather 2, of course, but you think we'll never get those. Yeah, I mean, you never know. Like, for example, there's a game called Shadow Man, and it came out on the PlayStation 1 and Nintendo 64, and that came out, like, I think it was 1998, or maybe it was 99. I can't remember now. But that ended up getting a remaster all those years later. So you never know. They might end up doing it. Like some company might decide to do a remaster, unless, you know, I guess it depends on what's happened with the rights to those games since then. Claudia, how could this have happened to us? Ezio, watch Assassin's Creed Lineage then. You'll find out all you need to know. Sheila, the death of Giovanni, Petruchio, and Federico are all part of Dutch's plan, Claudia. Just stick to the plan, and the gang will soon be in Tahiti, harvesting all those mangoes. That is so true, Sheila. Yep, just listen to Dutch. You have to. As as Molly says at one point. Oh, well, she basically she's referring to trust. Is like trust in Dutch. You have to. Sheila, you like how Ezio's response for the burial was that they got a good burial and you got to play this mission in Brotherhood? Me too, Sheila. Yeah. The things in Brotherhood that they added, which you can actually do in those Christina memories, was actually a good thing to do. I'll definitely be doing those Christina memories. I'm not going to be doing a 100% sync run on Brotherhood, but I do want to get the total sync to be enough to unlock all the Christina memories. Roadside assistance. Escort Maria and Claudia to the Villa Auditore in Montelegione.
Qui, let's do it.
Actor Yuri Lowenthal, who was the prince in Prince of Persia Sands of Time, as well as The Two Thrones and Forgotten Sands, he's actually in this game as Vieri de Pazzi. He's in heaps of things.
Buongiorno, Ezio. How could you leave Firenze without saying a proper goodbye?
Ezio!
What do you want, Vieri?
So many things. A larger palazzo, 2 new steeds, a prettier bride. Oh, and yes, your life.
My condolences for the loss of your father and brothers. What will happen now that there's no one left to help you? I have such wonderful things in store for your mother and sister.
what I was going to say in full is that I know Yuri has been in heaps of stuff, but the only reason I specifically mentioned the Prince of Persia games I did is because Ubisoft did those games. And of course they do this one. Clips, one thing you find interesting about Black Flag is that the French weren't in the main game. However, the Jackdaw had a royal French colour scheme. Only to find out the French are in the DLC. Oh, yeah. There was also some other DLC that was with Black Flag that had Aveline from Liberation in it, but I never actually played that.
I grow tired of this game. Finish him, and do not spare the women. What sorcery is this?
Not sorcery, boy. Skill.
Show yourself.
As you wish. Here, use this.
Kill them! Kill them all! Leo! He's bolting! Stop him!
You have my thanks.
Keep the sword, Ezio.
Do I know you from somewhere?
Don't you recognize me? It's a me, Mario!
Uncle Mario?
It's been too long, Nipote. Far too long. I heard what happened in Firenze. Terrible. Come, let's get you all away from here.
Afro, it's a me, Mario. Could you imagine that cutscene, but instead of the voice of Mario, it's a me, Mario. You actually hear instead. It's so funny. How's it going, Afro? Ray, did you think he was an Italian plumber or something? You would. I mean, hey, maybe he's actually related. Maybe the Mario universe actually exists with the Assassin's Creed universe, you know. It's actually funny because there's an assassin that we meet later called Antonio, and he wears green, he's pretty thin, and he's got a mustache as well. And I thought to myself, man, imagine if they called him Luigi instead of Antonio, because then we'd have the double Mario Brothers reference. Casper, you can't believe an entire franchise was built on this meme. That's true, yeah. Yeah, they went into the future using a time machine and found that was a line, and they were like, hey, we need to make sure that we create a game series about Italian plumbers and name one of them Mario. Raid, your dad may as well be Super Mario. He has the same first name and has a twin brother. Oh, really, Raid? Oh, that's cool. I can imagine, like, at Halloween or something, they could, dress up. For even funnier if Uncle Mario actually looked like Mario with the cap and everything. That would be true, yeah. It was so funny to see. Ezio, come here. Time to be an assassin. Mr. Epic, when you hear Mario, the first thing that comes to mind is Luigi screaming, Mario, 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 in Luigi's Mansion on the GameCube. I never actually played those because I never had a GameCube, but They do seem like some pretty fun kind of games as well. And giving Luigi some games is cool. I remember that there was a game on the Super Nintendo called Mario is Missing, and you actually played as Luigi trying to track down where Mario was. Casa Dolce Casa. Explore the Villa Auditore with Mario.
So, tell me everything.
They executed father for treason. Federico and Petruccio too. And they came for me.
Do you know why?
I have no answers, Uncle. Only a list of names taken from a man who wished me dead. I still can't believe they are gone.
Don't worry. We will make sense of this.
I wish I shared your optimism.
Come on, keep pace. We're almost there. I think you will find much to like in Monteriggioni.
I thought Monteriggioni was an enemy of Firenze.
For now. Next year it will be its friend, the year after its enemy again, and on and on. I cannot keep track, so I have stopped trying. These are honest, hard-working people. Our shops may only carry simple goods, but they're well-made and dependable. There is a chapel here, too. The prete seems a nice enough fellow, but I've never been much of a believer.
Did you know the Villa Auditore is almost 200 years old? It was built by my great-grandfather, a strange man who carried all kinds of secrets. Keep your eyes open, and you might discover a few of them yourself.
With all the fighting that's been going on, this place has started to get a bit rough around the edges. I wish I could do something about it, but I just don't have the time or money to fix things up. Guess that's life, huh? Here we are. Casa Dolce Casa. So, what do you think?
It's most impressive, Uncle.
She's seen better days, I suppose. Believe me, I'd have her shining again if only I had the time. Now that you have had the tour, Nipote, you should go and outfit yourself. My men in the market are expecting you. Return here when you're finished, and we'll begin.
Begin? Begin what?
I thought you'd come here to train.
No, Uncle. I came here to escape Firenze. And I intend to take my family further still.
But what about your father? He'd want you to finish his work.
What work? My father was a banker.
Wait, he did not tell you?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ma che me combini, Giovanni? Where to even begin? Go and fetch the gear in the market. It will give me time to think. But that's that. We'll talk more later.
Some spending money should you need it. And if you find yourself in need of rest, I've prepared a room for you on the top floor of the villa.
Afro, home sweet home. Yep, that is true. Mr. Epic, GameCube was awesome. The games you remember playing the most were Sonic Adventure 2, Super Mario Sunshine, Luigi's Mansion, and a horror game you don't remember the name of. Oh, that's good that you enjoyed it. The only game on that system that I played, and I played it when I got a Nintendo Wii, was Metroid Prime 1 and 2. And I really liked those games. I thought they were really good. But I never played the third one, though. Oh yeah, Arthuri, that's no trouble at all. I really hope that you have a great swim. Hope you have a great time. And thank you for being here. Absolutely. Good stream 2 here, and AC2 times, everyone. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's really a great game in the series. Always like to replay it. And it always brings me back to an earlier time in the franchise when there weren't that many games in the series. Raid, he can't be bothered keeping his house clean, so he let his nephew take care of it. Unbelievable. I know, right, Raid? He's like, hey, I could get Ezio to do this. I don't need to do it myself. Arthuri also streams, so I'd like to recommend people check out his channel. He's doing a playthrough of the great game Red Dead Redemption 2. So if you're looking for a streamer who's playing through that game and is really cool, then definitely recommend checking out Arthuri's channel. And hope you have a great swim. Arthuri, hope you enjoy yourself, and that also the weather is good for it as well. I mean, unless you're swimming in an indoor swimming centauri, I guess.
Come, friends. The new mines are making my metal working quite affordable. Have great bargains for you all.
Leather greaves. Dagger.
A pleasure. Do come again.
Do come again. No worries, Marcel. Marcel Gianin voices that merchant, and they're the other roles in the series that he does. If anyone's played Splinter Cell, he actually voiced Douglas Shetland in Chaos Theory.
Does something ail you, friend?
Theory, thank you, Rod, and everyone you stream sometimes. Sometimes your Summer Car, sometimes PlayStation, Red Dead Redemption, Assassin's Creed, for example, and randomly how you manage your daily life. Well, that's excellent, Theory, that you do all those other kinds of things as well. I'd actually forgotten about the My Summer Car, because I remember now that you've mentioned quite a few times that you were doing streams of that. So that's really cool that you've got those other games and things that you do too. And no worries at all for the shout out either, Arthuri.
Trust me, you'll soon feel much better, friend.
Just last month, the Visconti bought 300.
Okay, so we have another glyph that I want to do. Raid, you've always wanted to play Splinter Cell. You're not sure whether to play the original version or wait for the remake. That's a good point. In terms of PC, the version of Splinter Cell 1, if you want to use a controller, it's very, very difficult to get it to work. But if you don't, then when you're using the mouse wheel, the speed at which Sam Fisher moves depends on what notch of speed you've put his speed to through moving the mouse wheel up or down. So if you want him to go the fullest speed, if you move the mouse wheel up to the fullest, then he'll constantly be moving at the quick speed, whether standing or whether crouched. And same for, whatever speed you want him to go. So I think it's really cool that it's that way on the PC version if you don't mind using mouse and keyboard, because you don't have to worry about on the controller, you have to constantly keep in mind how much pressure you're putting on the control stick to determine the speed. Whereas on the PC version with the mouse and keyboard, if you want the character to go fast, you just put the mouse wheel up the highest, and you don't have to worry about holding something down to keep that speed, if you know what I mean. The only thing is, the second game is not officially available anymore on PC, unfortunately. Say what you will about Ubisoft, but you're really not sure how you can mess up a Splinter Cell remake, so you would expect it to be good. We'll have to wait and see. The studio who did it are experienced with a Splinter Cell game. Ubisoft Toronto. They actually did Blacklist, which is the last Splinter Cell game that was done. And I quite like that game. I think Blacklist was really, really good. It's a shame that Michael Ironside couldn't play Sam Fisher again for it. Now, I don't think the actor that they cast is bad, but I think the age of the character should have come into consideration when they were working out, what sort of voice to do for the character. Because the actor who plays him in Blacklist, Eric Johnson, he sort of still sounds a bit too young to be Sam Fisher, but he still did a good job otherwise, and he's still a really good voice actor. But yeah, there's just something about Sam Fisher not being voiced by Michael Ironside that just feels, kind of weird. And speaking of him, he actually plays Ivar in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Eric Johnson. And when I found that out, I was like, holy shit. Because he does such a great job at sounding very different to what I had heard him in before. Not that every actor has to sound completely different for every role that they do, but it was one of those situations where I was like, I wouldn't have known that was the same actor. But yes, the Splinter Cell games, I really like them a lot, and I will be doing my annual playthroughs of them as well on the channel at some point.
Power doesn't die. It's passed on.
Descendants. So this is the Franklin Delano Roosevelt strategic meeting in 1944. By this point, Abstergo had already been established. I think it was 1932 when the Templars founded the company Abstergo. He carried it with him, find his inheritance. That's right, Raid, yeah, 12/21/2012. Yeah, in AC1, when Desmond can actually activate Eagle Vision, that's one of the symbols that is, like, that's one of the things that you see Clay had written, using his blood, was that barcode and the 12/21/2012. And it's, of course, referencing the date that Abstergo have set for the launch of their satellite. Because the piece of Eden that they're after, they want it to actually power their satellites so they can control the whole world with it. Houdini, beginning the Chinese water torture cell escape in 1913. That's an interesting point, actually, Raid. Wonder if it's possible to scan the barcode. Probably not. So using Houdini as an example. Okay, so the pieces of Eden, right? There's multiple functions that they have. One of them is that you can actually control the actions of someone using it. Another function is you can make the people observing the piece of Eden hallucinate certain things. So, for example, you could make someone looking at you when you're holding the piece of Eden think that you're holding a pink elephant in your hand, like a tiny pink elephant, if they wanted to, you know. So when you think about Houdini, a magician, and all that kind of stuff, and you think about the Assassin's Creed universe using him as an example of someone who actually had a piece of Eden, what it's implying there is that everyone in the audience who actually is watching him perform is under the influence of the piece of Eden without knowing it, to sort of amplify his skills at certain things as well. So I thought that was quite clever, how they included Houdini in these things as well. Gandhi, during the Salt March in 1930. Crooked, what did Gandhi say during the peaceful protest? Non-violence. Oh, instead of non-violence. That's a good play on words there. So that's another one of those done. I don't know if I will, but a good spot I like to try and get to whenever I do a stream of Assassin's Creed 2 in the first stream session is to get to Venice. Mr. Epic, you're so hyped when you heard about the Sands of Time remake, more so when you heard Yuri Lowenthal would come back, till you saw the trailer. Yeah. It's unfortunate too that that game has been delayed multiple times. The only thing that might be a positive is that the studio who's doing it now are actually the same studio as the ones who did the original. Now, I don't know how many of the team at Ubisoft Montreal who worked on Prince of Persia Sands of Time are actually still there. But the other thing is, I found out recently that Yuri Lowenthal, even though they got him back to do the remake, now that Ubisoft Montreal is doing it, instead of picking up wherever the other studio left off, they've gone back to concept phase, which I found out earlier. But in most recent times, it was revealed that not only have they reset and restarted the concept, the game from concept phase, but Yuri isn't actually going to be playing the prince anymore in the remake, which I think is really unfortunate. So it makes me wonder what have they changed from his, or rather, what have they changed about the character for the restructuring and the resetting of the project, which would mean they had to throw out his, his recorded performance that he's already done for the remake. So yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen ultimately with that game, but that's where things lie at the moment. Which is a shame, because it was cool for him to reprise the role again, even though essentially, he'd be doing the same thing that he did before. But would have been interesting, because I'm sure there might have been some things that he would have wanted to do a little bit differently than what he did originally, and a remake would have given him an opportunity to do that. But since he's now not with the project after they reset the concept and restarted the thing, I'm not sure what changes led to him not, them getting rid of that performance. So maybe there was something else, the reason why he can't, or he's not doing the other one. It may simply be scheduling. Not sure. Schiller Venice is always a good spot for a break. Yeah, it really is, Schiller. Sometimes I can stream for hours without a break, and sometimes I need a break like after a few hours. But yeah, it'd be a good point. Like, I'm not going to stop the stream when I get to Venice if I still feel like streaming though. But I would like at least to get to Venice as part of the first stream.
Don't worry. We're only staying here for a little while.
I don't like it here. I want to go home.
I know. Salute, uncle. I did as you asked.
And quickly too, ben fatto. Now, let's teach you how to fight.
No. As I said, we are leaving.
Ezio, you barely held your own against Vieri. You won't survive a week on the road. If you want to leave, so be it. But at least do so armed with the skills and knowledge necessary to defend yourself. If not for me, for your mother and sister.
Fine.
Ottimo.
Yeah, Mr. Epic. It's unfortunate that since they decided to go back to the concept phase for the remake now, that it also means Yuri won't be doing it. Thank you so much, Crooked, for leaving the lurk. Really do appreciate it, dude. Would like to also highly recommend people check out Crocodile's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Prince of Persia, The Two Thrones for the first time. He's played through Sands of Time and Warrior Within the past, and now he's playing The Two Thrones. It's a game that came out in 2005, and it actually introduced speed kills and stealth kills, which is definitely interesting because Ubisoft were working on a new Prince of Persia game, and that became Assassin's Creed 1. And in Assassin's Creed 1, of course, what do you have? You have stealth being a component, killing enemies silently and stuff like that. So I think it's a nice little sort of like complementary kind of like gameplay style in retrospect. So he's playing through that game. He's also got a couple of other playthroughs going on. He's got a playthrough of the Assassin's Creed series where he's playing without the HUD and no fast travel, as well as limited looks at the map as well. And he's also playing The Witcher 3, doing no HUD, but with that, he's playing it on hard mode, or the most difficult one. And he's also playing Geralt a certain way. So he's playing Geralt like a really greedy Witcher. So whenever there's a chance to make more money by negotiating with a contract giver to get more than what is initially said, or whatever options in gameplay might actually, benefit that, he's done that with that too as well. So yeah, highly recommend checking out his channel if you haven't before. Practice makes perfect. Learn how to fight from Mario.
You can swing a sword, to be sure, but offense alone will not carry a battle. You must survive long enough to strike. I will teach you how to dodge.
You said my father was more than just a banker.
No use dancing around it, I suppose. Your father was an assassin, Ezio.
I told you before. My father was a paper pusher.
No. He was born and bred to kill.
I find this difficult to believe.
What of the list you carry? Do you think it's merely a catalog of debts? It holds the names of those responsible for your father's murder.
Right. Interestingly, in Revelations, they originally got Philip Shabazz back to do Altair, only to replace him with Kazanvar. There's actually a video on YouTube of the first Altair mission with Philip's voice, and he actually sounds surprisingly good because he's actually putting on an accent. Oh, okay. I never realized that, Raid, that there was actually a video of that. That's really interesting. I like seeing the different things the different decisions and stuff that get made, and seeing how things were originally. Mr. Epic, imagine AC2 remake with the voice of the Jonkler of Suicide Squad.
Bene, I've taught you how to avoid your enemy's attacks. Now you'll learn how to turn them to your advantage.
All this talk of assassins and Templars, it reeks of fantasy.
Like something from an old parchment covered in arcane writing, perhaps?
How did you know?
You have your father's blade. I figured you'd have the Codex page he was holding as well.
Codex?
See, a guide to the inner workings of the Order. Its origin, purpose, and techniques. Our creed, if you will. Your father believed the Codex contained a powerful secret. Something that would change the world. Perhaps it's why they came for him.
Assassins, Templars, Codex pages. This is a lot to take in.
You need to open your mind, Ezio. Always remember, nothing is true, everything is permitted.
Oh!
You should run now before he eats you.
Oh! Oh!
abbiamo aprito.
Let's finish this. What are you waiting for?
You're making fine progress, Ezio. Today I'm going to teach you how to position yourself in battle. Where you stand and how you move can make all the difference. Don't think I haven't seen you picking apart my library. I trust you believe me now?
Yes. My father was an assassin. But why the need for such secrecy?
Are you familiar with the Templars? One of several knightly orders formed during the Crusades. History teaches they were disbanded nearly 200 years ago in France. Only they weren't. Merely pushed underground, where they continued their nefarious work.
What work?
The Templars seek dominion over man, and we, the assassins, are sworn to stand against them.
Was Uberto one of them?
Yes.
And the other names on my father's list?
Templars as well.
That means Vieri.
Just like his father, Francesco. Likely the entire Pazzi family.
It would explain many things.
Mr. Epic, it's funny how Ubisoft forever cursed the quadruple A title for games. It well and truly did. Yeah. I don't think the implications of saying that were thought out very much before he said it. Yves Guillemot, who said that about Skull and Bones.
Coglioni fled to, huh? You call yourselves men. Ah!
Well done, Nipote. You've really come into your own.
Thank you, Uncle, for all you have given me.
Your family. Such is my duty and my desire.
I'm glad you had me stay.
Good. You've reconsidered leaving.
We sail for Spain in 3 days.
But Nipote, I have given you these skills that you might be better prepared to strike against our enemies.
And if they find me, I will.
You want to leave, Ezio? To throw away everything your father fought and died for? To deny your heritage? Fine. Come vuoi. Arrivederci e buona fortuna.
Uncle, wait! Why is he so upset?
How can he not be? Vieri's been harassing us ever since you first arrived. To be expected, I suppose, given his heritage.
Right, it's really sad. AC Mirage, Frontiers of Pandora, and Lost Crown are all decent games, and we get Skull and Bones. Yeah. After 10 years of development, Skull and Bones comes out. And it may as well have been a pile of sand that they sold people. Mr. Epic, you mean you'd be wary of future developers saying that about their game? I don't blame you for feeling that way. Yeah, I don't think it can be used now and be taken seriously, even if it was a game that deserved the quadruple A being called that.
Uncle! Where is everyone?
They ride for San Gimignano to slay that snake, Vieri.
I wish to join them.
You'll find what you need at the stables.
Sheila, you think Skull and Bones was just released to finally release it and then to move on? Yeah. But then they're like, we need to try and milk it for as much as we can afterwards as well. So we'll say that there'll be like 6 seasons worth of content and all this kind of stuff. I think too, like there's a new currency that they released for the game, so it makes all the grinding you did for the previous currency useless now. Because to get things now, you need the other currency. And since Infinity is going to be a live service model, expect that to be a continuing thing. Yeah, I think so. I think it was the game that I'm thinking of that added that. Or maybe it was a certain material that you don't get until the end game. Could have been something like that too.
Ezio, look at her. I still can't get her to talk. She spends all day and night in front of those feathers Petruchio used to collect. She can't let them go. I don't know what to do.
Don't worry. She'll come back to us. I know it.
Alright, so this is the chest that Petruchio had and wanted to put the feathers in. There's 100 feathers. If you get 50 and come back here, there's a cutscene that you will initiate. And then when you come back here after getting 100, you'll finish it out and there'll be yet another cutscene as well. It's a shame that those cutscenes are locked behind collecting them, because the actual reward that you get in terms of like the cape that you get makes every place high alert. Doesn't matter, Schiller, really? Duck Ubisoft. You'll ask Grail later, he plays a lot, so he will know. Oh yeah, Schiller, that's true. Yeah, he plays it, so he might know if there's another currency that they added in the game that you have to grind for. Mr. Epic, those feathers. Yeah, I'm not doing it as part of this playthrough, but to celebrate the 15th anniversary, I'm going to do the feather collecting so I can get the associated cutscenes with it. No worries for the shout-out, Senny. No trouble at all, dude. Sheila, Assassin's Creed, well-kept secret. What did Petruchio want with the feathers? Yeah, I was saying earlier that my theory is that he simply wanted to give it as a gift, because maybe he saw birds flying and liked feathers and the way the colors and all that. And maybe he thought that it would be a very nice present to give his mum. Raid, which reward is worse, the Auditore cape or Toma de Carnelian's outfit? Well, I'd probably go with the cape, to be honest. It's just a shame that if you want to get the cutscenes, though, you have to do the collecting.
I'm sure I have just what you need somewhere.
Raid, you mean at least the cape does something? Yeah, it does have something that it does. Even if it does suck, yeah. Hey there, Alien Fodder, welcome on in. How's things going? Sheila, you have to get to work now. You'll try to tune in later if you're still on then. Thank you very much for the stream. That's no trouble at all for the stream at all. Thank you so much for being here, Sheila. And I really hope that work goes well for you too. Hope it doesn't drag on or anything like that. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Shillerlock's channel. He's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed, and most recently he did a playthrough of this game, and the playthrough challenge was no upgrades, except the ones that the game forces you to get, and the other part of the challenge was no desync. And if he desynchronized, he had to start the game all the way back to the start again. So if he died, had to restart. If he went too far away from the target area and desynced, he had to restart the game. If for any reason he desynchronized, he had to restart the game from scratch. He's also doing a playthrough of Dishonored 1, and he also is now doing a playthrough of Dishonored 2 as well. Also a fan of Dead by Daylight, as well as the Dark Pictures series of horror games by Supermassive, and that consists of Man of Medan, Little Hope, House of Ashes, and The Devil in Me. A great streamer with a great channel, so definitely recommend. No problemo at all for the shout out, Schiller. Thank you so much for being here, and I really hope that you have a good time at work. That one desync because Machiavelli fell off the Citadel. Yeah, that was ridiculous. Like, seriously, how the fuck? That was just dumb. Mr. Epic, that cape is better in Brotherhood. Also, you like the look of it. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, cosmetic-wise, it's definitely cool. But yeah, if you wanted... I mean, I guess if you wanted to add a bit of an extra challenge for the content you hadn't done yet, like the assassination contracts, I could imagine doing them as like a challenge thing with that might, you know, be something that could be done. Oh yeah, alien fodder. Yeah. You remember racking your brain to finish collecting those feathers, and it wasn't for the cape. That's all you needed to get, the platinum trophy. And you're not a trophy hunter, just to be clear. Well, that's true too. That's a lot of work to get the trophy for it. Because they're very tricky. Like, if you're not using a guide, they can be very tricky to find, especially the ones in Venice. Because sometimes the brightness of the daytime in Venice will actually camouflage them a bit more. But you're so close, you figured you might as well go for it. Well, that's a good idea. You know, you got to the point where it's like, well, you know, close enough. But yeah, the feather collecting, when I do it for the 15th anniversary playthrough I want to do this year, I will be using a guide to keep track of it all. But twice in the past I've done it without a guide, and it's just so annoying. I mean, compared to AC1, which had 420 flags to collect, 100 feathers isn't so bad. But still.
Another wretched soul taken. Here, of all places. The group.
Signor, salutatemi una sartina.
Nota bene that if you should buy 2 or more triptychs, I'll leave a small. There he is! He's losing us! Fast! There he is! Laggiù! Was it worth dying for, idiot?
Okay, so there's another glyph that I can do, which is over that way.
It's getting easier and easier to hack into Abstergo's mainframe. It's like I know what data I'm looking for. I've already lived it.
Infinite knowledge. Burning Viet Cong base camp. My Tho Vietnam, 1968. Its open mouth delivers the kiss of death. Members of the 2nd Infantry Division advance under machine gun fire into the outskirts of Brest, France, 1944, leading the young to their end. Union troops in formation. Beaufort, South Carolina, 1864. The flames from its throat poke out their eyes. There we go. Mr. Epic, remember making a screenshot of the locations of the feathers and then using the pen of your phone to scratch away the ones you had because you didn't watch a YouTube video about it? It would take too long and boring if you did it that way. Oh, that's understandable too, because you've got to cross-reference what you're seeing in the guide with the screen itself. I prefer it when they have like a interactive map that you can actually mark off things as you go through. Adrian, welcome on in. The past looks fun. The past history is our playground. Adeline Fodder, you don't miss these puzzles, to be honest. Some of them were hard. I don't blame you. Yeah, some of them are very difficult and head-scratching as well. Especially the ones where you have to work out a pattern of number sequences. Is just like, ugh. The first pictorial representation of a gun, 900. This monster did not come from man.
Foul creature! Stay away from me! You will not get me, assassino! Back!
Nice, he had 1,503 florins on him. Cool.
You shouldn't. Why are you up here? Leave.
Equality Not in the face. I need my face.
Signore, please. I have always supported you.
Is he in
Keep away from me, Fifth! Guards!
What on earth?
Vile murderer! Stay away! Keep away from me, Fifth! Guards! Take it all. Let me live. Spare me. You can have the sack.
Oh, that is impressive. Though reckless.
Ezio, what are you doing here?
Taking responsibility. Vieri troubles you because of me.
Vieri troubles us because he's a Templar, and we are assassins.
Either way, I wish to help.
Va bene. Then listen close. First, we must find a way inside the city, though it seems Vieri expects us. He has sealed the gates and sent his men to guard them. Fortunately for us, the city is larger than his host. The southern gate suffers for it, so this is where we'll strike. Pronti?
What goes around? Help Mario and his men assassinate Vieri de Pazzi. Alright, let's get our Cooper shells ready. Something I want to do first, though, is get the info on Vieri.
Vieri de Pazzi, the youngest member of the second most notorious Florentine banking family. This kid knew how to burn right through his father's money. Outside of spending sprees involving weaponry, exotic animals, and clothes, he was fiercely competitive. Vieri hosted races of all kinds: boating, horseback riding, running. All of them rigged, of course. And get this, if through some amazing stroke of luck he ever lost, he'd invite the winner's entire family over for a victory dinner and serve them a meal to die for.
Vieri de Pazzi. Profession? Noble. Piece of shit as well.
All right, Ezio. Here's how it is going to work. My men and I will distract the guards. Once we have engaged them, get yourself over the wall and find a way to open the gate. Take these throwing knives. Use them to dispatch the archers.
I'm ready when you are.
Then let us begin. Al attacco!
You should not be out here. Go back down, or I shoot.
Get down, folks! You should not be up here! There!
Why are you
Exactly, Casper. Occupation, professional asshole. That's definitely very, very fitting for him to be called that. Mr. Epic, if you're also going to play Brotherhood, you should cosplay as Raiden from Metal Gear the entire game. Or Raiden.
Down or die!
Well done, Ezio. We're in. This way, men. I want you to distract those guards and keep them from raising the alarm. Hopefully it will buy me enough time to find and silence Vieri.
Va bene.
Wait, Nipote. Take a few of my men with you, just to be safe. Come join me once they're dealt with.
What's Vieri up to now?
No one knows, but something has him on edge. How else to explain all the patrols?
Signal again when you should follow.
Instead, he's turned us into nursemaids. And what?
Shooting his mouth off again, no doubt. Angering the wrong sorts of people. And so now, we pay the price.
Hey, don't make me
mental
stop.
health.
Question.
Stop!
After him, ragazzi!
Mr. Epic, and then when you kill a boss, you must scream "Force of Nature." Is that something that Raiden screams, is it? Because I'm not overly familiar with the franchise as a whole after Metal Gear Solid 1. Which is the only one I've actually played from start to finish. There's a combat move where Ezio does a one-hit kill with his sword where he stabs the enemy all the way through. In this game, when you lock onto an enemy and then you lock off of them, if you kill that enemy, then the game will automatically make you lock onto the nearest enemy. So for example, if there's an enemy that I kill, then it'll automatically lock me onto another enemy who is already engaged in combat with an ally character. And if that's the case, you have to lock off of them, and then get behind them, and actually press the attack button with your sword, and then Ezio will do that one-hit kill move, where he stabs them all the way through. It can be very, very effective, especially when you've got like a large group of enemies that are fighting your allies, and your allies have a health bar, and you want to kill the enemies as quickly as possible.
Pazzo, you'll kill yourself. I'm not...
Who is going to see this wanted poster here? Mr. Epic is the theme song in the beginning when Slice and Dice and Metal Gear. It's awesome if you see it for the first time. Oh, cool. I don't know when I could do it, but I wouldn't mind actually playing through the Metal Gear Solid series, but I hear that it's a bit hard to get Metal Gear Solid 4 officially, so I'd want to wait until there's like a remaster of it released or something.
Ezio! Your uncle's under attack and needs help. Go to him.
Ah, Nico, there you are. It seems my plan is in something of a snag. Vieri's men ambushed us, and now we've got our hands full. My brothers and I will deal with these guns. I want you to go on ahead and root out that snake. See that justice is served.
Dannazione! Too hot for me!
Blessed man! Vabbè, dealt with.
How in God's name are you doing that?
Alright, I might actually segue. Not segue.
Can't go that way, boss.
I'll get this this glyph while I'm here. Hey there, Lizzie. Good morning. How's it going for you? You just finished playing Outer Worlds. You might play through this series next. So how was that game? I've never played it myself. Hope it was a good one. And that's cool that you want to play this series next. Or you might play it. There it is, that's right. It's one of these ones that's actually inside of a little area. It's pretty good. You'll definitely replay it in the future. Oh, that's good. It's always good when you find a game like that, that you know that it's going to be good enough to replay again, that you'll still enjoy it.
Do you see what's going on? Not yet, but you will.
Instruments of power. The power they wielded cut down their enemies. Otto von Bismarck, Germany. Perseus, Greece. Attila the Hun, Eurasia. Samson, Hebrew. Alexander the Great, Macedonia. Sigmund, Norse. Charlemagne, Europe. King Arthur, Britannia. Joan of Arc, France. and Aeneas. Aeneas? Troy. Piece of Eden 25, the Sword of Eden, which ends up being in Assassin's Creed Unity. Another example of something that they looked back to AC2 to include in the series later on. In their hands, the wise lean on a great force. King Louis the 14th of France, Emperor Shunzi, China, John the Baptist, Jerusalem, Achilles, Greece, Amenhotep III, Egypt, Alexander the Great, Macedonia, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, Spain, Shabbataka, Egypt, Peter, Jerusalem, Moses, Egypt, that staff that John the Baptist is holding looks very, very similar to a certain staff that we'll be getting later on in the game. Piece of Eden 34, the Staff of Eden. Passcode found. Lizzie is still at the point where Ezio is a young adult. Well, that's actually a good point to be at. I'm looking to get to Venice before ending the stream. But depending on how long that takes and how much time I want to put into the stream, I might go longer than simply arriving at Venice before stopping. But that's the goal, to at least get to Venice in one stream. Okay, now it's back to dealing with Vieri.
It's settled. Vieri, you will remain here to coordinate the mercenary. Francesco will organize our forces in the city and send word when it's time to strike. Jacopo, your job is to calm the citizens once the deed is done.
What of that ubriacone Mario? He continues to harass my forces, and I fear he'll discover what we intend.
He's always been trouble. Just like that bastardo brother of his.
Then let me reunite them, Father.
There will be plenty of time to clean up the rifiuti when we're finished. Now, is there anything else? Muy bien. May the Father of Understanding guide you.
May the Father of Understanding guide you.
Into the hidden blade of Ezio.
Comandante! Comandante!
What?
Mario Auditore has invaded the city. He comes for you.
Then let's not keep him waiting.
Because you're still at the point, you believe you stopped playing after his parents got put in jail. Oh yeah. Don't know if you've ever seen it before, Lizzie, but the movie called Assassin's Creed Lineage is interesting. It has Giovanni, Ezio's father, going up against Rodrigo Borgia, and it sets the stage for certain things that Assassin's Creed 2 has in it.
Ah, there you are.
What are you and your allies planning? Is this what my father discovered? Is this why he was killed?
I'm sorry. Were you hoping for a confession?
Pezzo di merda! Vorrei solo che avessi sofferto di più! Hai avuto la fine che meritavi! Spero che
Enough, Ezio! Show some respect.
Respect? After all that's happened, do you think he would have shown either of us such kindness?
You are not Vieri. Do not become him. Che la morte ti dia le pace che cercavi. Requiesca in pace. Take this. Read it when you have the time. Our work here is finished. Let us return to the villa.
Messer Francesco, I have done as requested and spoken with your son. I agree with your assessment, though only in part. Yes, Vieri is brash and prone to act without forethought. And he has a habit of treating the mercenari like playthings. I have received reports of at least 3 men being disfigured as a result. But I do not think him, as you put it, beyond repair. Rather, I believe the solution to be a simple matter. He seeks your approval, your attention. These outbursts of his are a result of insecurities born out of a sense of inadequacy. He speaks of you often and fondly, and expresses a desire to be closer to you. So, if he is loud and foul and angry, I believe it is simply because he wants to be noticed. He wants to be loved. Act as you see fit on the information I've given you here. But I must ask that we end this correspondence. Were he to discover the nature of our conversations, I fear what might become of me. Yours in confidence, Fra Giocondo.
I thought I'd grab that letter now and have it read out because it's related exactly to what Mario said for Ezio to do, and also gives you a little bit of insight into Vieri de Pazzi as well, and what he's like. So the fact that he's treated the mercenaries like playthings, and as a result, some of them are disfigured, definitely makes sense with him. So it makes me wonder what kind of things he deemed was such a travesty to him that it would require him to actually disfigure someone. But yeah, this goes to show the kind of person Vieri actually was.
My recent good fortune finding new support.
Come and see me next. You pass this way.
And here he is, our campione Ezio.
Oh, hey, Ezio! I see you wasted no time starting the celebration.
And why not? You've done us a great service, Nipote. With Vieri dead, La Toscana will grow quiet once more. Do you know what that means?
Basta lavorare.
Si passa tutto il giorno a bere.
E a puttane. What? It's true.
Come, Ezio, walk with me.
Yes, uncle.
A change of plans. Learn about the villa and discover the codex pages hidden there.
The Pazzi answer to another. A Spaniard.
He is Rodrigo Borgia, one of the most powerful men in all of Europe, and leader of the Templar Order.
Which makes him responsible for the murder of my father and brothers.
Yes, and he will kill you too, given the chance.
Then I must stand against him if I wish to be free. But not until every other Templar has fallen to my blade. Father's list will guide me.
Where will you go next?
Firenze. Francesco de Pazzi will share the fate of his son.
A sensible next step. No doubt he intends evil for the city. All right, that's enough grim talk for one night. I'll be in my study if you need me.
I shall read the letter my uncle gave me.
Yep, already covered it. It's here.
Look familiar?
On their codex pages.
Yes. Your father managed to find and translate a few before he...
Here.
This is not your father's work. Someone else has translated it.
Leonardo da Vinci, a friend.
Do you see the way the words cross from one page to the next?
There is something underneath it all. Some kind of map. Where is it supposed to lead?
Your father and I managed to make out bits of a prophecy scrawled across these pages. It was written by an assassin like us, who long ago held a piece of Eden. His name was Altair. He spoke of something powerful and ancient hidden beneath the land.
What is it?
What indeed? Solving that little mystery is exactly why we collected these pages.
Then let me help. Each time I take on my father's work. All of it. I'll start with the page I took from Vieri. Leonardo will decode it for us.
Bene. Return here when time permits, and we'll add it to the wall.
These are the codex pages that Altair wrote. In Assassin's Creed Bloodlines, released on the PlayStation Portable, we actually see moments where he's literally writing some of the things that he puts into these codex pages. And that game came out the same year as this one did, 2009. I did a playthrough of it recently, and I did a challenge with it, which was a knives challenge. There's a link to my YouTube channel where I export all the VODs, starting with the streams from the start of 2023 and up until now. And Bloodlines is a game that I first played in 2022 and made it part of my annual playthroughs. But it's not really a game that I like to play outside of that. So the chances of me playing it more than once in a single year is probably very, very small. But the reason I do like it is because the story is interesting, and it's interesting to see some of the things that they let you do. Now, granted, the challenge I did recently added an extra complication with the camera and all that kind of stuff. So it's definitely one of those games that is very janky, and the challenge I was doing meant that the camera was interfering in a way that made it even more janky. But if it's the type of game that you would probably get frustrated with, I would definitely still recommend, if you're interested in the story, to go to YouTube and search for, the cutscenes at least, because it covers a lot of different stuff with the series. I mean, it covers a lot of stuff, with Assassin's Creed 2, sets certain things up. Time to collect the codex pages that are here in Monteregione.
Dio del cielo! What's he up to?
Clip, you've never fully synced an AC game, so it's cool to have finished AC4. Oh, nice. Cool. Oh, that's really good. Yeah, a lot of these games do have some very annoying missions to try and get, like, the optional objectives in. So it can be really good when you get through a game and you get all that done. Alright, so this other one is on the outskirts. Clip, you hopped on the game drunk to find out your save was lost and then went and finished the whole game. Really? Your save was lost? Ah, oh, that's so frustrating. You were close on your previous save. That would have been extra frustrating. If you're trying to get 100%, and then that happens with a save file. Clip, AC4 isn't as challenging as others to full sync. Yeah, I would definitely say that there's nothing really that sticks out in my mind from that game that is like ultra difficult. I mean, yes, there might be some that might take a few attempts, but there's others in other games that are very, very time consuming to even get one attempt done. The Giant and the Storm naval mission in Assassin's Creed 3. The optional objectives for that are so damn annoying. Having to destroy the 3 frigates. Or is it Man of War? I can't remember which. But there's 3 specific big ships that you need to destroy using their weaknesses. I absolutely hate that one.
Salute, Claudia.
Our uncle is un mostro. This is outrageous.
What's happened?
He's making me work. If Father was here, I'd never be stuck behind a desk like this.
And what are the terms of this supposed enslavement?
Since someone decided we're going to stay here, Zio Mario suggested we try and find the money to repair the villa. Problem is, there isn't any.
I bet I can bring in some money.
Oh, great. More work for me. Well, benissimo. If you start paying for improvements to the town, I'll keep track of them in this book. And since I have nothing better to do, I'll also make note of any objects you bring in from the outside. If you actually get this place up and running, travelers might visit and spend money. Although I doubt anyone will want to come this far out of the city. But if they do, I'll keep the money we make in this chest. You're going to have to show up to take it to the bank yourself. Because when it gets full, I'm just going to take the extra cash for myself. Capito?
Deal. Buongiorno. Is there something wrong?
Ser Mario hired me to deal with this mess, but I'm an architetto, not a miracle worker. Without money, I can't fix any of these buildings.
And if someone brought you money?
Then we'd be in business. You must be Ser Ezio. Am I right?
Uncle, I like this architetto.
He gets very observant when he can smell money.
If you want to fix up this town, I'm going to need it. I have a price list here for new shops and renovations. Just bring me gold, make a choice, and I'll begin at once. If I build you a shop, you, as the landlord, can purchase goods there at lower rates. If you invest more money in the shop, you get an even greater discount. As for renovations, well, you'll be bringing the town and villa back to life. As Ser Mario tells me, that was very important to your great-great-grandfather. Plus, when you buy shops and renovations, you'll be increasing the number of people who visit, causing your income to increase. So, let's take a look, shall we?
Hey there, Adrian. Alien Foddy would absolutely love to visit Monteregione in real life. You couldn't believe it when you learned that it actually exists. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, could you imagine the amount of deja vu that you would get if you're really familiar with playing a virtual version or in a virtual version of it and then actually visiting it? Adrian, you're not sure how they got lip sync during gameplay here, right? But in some later games it's just lip flapping. Weird. Yeah, that is strange, you know. You'd think that would have carried across up until games in the series recently. Oh yeah, Alien Fodder. It is so cool that it actually exists. I wonder what the percentage of people who visit it who are Assassin's Creed fans are, and whether or not there's been enough fans who have actually increased how often or how many people actually go to see it.
Buon viaggio!
Alien Fodder, there must be a good number of them for sure. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Ezio, my boy, I think it's time I showed you something. This is the sanctuary. It was built by my great-grandfather to honor the memory of the Assassin Order and protect its secrets. Look around. These are the assassins who guarded the freedom of humanity when it was most threatened. And this is the armor of Altair. Little is known about Altier's life, but his armor is light and very strong. I'd give it to you, but I don't know how to retrieve it. My great-grandfather told me it would remain locked away until all its protectors were made whole. I heard rumors of crypts located throughout Italia, hidden tombs filled with treasure, where these six were moved centuries ago. Maybe they have something to do with it. In my younger days, I sought the six myself, with no success. Perhaps you will have better luck.
In order to achieve perfect synchronization with Ezio, you have to get that armor.
Adrian, the intro of AC3, specifically the first Animus loading screen with Desmond, makes you think maybe they wanted to do full facial capture for all dialogue but ran out of time, because during that one loading screen, Desmond's face is really well animated. Could be, I mean, you know, who knows what things might have been done for a little bit, but then they were like, no, we need to drop it. And instead of redoing what they'd already done to not have that, they just decided to let it slide and continue on the rest of the way doing the other option. Hello, Ishimura. How's things going? Welcome on in. Adrian, there may even be one fake tomb since the real Amonet's still in Egypt. Yeah. Although, I don't know if the bodies that we find are actually supposed to be the ones that we find or not. It's a very wishy-washy kind of thing, and I kind of tire of trying to explain things or trying to find ways to explain it. But all I'll say is that there's some things that can be ignored as just errors from a creative standpoint, and then there's some things that can be explained in universe as well. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you. Welcome on in. How's things going for you? Oh yeah, AC2 is going really good. Been getting the codex pages as I've gone through. I've killed Vieri de Pazzi. So making good progress. Clip, you figured out why English-speaking societies are so worried about sex versus gender, or at least in the US. Yeah, who knows? There's so much, discussion about certain things where it's, either or pro versus not. But these are the kinds of things that I don't really think about much. I'm just a streamer who streams games. I'm not really versed in sociological and politics and all that kind of stuff.
Don't be shy. I only aim to heal.
Okay,
I'm
that's
here
all
most
full.
days should you require my aid.
Oh, that's good, Ishimura. I'm glad to hear that. As for me, I'm doing really good. Things are going well. Adrian, one thing you don't like about Altier's armor is that Ezio can't take off the hood in the cutscenes, and cutscenes with the hood down happen all the way until sequence 12. Yeah, who knows why they didn't do that, but I can see why that's annoying. Clip, your theory is that because English doesn't possess feminine and masculine within the linguistic structure, people just, you don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's something to consider as well. Mr. Epic, nice. The statue of Darius, the character we didn't get a full game of until we get a DLC. Yeah, in a DLC that was quite shoddy in some ways. Adrian, it felt like Sequence 1 and ACB was a bit of an apology for that. Okay, here you go. Altier's armor with the hood down. Never even noticed, to be honest. Hey Omega, welcome on in. Good morning. Listen, you're doing alright. You got a little bit of a busy morning coming up, preparing to have some company coming over later after your stream. Oh, well, that's no worries at all. I mean, that's definitely understandable as well. You know, having to be busy and all that. So that's no worries, Lucinda. It's always good to be able to do things in a way that makes them more doable as well. Adrian, come to think of it, you don't think Ezio ever takes off the hood in ACB after obtaining those Roman robes? The only instance was in the Da Vinci DLC. But it's definitely nice they managed to make all outfits in Unity work with the hood down. Oh, yeah. Oh, is it? No worries at all, Oz. Before I go to Florence, I just want to go back to San Gimignano.
Get me a little guardie!
Remain inside with barred doors till his shadow has passed!
My God, has his mind snapped?
Eccolo! Get him!
Adrian, you wonder what makes the map screen so low FPS. You can't be a computing power issue because even on modern computers and PS5 the map screen acts the same. Yeah. The funny thing is though, I don't remember it being that way when I first played it back in the day on the Xbox 360 version, but maybe that's because that was like 15 years ago now, and it's like trying to remember what I ate on the 15th of August 2010. I've got no idea.
Faster! We're losing him! Ah, you won't get away this time! He's losing us!
Oh yeah, that's right, Omega. I did. Yeah, finished up Bloodlines. Did it in one stream. Wasn't sure if I was going to, because I didn't know how much extra time doing the challenge I did would actually add. But ironically, even though there was a lot of annoying aspects to doing that throwing knife challenge, I ended up still getting through the game. The stealth challenge that I did last year was actually more time consuming. Took a couple of streams to get through. But yeah, it was definitely a bit of a pain with the challenge. And the funny thing was, the actual having to use the throwing knives wasn't what was causing it. It was like, wasn't causing the frustration. It was more the mechanics of, if you want to throw the throwing knives, you have to be a certain distance away from the enemy, and you have to make sure that you're not in combat. You need to get away far enough, and trying to do that while not locking back onto the enemy and all that kind of stuff. And the camera was atrocious and everything, and that's what really made it difficult. Mr. Epic, imagine instead of Cassandra getting the staff of Hermes Trismegistus, Ezio gets it instead. Imagine what stories could be made. But then again, you love the ending of Embers too. It's just the character is so good. Oh yeah. Yeah, the Embers animated movie is definitely really well done. And it's a great way to send off Ezio's character as well. And also a great introduction to a character that I really like, which is Xiao Jun. There's many characters that only got one game and we never see them again. And Xiao Jun's definitely one of them.
Another haven't I seen it? That one is very familiar.
I've got to get out of here!
Get in front of him!
I'm only visiting! I don't know what's going on!
Cut him off!
Stay away from me!
Oh.
Come see what pride, beauty, and
Adrian, did you know that you get unique Vault and Final Boss themes during the final mission if you avoid getting full notoriety? That's true, yeah, I already knew that, Adrian. It's kind of cool that they had that. I really like the music that plays if you accomplish that.
That's not good. The corpses are piling up.
Clip, your family is from L'Aquila, Italy, which is equal distance between Rome, Florence, and San Marino. It's kind of right in between all of them in the mountains. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. To live in like a mountain area.
Come, friends. The new mines are making working quite affordable.
Get down!
That man.
No one is allowed up, please! We're not supposed to be here. No! Please, sir. I am a weak, simple man. Not important.
Omega, another cool name. L'Aquila, the eagle. Oh yeah. There's another glyph to do.
They were mostly heroes. See how the lineage is disrupted? The web of history traps the good, and the evil take what is not theirs.
Brothers. And Satan said unto Cain, Swear unto me by thy throat, and if thou tell it, thou shalt die. Mr. Epic, yeah, the staff is in the game and makes the main character Cassandra immortal. You should play AC Odyssey, it's a good game, you enjoyed it. Yeah, it's interesting, the staff granting that, and for as long as you have it on you, you don't literally have to be holding it all the time, but as long as you have it on you. That's true, Lucinda. Yeah, that was the name of the ship in AC3. Yeah. And in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, you never see it on the character model, but Cassandra's mother, Marlene, actually has a birthmark which forms the constellation Aquila. And all these things were done in secret. Mr. Epic, Cassandra is 1,000% better than Eivor in Valhalla. Listen, though, that's cool. You didn't know that. Mr. Epic never knew she had a birthmark. Yeah, it's only in dialogue that you find out. When Cassandra goes to meet, or Alexius if you play as him. I always say Cassandra because she's the canon eagle bearer. But when you go and speak to Xenia, the pirate, that's something that the character will say to her to let her know more information. Even though Xenia full well knows that it's Cassandra, knows that she's the daughter of Marini and knows everything, she still wants 10,000 gold or whatever it is. It's the privileged. Clip, your great-grandma is from northern Italy. Location escapes you currently, but your grandfather is from L'Aquila, but you've grown up in the US. Oh, well, that's really cool, Clip, as well. Yeah, I do like the Italian language. It's got I like the sound of it. And Cain said, "Truly I am Mahan, the master of this great secret." Clip, it's closest to Latin, which really sounds nothing like any of the current Latin languages. Yeah, it's very interesting, that kind of stuff, Like, you think it would sound very much the same. There we go. Wherefore Cain was called Master Mahan, and he gloried in his wickedness.
Behold, the mark of Cain.
Alright, so what's interesting is that they're attributing the Templars to being descendants of Cain, who was the brother that in the Bible story killed his brother, Abel. But because the Templars weren't formed until much later in history, it might be asked, well, how can they be descendants of Cain in that case? And I think it's a bit tricky because, like, they can still be descendants in terms of family, but are they descendants in terms of Cain beginning the Templars? I don't think so. I think it's more that certain Templars were related to Cain, or maybe that's the implication or something like that. Because later we find out that there's a group called the Order of the Ancients who existed before the Templars did. And so, thinking about it retrospectively, I wonder then if you could say that the Order of the Ancients are related to Cain in some way. So this is one of the things that sort of muddies the waters a bit when you take this game into consideration with all the changes that other games have added and all that kind of stuff. But essentially what they're doing here is equating the Templars with Cain. And Satan said unto Cain, Swear unto me by thy throat, and if thou tell it, thou shalt die. And all these things were done in secret. And Cain said, Truly I am Mahan, the master of this great secret. Wherefore Cain was called Master Mahan, and he gloried in his wickedness. And it's also showing there that Cain is killing his brother to take possession of the piece of Eden that his brother had. Clip, the Romance languages are seductive, while Latin sounded powerful. Italian is what was once vulgar Latin, basically peasant Latin. You're pretty sure Sardinian is actually most like ancient formal Latin in the modern times. That's what you've heard. I see, right. Yeah. I mean, the formation of languages and then what other languages take from it when it's an evolution, you know. Mr. Epic Odyssey is funny because you can't play Alexios as the main character because he makes a better villain, but the other way around, you find Cassandra better as the main character and not a good villain. Yeah, that's the interesting thing with how that game operates, where it's like, it's not this character is canonically this and the other character is canonically that, and if you choose one over the other, you're just simply seeing one side of the story from their perspective. It's not a situation like that. It literally is, okay, the title that each character gets given is the same, but you choose whether you want Cassandra to be known as the Eagle Bearer or Alexios to be known as the Eagle Bearer. And if you choose Cassandra to be the Eagle Bearer, then Alexios becomes Demos. But if you choose Alexios, then he is the Eagle Bearer, and then Cassandra becomes Demos. And so the story stays the same. There's nothing different whether Cassandra is Demos or not, and whether the Eagle Bearer is Cassandra or not. Canon-wise, Cassandra was the Eagle Bearer, and Alexios was Demos. And so because of that, it's interesting how the story still stays the same, but you get a different flavor from the different performances, obviously. Hey there, Mona. Welcome on in. There are records, biblical, that Kenites survived the flood who were descendants of Cain. Oh, really? Kenites that survived the flood. Well, there we go. I mean, that's definitely something that opens the door for these, you know, descendants and stuff. It kind of reminds me of Eagle Vision, and Eagle Vision is something that isn't strictly just what assassins only get, you know. A greater point, of course, is Hatham. You know, he has Eagle Vision, but it's a genetic thing as to why he has Eagle Vision, just like Connor does. It's not some kind of thing that only assassins, you know, get to use as well. I mean, in the Assassin's Creed series, a plumber could have Eagle Vision. You know, a lawyer could have Eagle Vision. A cleaner could have Eagle Vision. You know, it's not dependent on whether you're an assassin or a Templar or not. And if you're not an assassin and not a Templar but something else entirely, then you don't have it. Everyone has it within them for Eagle Vision, but for others it takes a long time for them to own it, like hone it, I mean, and amplify it. And sometimes that takes a long time, but for some others they pick it up at like instantly as well. And so it's not dependent on anything related to whether you're an assassin or a Templar. So given that aspect of things, you don't have to be a Templar to be a descendant of Cain. You know, you could be just someone who's descended from him, for example. So I think that's more how it's supposed to be taken. But there were probably Templars who were descendants of Cain. You know, so people who did become a Templar who were descended from Cain.
That's a fun outfit.
Sweet Jesus! What happened here? Abomination! How dare you defile the dead! Not again! When will the killing stop?
Mr. Epic, I never thought of this idea, but what if they make an AC game where you play as Cain and you're cursed with immortality and can't die because of the mark you get for killing your brother? You make multiple games with different generations, that would be awesome. Yeah, I mean, even if it was something where, like, they had a certain piece of Eden technology grafted into their skin or something, you know, and that grants them that immortality.
There he is! Lajou! Help! Leave me alone! Please, leave me alone!
Oh, hell. Just wanted a quiet day. No, Mama. What? Quiet day.
I am wrong. Someone should stop this.
Hey there, Grail. I'm going really good, thank you, dude. Good morning to you. How's it going? Omega also playing AC Rebellion casually on mobile. Has anyone played that? Doesn't seem too common. No. Yeah, I haven't played that myself. It has quite a lot of assassins from the series in it, doesn't it? That you can play as. Oh, nice, Grail. You going good? You just woke up? Excellent. I really hope you had a good rest. And that you're going to have a great Friday. Clip, so you went like 2.5 months without eating any foods with added sugar, and you had some cookies yesterday. And it's pretty interesting how your body felt afterwards. So what happened, Clip? Like, did you feel sick or something? Or did you, like, get a really big burst of, like, energy or something? Oh, excellent, Grail. That's good. Glad to hear that's going to be a great day. A feather. 3 out of 100. If I was going for all the feathers, then that would just be nothing much at all. Getting 3 of them. Omega, yeah, surprisingly it has almost all of the main assassins and others. If you're not mistaken, you think there's like 130-ish in there. Holy shit. You know, that makes me think that there's definitely enough characters for them to have done a Lego Assassin's Creed game. Clip, well, they felt heavy. You have an autoimmune skin thing that gets triggered from consuming lots of sugar. Oh, I did it. I see, Clip, yeah. Yeah, that's something that I've definitely not experienced. Alien, the Lego AC game would have been so cute and fun. Oh, yeah. And I'll just think of the, like, you know how you have, like, for example, in Lego Indiana Jones, short round, because he's a kid, he's able to get into spaces that you can't as the other characters. Like, could you imagine if Napoleon was one of those characters? Clip, a lot to explain. That's totally fair as well. Omega, oh wow, yeah, they would have made some buku dollars with Lego. They well and truly would, you know. But yeah, there's enough characters, you know, and in all, like, and obviously they could also bring in characters from the comics. Like, obviously it's not just about, okay, only put characters in that could be these very specific things, but you know, just generally so that people can, you know, choose. It's like if you want to do a story from Assassin's Creed 3, but you want to play as, I don't know, Amunet from Origins, you could do that if you wanted to, you know. Doing it as like a game that doesn't take place in the official universe, but is just its own thing. So you could have things like that. You could play Assassin's Creed Brotherhood as Altair, for example, you know, if you wanted to do that too. Lizzie, oh my god, that would be gold. It would be. Oh yeah. Yeah, Grell, could you imagine? Listen, he takes off his hat before squeezing himself into the small space. That's true. This game came out in 2009 and still has better horse mechanics than Assassin's Creed 3, which came out only a few years after in 2012. And you would think that in the remaster of AC3 in 2018 that they would fix it. Nope. So this game has better horse mechanics than even the remaster, of AC3. One of the reasons why is there's no stupid friggin' stamina system for the horses. Now, having a stamina system for horses in and of itself isn't stupid. For example, in Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, having stamina for your horse is done in a way which makes kind of sense, you know. But with AC3, when they did the horse mechanics and added stamina, it just gets in the way. Plus, the horse gets tripped up on a little tiny rock on the ground and stops completely. Which, if you're in a chase sequence on a horse, is annoying. And also, the game doesn't always let you make the horse go fast in a chase sequence. There's some chase sequences where the game won't let you make the horse go fast. So it's like, go figure.
Nicely done. Why are you here? Get down.
And the hat would be bigger than him, Lizzie. Mr. Epic, did hear that Monopoly is one of the biggest mobile games, which earns a lot of money. They're earning billions. You can understand how people can spend so much on mobile games. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the amount of money that would be generated, or that could be generated, very high amounts. Now, why would someone put a wanted poster up here? They're hoping a bird will see it and then communicate to someone that they saw the wanted poster. Swank, 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 swank. Oh, so you saw the wanted person. Swank, 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 swank. Oh, thank you very much, bird, for seeing that wanted poster. And thanks for telling me. Now we know where to look for the person. Thank you. This flies off.
The tall one. You are not going anywhere.
I know he didn't say achoo, but it sounded like he was like achoo.
There! After him! Hurry!
Oh, you can't, you mean. I see. Yeah. Well, that's it too, you know, like, I mean, if you had, if money wasn't an issue, and you could just spend willy-nilly whatever you wanted without worrying, then I can imagine that those people with that kind of income would be fine to spend it on, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, Lizzie, the AC3 horse system does suck. Like, the gallop, the way that they've done it, I would have rather they had a stamina meter. Hey there, Schiller. Thank you for redeeming the leap of fail. Grail dead. With the bird.
Oh shit! This is a dangerous place.
Thanks for redeeming the leap of fail. Sheila randomly coming in from the lurk because you see I'm in San Gimignano. That's no trouble at all. Yeah, I thought I'd come back here and get any codex pages and glyphs that I was missing. Liz, you need to re-find your copy of AC3 and finish that. Oh yeah, that'd definitely be good if you could. Alright, so we need to find a really tall spot so I can do a leap of fail. Okay, Schiller. Here is the leap of fail. A dead body literally falls from the sky and lands right next to the dude, and it's just business as usual. No one reacts. Thanks for redeeming that, Schiller. Lizzie probably will show up when you deep clean your room. Oh yeah. Well, that can happen sometimes too, you know.
Let you! That's so fast, Stronzo.
Yeah, Lucinda. Definitely a good way to use your animated emote of the falling down. Lizzie, you have a dark humor joke right now, but you won't say it. Oh, that's fair enough, Lizzie. Yeah, Schiller. Don't die. That reminds me of what Evie says to Jacob in Syndicate. There's actually an interesting deleted scene from Syndicate that I saw on YouTube recently, and it's a scene in a pub, and Jacob and Evie are drinking at a table together, and Henry comes in and he's quite upset because he's found out that Jacob wants to start a gang. Because he's like, you know, you do realize that they're Templars, right? And there's other dialogue that gets said. I can't remember now off the top of my head what it was. But it's very, very interesting because Evie's reaction to Jacob actually starting a gang is very, very different to what it is in the final game. She's actually really supportive of it, which is definitely, you know, adds a different dynamic to the whole thing. But then Henry just, you know, basically like, you know, shrugs as if, oh, well.
No, stay back. Stop. Oh.
Ah, I see, Lizzie. Yeah. Yeah. I see what you wanted to say before. Yeah. With that. Definitely fitting. I'm not a party to any of this. Ah, but that's what you say, NPC. That's what you tell us. But maybe you're lying. How would we know?
Vile murderer! Stay away!
Healing services for all the gods' flocks.
Take a seat, Ezio.
I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man, and by then it was nothing to me but blinding.
Thanks for redeeming that Bane quote from an actual Bane quote from The Dark Knight Rises. Thanks for redeeming that, Mr. Epic.
This hero's luck will hold his prey, and when he plays his card...
How does he do that?
You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it.
That's me doing it without the Pringles can around my mouth.
The shadows betray you because they belong to me. Theatricality and deception are powerful agents against the uninitiated. But we are initiated, aren't we, Bruce?
It's you! Don't let him escape!
Yeah, Mr. Epic. Yeah, it is a really cool quote as well. Just goes to show that Bane is not just a physically challenging opponent, but he's also a psychologically challenging one too. Because he's able to, he knows what tactics Bruce Wayne has learned as to become Batman, to be able to use it against him. Lizzie, you kind of prefer Jacob over his sister since she overreacted on so many things. Yeah, there's definitely that. There's definitely that. There's also things that are not in Jacob's control that he gets blamed for simply because he killed the Templar that was involved in that part of London. But the thing is, the Templars, they don't like the assassins getting one up on them. So what they tend to do is use the fact that they have so much power over the populace through, you know, so many different techniques that they can make any success that an assassin achieves actually be used to do more nefarious stuff with. You know what I mean? And that's the thing, that's the issue, is that, you know, Evie is so learned in the ways of the assassins, and she's the one that is on the surface, at least, really, really focused on all the kinds of, like, tradition and focus of the assassins, you know, whereas Jacob is a little bit unfocused, but he's still effective. But you would think that Evie would know by then, of course, that the Templars, it doesn't matter what you do, if you win one round against them, there's still millions of rounds left, and they can decide to do something to turn your win into a loss, ultimately, in the next round. And so that's what the Templars do. And so blaming Jacob, for example, for what the Templars did once the bank was closed down, that's not Jacob's fault. You know, he didn't steal the printing plates. He didn't work with the Templars and say, hey, for the lulls, how about you steal the printing plates? You know, the Templars did that because they wanted to use what they could to basically undermine the infrastructure of London, you know. So there's certain things where it's like the character is written to say certain things just to have an opposing view given.
You won't run away this time.
Thank you, Mona, for the lurk. Thank you very much. Lucinda, Jacob grew on you over time. You liked him by the end of Syndicate. Yeah. I mean, that can definitely happen too, you know, with characters that at the start of the story, they may be rubbing you a certain way, and it might be positive or negative. And then as the story goes on, you might start to like them more, or characters you initially liked, you might start to dislike as well. I feel Sean can be a character like that as well, where, you know, some people might not have liked him to begin with and then change their minds later. I mean, there's definitely people who didn't like him to begin with and still don't, which is fair. Yeah, exactly, Lucinda, for the lulz. Could you imagine Jacob saying that? It's like, yeah, for the lulz. Let's just steal the printing plates. Even though we're supposed to be enemies, I just want to do it because, you know, I want the lulz. Good morning, Saber. Welcome on in. How's things going for you? Lizzie in the train crash that didn't cause. That's true, yeah. Yeah. Republica Fiorentina, 1478. Having things load up like this, I like it. I wish they brought that back into the series.
Friends, be warned. He kills for sport. There is no method to his brutal spree.
Yeah, Mr. Epic. Yeah. Yeah, there's people that didn't like Sean Hastings in the series. Saber, you're just waking up. You have some errands to do. Oh, well, I hope you had a good rest, Saber. And I hope that the errands go well also. Thanks for joining the stream. Hey, Spectrum. It's going good, thank you. Things are going really good. How about yourself? Lizzie, it's almost as if she just wanted to one-up him the whole game, no matter what. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely understandable to feel that way about the character of Evie. And the thing is, like, don't get me wrong, she's not a character that I dislike or anything. It's just that from a writing perspective, there's certain decisions that they made which it's kind of like, you know, there has to be a little bit more balance to looking at stuff, you know. Because the thing is, both her and Jacob, though their methods differ, they both represent a different aspect to what it is to be an assassin, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So with Evie being more stealth-focused and being more considerate of the philosophical side of the creed, she's representative of that kind of assassin, which can be really effective. And Jacob is an example of an assassin who is very hands-on, is more about the actual action of doing stuff and getting into the nitty-gritty of stuff. And each has their own, strength and weakness. And I like that, and they end up being the things that make them different end up being the things that is needed in a combined effort, to achieve something. So in many ways, it's about each character learning to have a better understanding of the other and all that kind of stuff. So the end point that they get to with that is really, really good. But some of the path to get there is done in such a way where it comes off as if Jacob only does bad things and Evie only does good things. And that's not a really good balance of stuff, Like, have both of them do things that are good and bad, Balance it out a bit. Keep on seeking and you will find. Spectrum, you could have slept longer, but doing okay. Ah, I gotcha. Well, I hope you can get some longer sleep next time, Spectrum. But that's good that you're doing okay. Saber, some light shopping as someone from your dad's work wants a peanut butter pie and then to drop off the mail at the post office. A peanut butter pie? Don't think I've ever tried that before. That'd be interesting. Mr. Epic, you love Sean and Rebecca. They were like a team with Desmond, but then they had become stupid and killed Desmond off. That's true. Yeah, killing him off definitely had a ripple effect where it was like, it was very, very, it was a very dramatic kind of thing to have happen. And it also set in motion a bit of a directionless aspect of the storytelling for the present day, but they didn't really quite know which direction to go in, so they went in multiple different directions, and some things ended up being carried through to Syndicate and then beyond, but other stuff just got, left on the wayside. So, but Ezio will always be your personal favorite. Nice. That's really cool. Yeah, he's a really good character. Yeah, I hadn't either, Spectrum, to be honest. Peanut butter pie. Mr. Epic, especially like Sean's voiceover for every villain's background before you assassinate them. That is good. I wish that they carried it through for the other games in which he's present. Omega, what's the pie about? Is it a sandwich in the shape of a pie? Now I'm getting hungry. First plucked from a tree guarded by a snake, its powers perform miracles. Then, worn across the ages, torn asunder, hidden under a sea of red. Reconstruct the timeline. Joseph, Egypt, circa 1700 BCE. Jason, Greece, prehistory. Jesus Christ, Jerusalem, circa 30. Henry VIII, England, 1530. David and Goliath, Valley of Elah, circa 970 BCE. Christ disrobed, Jerusalem, circa 30. Jean-Paul Marat, France, 1793. In Assassin's Creed Unity, the game actually takes place over a number of years, including 1793, in which Jean-Paul Marat was actually killed, and one of the murder mysteries in Unity is actually to solve the murder of him. Prometheus, Greece, prehistory. Hannibal, Carthage, 202 BCE. St. Francis Borgia, Spain, 1566. Omega, you love the art that they put in there, lots of real art and artifacts. That's true. And where they decided to put the piece of Eden in certain actual real photographs as well was quite clever. Piece of Eden 66, The Shroud, which of course was first, well, I mean, this game first talks about it, but Assassin's Creed Syndicate was the first game to feature it. In Assassin's Creed Odyssey, in one of the Fate of Atlantis episodes, you actually come across a prototype version of the Shroud of Eden, and there's this mission where this doctor wants you to use it on a patient to try and cure them. So what happens is Cassandra or Alexius, if you're playing as him, get the prototype for the Shroud of Eden and put it on the body, but it blows up. Like the body just completely dies. It was forbidden technology that, that's right, Poseidon. It was forbidden technology that Poseidon deemed was not fit for use as well. So that's another game in the series that has a Shroud of Eden in it.
Hey! What's going on? Prices so low, you won't believe your eyes.
Omega, in Mirage, they have a lot of real artifacts that are in museums and private collections. Would have been cool to able to inspect the items like a 3D model. Oh yeah. Yeah, being able to do that in games is really, really cool. In the Tomb Raider reboot games, I like how you can actually zoom in on the 3D model of whatever item Lara has actually come across. So if you're trying to think if you should go all out for the pie, since it's for someone's birthday, or make it basic like the one that they tried. Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, because I mean, the things that they liked about it, if something else is done different, there might be something that counteracts that. But yeah, it's definitely something to consider. Okay, so what I'm going to do is actually take a break. I'm going to make it a 15-minute break. So I'll just put it to this screen, and I'll pin a message at the top of chat. "15 minutes will do well, because then I'll be able to keep on going for a bit longer and hopefully get to Venice. Lucinda, enjoy your break, Rod. You've got some stuff to do this morning. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you, Lucinda. I definitely will. And thank you for being here too. Muchly appreciated. Would also like to recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda's doing a playthrough of the BioShock series. Most recently also did a playthrough of Dishonored series. Is also working on the Techland Marathon she's doing, which includes Dead Island 1, the Ryder White campaign, Riptide, Dead Island 2, and Dying Light 1 and 2. Also a big fan of the Resident Evil series. Another great streamer to check out. Highly recommend. No worries at all for the shout out, Lucinda. I hope that everything goes well with your errands. Saber, well, you normally drizzle chocolate syrup on the pie for a lattice look, but you didn't have the chocolate syrup this last time around. Oh, I gotcha. So something like that, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends on what that might, change about the taste of it. But, I'm sure you'll figure it out. But yeah, it's one thing to consider. Okay, so I'll be back in 15 minutes. Okay, Ezio and I are back from our break. And here is the codex page to go and grab. Hey there, Grail. Thanks for the welcome back, dude. Just scroll back up to chat. Spectrum, you once made the easiest no-bake pie, mix pumpkin pie filling with vanilla ice cream and spread into graham cracker crust and freeze. Everyone loved it. Oh, well that's cool. Well, that's good that it worked out like that. Saber, you normally drizzle... Oh, sorry, I already read that. Whoops. Oh, that's alright, Grail. Yeah. Sometimes I take a 10-minute break, but I was like, I'll take a 15-minute one, because that'll bring it to about 11 p.m. my time, and I could probably go for another 2 hours, I think, because I really would like to get to Venice. It's kind of like a good amount of game to get to in one stream, and also because I won't be streaming this again until Monday now. Well, after this stream's finished, of course. Spectrum, you would drizzle the chocolate. Oh yeah. Casper, time for you to rest your eyes for 15. That's no trouble at all, Casper. So, have you been blinking at least? For the whole time? Awesome. Whipped cream, Omega. Oh yeah. Whipped cream is delicious. I love that stuff. You tried it by hand once. That's like 20 to 30 minutes of whisking. That's it. It's not a very quick process. That's for sure. Yeah, the mixer, Saber. I definitely would prefer to use a mixer, that's for sure. Unless I really, really had to, like it broke down or something. Thanks for the welcome back, Omega, and Saber as well. Thank you so very much. Grail, of course, self-care is important. It really is, dude. You know what I mean? Like, if you need to take a break when you're streaming, definitely take it, you know. There's no point pushing yourself to go for longer without one when you really, really feel like you need one and stuff like that. As I'm going through this game for this playthrough, I'm kind of thinking about what I want to do for the 15th anniversary of it.
Don't think I won't enjoy this. You are back, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can we talk about it? To the car. We got to get back home.
The best thing to do, if you're playing this game for the first time, these codex pages, it's not something where, oh, they're just optional, so if you don't want to get them all, you can just leave them. Because you'll get to a point in the story where the game is like, right, you need to get the rest of the codex pages before you can go further. So it's definitely good that when you synchronize your viewpoints and you see a location for a codex page, you may as well go and get it as you go through each city. There'll be some points in the game where it'll be the same city, but you won't have access to every single portion of that city. So that's the thing too, especially in Venice. There's certain quadrants that become available at each point in the story.
Come, don't be shy.
Saber, time for you to head to the post office and the store. Hope you have a great rest of the stream. Thank you, Saber. I definitely will. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope that everything goes well. Saber, should you're probably just possibly overthinking like usual. Oh yeah, I know what that can be like though, because you start to think about all the different angles to look at things, and sometimes doing that makes you think of, oh, maybe this will happen. But it's like, well, maybe the other could happen too, and then maybe this could happen too. Nope.
Why? Never mind. I don't want to know.
Right here, we'll get the bastard!
Mamma mia! Get out of here! Leave me alone!
Mamma mia.
Leave me alone! Leave me alone!
Leave me alone. I'm busy. There we go, they said it. I'm only visiting. I don't know what's going on. Sure you don't. That's what they all say. Hey there, Ronnie. How's things going, dude?
Andrea! Andrea! Stupid man, where are you when you're needed?
Yeah, Andrea, where are you? Jeez.
Now, fast.
Where are you? You're ruining it for everyone. The entire city of Florence is up in arms about you. Well, I've been damned a long time, as Sadie says in Red Dead 2.
Do you require a medical assistant?
Okay, so we have another glyph location.
Healing services for all the gods. Dear God, forgive my disrespect.
Oh, nice. That's cool, Ronnie. Glad to hear that you're going well. So what's on the menu? What's on the plan today? You're going to go to Tahiti and harvest some mangoes today? Tahiti? Martyrs. Martyrs! Tsar Nicholas II of Russia. Piece of Eden 34. Joan of Arc, France. There's a movie called Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. For those who haven't seen the movie, it's got Keanu Reeves in it, and there's these two friends, Bill and Ted, and they're flunking their high school history class, and their teacher needs them to do something for this big project, this big production that they have to actually do to pass. Lucky for them, they find out that in the future they're supposed to become this great rock band. They're already part of a rock band that they call themselves the Wild Stallions, but they find out that in the future they will hit it big and become saviors of the universe, basically. So anyway, they go back in time using a phone booth to actually visit these different time periods and meet certain figures from history. And one of them is Joan of Arc. Now the funny thing is, earlier in the movie, their teacher asks them, who was Noah's wife? No, who was Joan of Arc, sorry. And one of them is like, Noah's wife. There we go, Ronnie, you got it. You knew where I was going to go with that. Piece of Eden 25. Oh, that's fine, Lizzie. That's no trouble at all. I hope that things go well, and thank you. I definitely will have one. Thanks for being here and watching. Ronnie, you've seen that movie many times. I haven't seen it for a while, but I remember it being so funny, especially the different people from history that they actually get. They burned Joan alive. They took it. So in AC Universe, the reason why she was burnt at the stake was because she had the Sword of Eden, and the Templars, well, yeah, I think the Templars were around then.
Without the staff, the Tsar was powerless. He could no longer control his subjects. Revolution! Revolution!
Rasputin took it to Tunguska. There's an email in Assassin's Creed 1 that speaks about the Tunguska incident. Ronnie, you grew up a couple of miles from San Dimas. Oh, so cool, dude. Oh, man. That'd be so cool to have grown up, you know, somewhere that was used in a movie like that you enjoy. That's cool. I was saying in AC1 playthrough that one of the writings that Subject 16 did was of this monkey, and we see it in this game, but it's also used in other games like Assassin's Creed Unity. In the scene where Arno is thrown to the Bastille prison, one of the scratchings on the wall that only he can see in Eagle Vision is actually of the monkey, and other sorts of ones as well. Ronnie, that is a weird thing about growing up in LA. You see bits of your hometown on screen pretty often. That's a fair point too, you know, and you'd be able to recognize, even just seeing some tiny portion of the location, would be able to actually recognize it as, oh yeah, this is, you know, somewhere that I know.
You have to show us some of the assassins who plagued our glorious republic has been sighted nearby. He must be destroyed.
You're not allowed. You shouldn't be here. There he is. Lajou!
Let the people of Firenze freely walk the streets once more, knowing no fear. cursed our city by his actions. He is a cancer that slowly spreads, corrupting all we hold.
Hey, you shouldn't be up here.
Do not be taken in by malicious rumors. This man is a ruthless anarchy. We must all work towards his application.
This is the location of the first tomb that you get introduced to. However, we can't access it now because it's literally tied into story progression in a cutscene. So it wouldn't make sense to be able to access it now. Fast forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Get down, or I'll throw you down. You belong down below with the rat. Whoa! Where do you think you are? There may be one bed left at the dungeon inn. No, really. Didn't you see the large box of fruit only bearing down on you? Was I supposed to avoid you?
He'll break something, the idiot. Ride bene chi ride ultimo.
Get down, or I'll throw you down. A private bounty shall be offered to he that brings his purposes. You have me. Take it back, but grant me mercy, please.
Down, down! Get down! Order!
We must destroy this blasphemer. He takes the value. Most dear to all who wish to hope. Turn him upside down. Your father, your...
Ronnie, today you're off to the gym and then you have to go to the lab for a few hours. Oh, nice, dude. That's cool. I hope things have been going well with your gym sessions. And that work has been going well too. How's things coming along with your writing?
What's his problem? Why can't he walk like everyone else?
Most entertaining.
Haha, most entertaining. That's a funny outfit. It's one of the things that someone said in this game earlier. It sounded like they were trying to do a goofy impression with an Italian accent. That's a funny outfit.
La Jew, he's there on him!
La Jew? La me? You mean?
faster!
Ronnie, you're also trying to patiently wait. You submitted your novel to an agent who you hope will become your agent. If she signs me as a client, that would be a really big deal. She's making that decision in the next week or so. You think there is a good chance you will say yes. Oh, hell yeah, dude. That's excellent. It's really good when you can find someone that can, support and also really, believe in what you're doing and be able to help you out, and that's really cool, dude. Yeah, Grail, it was just so funny, like, some of the NPC dialogues in these games is just absolutely hilarious. And then sometimes you get dialogue from, like, the merchants when they're doing their spiels. Like, there's one who loses his assistant. Stronzo. I like that word. I think it means fucker.
Down, laggiù! Stop! After him, ragazzi! I've lost sight of him!
I like that. He knocks me down, and then he's like, I've lost sight of him. Where did he go? What? From the point at which he saw Ezio and pushed him to where he landed, somehow he lost sight of him. Let's have Ezio get some healing.
That's better for now. But prevention is the best cure, I always say. Isn't that illegal?
Yes, it's illegal to jump in a haystack. That's not allowed.
Ezio, you are still alive.
Look at this place. The past 2 years have been kind to you.
But you are not the same at all, are you?
I was hoping you might be able to help me with something.
Anything for you, my friend. Ha-ha! You found another one! How exciting! This one is tricky to break. Clever in its use of ancient languages. Maybe if I just... Oh, it seems to be a manual of sorts for different assassination techniques.
May I see it?
Wait, what's that? It's not so much a design this time, just a series of sketches. What to make of all this? Of course, and why not? What an inspired idea.
Can you make it for me while I try what's in that manual fragment?
Take it. I'll have my assistant set up some dummies for you to practice with. Hey, Vincenzo!
Yeah, Vincenzo, where are you, man? You should be standing right there at all times. I don't care if he might have told you to go somewhere and get something. If you're not there when he needs you, it's like, come on, Vincenzo. I thought we'd been over this. Ronnie, one cool thing about this game is that you can tell how far into the game someone is by how many health squares they have. Well, that is true. That's a good way to tell. But also, the other thing is too, like, there is some armor pieces and stuff that you can't get access to until a certain part of the story as well. But you can certainly get up enough money as early as possible to get a lot of the stuff. Practice what you preach. Practice several new assassination techniques while Leonardo tinkers with the codex pages. Okay, so in Assassin's Creed 1, Altair doesn't do ledge assassinations, which is something that Ezio's going to learn. He can't do assassinations from a haystack or from, like, any other hiding spot. But what he can do in Assassin's Creed 1, but the game never tells you that he can do it, never gives you a tutorial for it, but it is possible, is an air assassination. And when you do an air assassination in Assassin's Creed 1, You need to be a certain distance from your target. They need to be unaware of you if you want it to be successful. And you also have to make sure that Altaire's feet are actually planted against the wall that he's actually holding onto. And then, if you've done it right, the prompt in the top right-hand corner will change to assassinate. And then when you press it, Altair will actually leap off of what he's grabbed onto and do the air assassination on it. But the game never tells you that. It's something that you have to work out without that. And the interesting thing is, when you think about that, it's like, well, how come Altair just can't do it? Why does he have to not be able to do it just normally? Like in this game, for example, when Ezio learns how to do the air assassination, he can do it from a much greater height, and the game points it out to you as a thing that you can do. So it's more upfront about the air assassination and that kind of thing. The interesting thing is, the ledge assassination technique is not in Assassin's Creed 1, but the game Bloodlines, which has Altair in it, actually has the ledge assassination. So, in terms of this instruction set that Ezio gets to do the air assassination, the ledge assassination, and the assassination from a hiding spot, some might be like, well, if they do a remake of Assassin's Creed 1, then if they have him not be able to do an air assassination, or not able to do a ledge assassination, or assassinating from a haystack, that will make it feel like they've gone backwards. And there is a way that I could see explaining why, in a remake of Assassin's Creed 1, you could actually do the ledge assassination. What they could do is say that they were just techniques that at that time Al-Mualim didn't see much value in. And so he didn't actually teach the assassins that. However, some assassins went against that and actually learned how to do it. But they didn't want it to be known that they were doing that kind of stuff. So you could create a situation where Altair was experimenting with these sorts of moves and felt that when he became the head of the assassins, that they should be techniques that they actually do, hence putting it into the codex so that Ezio learns or knows that that's part of the training to do. So I feel like if they were to remake Assassin's Creed 1, to compromise on the original version not being able to do ledge assassinations, and from a hiding spot assassination, compromise so that you put it in, but give good story reasoning and logic as to why Altair would be able to do it in the remake, and still have it match up what happens in Assassin's Creed 2. So they're the techniques that Ezio is going to learn to do that were actually in the codex page that Altair had written. And in Bloodlines, you also see him writing some of the pages of the codex that we end up getting as Ezio, with all these different kinds of, techniques and stuff. And the whole thing with Altair was that he looked at a lot of the stuff that the assassins had been doing up until that point that they were against doing, like using poison, for example. Altair decided that that could be a good thing to use, obviously in the right way. So that was something that he changed, which is why later we'll get an attachment so that we can actually use poison blades as well. So there's a lot of things that Altair put in place for the assassins to follow on with that they hadn't done up until that point as well. So Altair was really a pioneer with the assassins, really, and made them evolve a bit from what they were before. Ronnie Vincenzo, who went on to become a lawyer and star in My Cousin Vinny with Joe Pesci. I still haven't seen that movie, but I've seen clips from it though. When did the assassins invent whistling? Now that I don't know, Ronnie. Maybe they had to alter the human vocal cords in order to do that. I'll also give an example of the kind of positioning and everything that you need to get Altair into to do an air assassination in Assassin's Creed 1.
Remember, all tanning must be conducted outside existing limits. Offenders will be fined.
Okay, so in Assassin's Creed 1, if you wanted to pull off an air assassination, the character had to plant their feet on the wall they were hanging off of, like this. Now if I go over to this ledge here, if Altair's legs were hanging off like that, even if you were the right distance away from the target, he wouldn't be able to do an air assassination. So you would have to get about here. That'd be a good distance, and then press the button to do it. But Ezio, though, he can do it from a much greater height. He can do it from like that height. He can do it from this height. You know, so that's relatively high. So they do make it more doable and easier to pull off, and not as intricate that you need to be. This would be a good opportunity to showcase the different high and low profile assassinations. If I can. Damn it. Oh, hang on. No. Oh, well, never mind. It won't let me assassinate the dummies again.
I've done it. Come quickly. Look. Take it. Try it.
Thank you, Leonardo.
Non c'è di che.
There's someone I need to see while I'm here. I cannot approach him publicly. Would you know a way?
La Volpe.
The fox. Shh. Capisco. But do you know where a fox might roam?
Perhaps near the Mercato, where the thieves dwell. Sta attento, amico.
Okay. Codex page locations are revealed by reaching viewpoints. Exactly. That's what we've been doing. Keep up, game. Jeez.
To all respected members of the Arte del Cambio, the biannual congress has been postponed due to
And now we have 2 hidden blades.
No fancy prices here, just value. Please come back anytime.
Fox hunt. Locate La Volpe, shh, the fox, somewhere near the Mercato Vecchio.
What? My pouch.
Oh,
my money.
Your money. I don't have your money.
Get back here.
Make me.
I really have no interest in hurting you. So give me back my money and we'll call it even.
Not so fast.
What do you want? Who are you?
They call me many things. Murderer, tagliagole, thief. But you may call me La Volpe. At your service, Messer Ezio.
How do you know my name?
It is my business to know everything in this city. Isn't that why you're here?
Indeed. I need to find someone. To know where he'll be before even he does.
Who?
Francesco de Pazzi.
There's word on the street of a caravan just arrived from Roma. A secret meeting at sunset tonight. You can learn something of Francesco's whereabouts there.
Do you know where it is to be held?
Ma certo. Let me know when you are ready, and we'll go. Ah, yes. Here is your money. Follow me. But we must move fast. Think you can keep up?
Nessun problema.
See you there. Meet La Volpe at Santa Maria Novella.
What are you doing back there? I said to keep up with me. Here we are. Francesco di Pazzi is meeting his people inside that church.
How do I join them?
There are catacombs that run under the city. They will lead you to a place where you can eavesdrop on the meeting. Grip that stone handle. Turn it, then slide it down.
Thank you for all your help, Volpe.
Buona fortuna.
Now we can access the first tomb. Novella's secret. Infiltrate Santa Maria Novella's catacombs to reach the Templar meeting. There's a really cool reuse of Assassin's Creed 1 music in a cutscene that we'll see later where Rodrigo... Is Rodrigo there at the time? Now I've got to think if he's actually there at the time. Anyway, there's a meeting that takes place between Templars, and there's some really cool Assassin's Creed 1 music that plays there. As a fan of Prince of Persia, it was really cool when I first played this game back in 2009 to have areas like this, which are very reminiscent of the style of platform structure and climbing things that would be in those ones. Sage, is this Assassin's Creed Odyssey? No, this is actually Ghost of Tsushima, the Italian edition. How's it going, Sage? Yeah, Grail. Sage, man, you love these new RPG games like this. Is a great game. It really is. I love the point in this story where you get to fly a spaceship. That's the coolest. Good one, Freddy off. This is Valhalla Pasta Carbonara edition. Now you want me eating some now you want me eating some pasta carbonara. I love that stuff. Absolutely delicious. Welcome on in, Freddy off as well.
How long do we have to stand here, Saverio?
It's so cold. What do you want, Hilario? Messer Pazzi is paying us good money to watch the entrance, and the dead won't try to murder us. I can't wait to go home to Elena and tell her how much gold we made tonight.
There! On!
Merda! The door! Keep watch while I go look. This was supposed to be an easy job.
I told you we shouldn't have come here. If I hear anything, I'm running to the other guard post, so help me God!
And he's only a few days away from retirement as well. So the fact that he was expecting this to be an easy job is even more of an impactful thing.
Not you! He's there, on him!
Sage, you were just watching some random clips. It's crazy how arrogant Auditore is at the start. Bro killed an innocent man and said, "My way is better." That's so true. He was very, very vicious. And very much not like the way we see him in Revelations in the memory that takes place before that event as well.
Saverio! I'll be back with the other guards!
Yes. I think I got away.
He's not going to get me. Run faster!
Have to find the way out before it kills me. Yes. I think I got away.
Leave me alone! Kill the assassin!
Hello again, Ave. Welcome back.
That's you! Where have I seen him before?
Whereas you hate scripted chase sequences, like when it's obvious they won't let you catch up. Yeah, I mean, if you are quick enough, you can actually get that guy. You just need to remember exactly what parts get locked off to you and what parts break away and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it is possible, but it is tricky. That's right, RV, yeah. Yeah, you can, it is doable. Yeah, Rosie, yeah. Yeah, there's a few that are like that too. Like, they seem like you can't get them earlier than when the final point is, you know, or you can't get them at all, but yeah. Sage, there's certain chase in Black Flag in the Dark Swamp. It's 100% the hardest chase. You bet Rod knows what you're talking about. Oh, is that the one where you have to get to the dude before he reaches a certain point? That you did on your first playthrough, but ever since you haven't been able to do it, I guess you lost your skills. Oh, it's also like timing as well, and there's probably some tricks you can do with not moving the camera, but remembering the movement to do with the angling of the direction and all that kind of stuff. Oh, that part, Sage, yeah. Yeah, that can be annoying in that part. Okay, so there's a really cool piece of Assassin's Creed 1 music that will play in this scene coming up that I was talking about at the start of this tomb, which I really, really like. Jesper Kyd, who did the soundtracks for Assassin's Creed 1, he returned to do it for Assassin's Creed 2. And he'd go on to do the soundtrack for Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, as well as Assassin's Creed Revelations. At least some of the music in that, not the whole soundtrack. And he returned in 2020 to do Valhalla's music, along with Sarah Schachner and Einar Selvik. Sage Alligator's cinematic sliding, random fires, that's true. You know, and that timing can be annoying on the sliding part. He really is, Ave. Yeah, the music that he did for this series is just amazing.
Now, set down the pizza and bring me some chicken. Throw it on top and make it finger-licking. Guacamole, meatballs, whipped cream pouring like waterfalls. Here's a little salsa to make it hot. Here's a lot of ice cream to hit the spot. Toss the fish, let it fly, fly, fly. Pizza pie.
Very well done, Fridtjof. What is that from? Thanks for redeeming it as the Bane impression.
Et benedictio Dei omnipotentis, Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, descendat super vos et maneat semper.
Grazie, Padre. Bernardo?
It's all here. Swords, staves, axes, armor, bows. Our men will want for nothing.
I take this gift to mean the Pope consents.
He gave his blessing to the operation. As long as nobody's killed.
We're all set for the Duomo in the morning, Signore. The bait's been laid, but it wasn't easy. His fool brother keeps changing his plans.
See, we'll need to be on hand to make sure Giuliano even gets out of bed for church tomorrow.
What is it, Jacopo? Do you think they suspect something?
Impossible. The Medici are too arrogant or too stupid to even notice. Likely a bit of both.
Do not underestimate our enemies, Francesco. Or have you already forgotten how your son was murdered?
We'll suffer no such surprises this time, Maestro. You have my word.
Molto bene. I should be off. I've some other business to attend to before I return to Rome. Gentlemen, tomorrow, a new sun rises over Firenze. May the Father of Understanding guide us.
May the Father of Understanding guide us.
I love the vocals in that music. Always gives me chills without fail. Never do I ever hear that music and not get chills.
Look at that statue. It's identical to one in the Villa Auditore. I think you've stumbled onto one of the assassin's tombs Ezio's uncle mentioned.
Now that we know the way in, I'll tag the landmarks containing tombs in the database.
That's cool. Fridtjof. Glad you enjoyed that. Are they your favorite? That was probably AC3 soundtrack by Lorne Balfe. You think that one was him? It was, are they? Yeah. Yeah, he collaborated with Jesper Kyd on Revelation soundtrack. You know the scene in Revelations at the end where it's the carriage chase and Ezio has the parachute? Well, that's one of his pieces of music in Revelations, is Lorne Balfe's. Fridtjof, it's Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen, give me pizza. Now, I definitely wasn't expecting it to be from something like that. But pizza's delicious. Sage, too stupid. Yeah, a lot of these Templars. Whereas the Olsen twins pizza song? Is that what it is, an actual song? Well, there you go. And this is the statue of Darius, who did not become a character we interact with until Odyssey, in the Legacy of the First Blade DLC. Which it was cool and all to see him as a character finally brought to life in the series, but I would have rathered if the game was about him, or at least the DLC was you playing as him. Because originally, Cassandra was going to get the Hidden Blade, so they would have had the animation for the Hidden Blade usage. But they scrapped that. Oh, Rosie, that. Oh no, definitely not. I've never even seen any of their movies. The last thing of theirs that I watched was when I was a kid, which was Full House. So that is why Revelation soundtrack is so freaking good. Darius has been in the game, other than a statue. I don't remember that. It must be really fucking shit. It's a shame, too, because the actor who plays Altair's son is actually... he plays Darius. He does a good job at that, too. Sage Cassandra never gets the hidden blade. Yeah, I'm glad you never gave it a try. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think eventually in the lore of the series she gets one, but not in Odyssey. The Darius voice actor was really good in my opinion, but they really butchered him. They really, really did. You know what I mean? It would have been cool too if there was like a sequence where he was talking about his plans to create a group of people that would use his weapon, the Hidden Blade, to actually, you know, try and fight against the Order of the Ancients, thereby not explicitly starting, or not explicitly being an assassin, literally like, you know, part of the Brotherhood, but kind of softening the connection to this game where they make a statue out of him, if you know what I mean. Like, I feel at the very least, if they had a scene where he talked about wanting to do that, then it would make things, you know, still match up, because you could still have Bayek and Aya forming the hidden ones. Because the hidden blade that they use is actually his hidden blade, you know. So I think there would be a good thematic way to link Darius even further as well. So the very, you know, sort of idea of having a group of people go around could be something he thought of but never implemented in his lifetime. But through using his weapon, Bayek and Aya obviously create the hidden ones who become known as the assassins later on and stuff like that. Odyssey is the biggest waste of potential in the entire franchise. Valhalla and Rogue are up there too, but Odyssey is just such a tragedy. Yeah, there's so many things that they could have done with it as well that they didn't. It really should have been its own IP, I think, to be honest. Mr. Epic, the DLC would have been better if you get a hidden blade from him as a reward. That's true. Yeah. You know, I think that would have been interesting to use.
I know where Francesco will be and when, but...
What is it?
I overheard something. They have weapons, enough for a battalion. Even the Pope has given support.
Typical of Sixtus, but... What the hell are they planning?
I couldn't understand the specifics, but it involves the Medici, and it begins tomorrow morning at the Duomo.
The Medici will all be there for Sunday service. Along with the rest of Firenze.
They're going to do it right in the middle of High Mass.
But it's also a chance for me to blend with the crowd, get close, and stop this madness.
If they succeed, if we lose Lorenzo and Firenze falls to the Pazzi...
It will not come to that. I promise.
I hope you are right.
Sage, you think Rogue is a masterpiece? You're sorry, Rogue tells the top 5 AC story. Oh, that's okay, Sage. Don't feel like you have to be sorry. There's no worries. Not saying it's not wasted potential, but what it does with connecting that many games, showing Templar's POV, showing what happened in between those games. Come on. Yeah. I can definitely understand enjoying it for having you play as someone that sides with the Templars and seeing things from their perspective. I feel, though, that playing as Hatham in Rogue would have been better, because we already had that experience playing as him for that portion of AC3. And if you look at the way that they did AC3 in that part of the game, they really made it seem like he was an assassin still.
Keep away, you murderer! Has he lost his mind?
Because you see other characters in a way in which you would see the assassins, you know, interacting with each other and stuff like that. And you look at William Hickey. Is it William Hickey? I can't remember. Anyway, you look at him, Thomas Hickey. That's it. You look at him, and you might think, would the assassins really want someone like that in their organization? But then you think maybe, you know, it's just part of his, you know, character niche, whatever. But once the game shifts to Connor, so too does the perspective.
You can have the pouch. You shouldn't be up here.
And we start to see the Templars how they really are.
You're not allowed up here.
Especially when we see Charles Lee and William Johnson and I think Thomas Hickey's there at the time too, turning up at Connor's village and what happens there, you know, and we really truly see what the Templars are actually like. Whereas through the eyes of Hatham, we see them very differently. So if Rogue was about Hatham, that could continue on, except the player would be in on it. But Hatham could use that to his advantage, because not every assassin that exists might know that he's actually a Templar. They might think that he became an assassin like his father was, you know, and so use that as manipulation kind of thing. But yeah, seeing the side of things from the Templars, to get more of that, you know, it's definitely interesting to show more of their way of doing things. But I feel like, though, they made the Templars act like they were assassins, that the kinds of approaches that they had were more like the assassins, and that the assassins were more like the Templars. Which changes everything. But it's not used as a way to throw people off the scent from a storytelling point of view. Like, it's not to show that, oh, well, this group of assassins is acting like a Templar. Why is that? Oh shit, the leader of them's a Templar? Damn, you know. Like, you take any faction from any franchise that's actually, you know, the heroes, and you assign them the same traits that the villains have. Unless you're creating a doppelganger of that character, it can be done in like a very creative way, or it can be done in a way that is just pretty much like throwing paint on the wall and just accepting where it lands and saying, right, job done, move on to the next thing. So I feel like they could have fixed that a bit by having Achilles not be the one in charge of the assassins, have someone else be the one, but it turns out that they were actually a Templar the whole time.
Stay away from me.
But the player knows that, but the assassins don't, you know. Because we've already had situations where the player doesn't get told that till the end. And I think it would work better being done in a way where the player already knows, but the characters don't.
Faster, faster! Stay back!
What in God's name possessed you?
But it's very difficult with Rogue because it's canon, and by it being canon, it's very hard to argue for certain things being down to it's because the writers did a certain job, whether it was good or bad, you know. Like, I can say how badly written I feel the game is all day, but it's still canon. So whatever happens in it still happens. Can't really, change that. I don't want them to do this, but I always felt that it would be interesting to say that all the memories that were experienced of Shay were of someone who actually didn't exist, and that the reason why these memories were being explored is to test how accurately the Templars can make memories that didn't actually happen actually feel like they happened, to experiment with people's perception. If I was to retroactively take Shay out of the series, that's what I would do. I would say that the Templars were working on manipulating people into thinking that the memories they're experiencing are actually true when they're not. They're completely fabricated. Because the thing is, Abstergo were taking the memories that did happen, but altering them. So I think the next natural evolution in that process would be to try and recreate from scratch memories completely, down to so many details. That's how I would take Shay out of the canon if, there was a way to do it. But he's part of it, and so I have to accept that as well. But I think there was a lot of potential in a story where you play as an assassin who becomes a Templar. But if they had more time, and this is the problem, if they had more time, then maybe some of those decisions that they locked in would have been changed because they might have thought of a different way to do something that would actually make it better. Here's a real hilarious thing about Odyssey's DLCs. The paid ones are absolute shit, and 2 of the worst DLCs you ever experienced, and the free one is really good, even better than the base game. So, are you talking about the one where Cassandra goes on a holiday? Is that the free DLC you're talking about?
Di Grazia, stay away from the artwork on the walls. And when your men paint the dome, take care not to disturb any of the sacred relics in the lanterna on top. They are the most important artifacts in our church.
Yes, Padre. Just make sure to pay us the full sum for our work.
Mr. Epic, personally indeed, you didn't like the fact that there was no Hidden Blade in Odyssey, but the game nowhere as bad as Valhalla, in your opinion. Yeah, I think for me, don't get me wrong, Valhalla's not perfect, and I wouldn't say that it's the perfect example of a modern, AC game. But what I do appreciate about Valhalla is there was an attempt that I feel was successful in regrounding things back in a way that actually matches how the lore is supposed to be, not what Odyssey changed it to be. Things like that. And I feel it's a step in the right direction that they made with that. However, what I will say about the game is it is too long. Even if you just do the story, it's too long. Also, there's no actual ending with the base game content. 2 years later, they come out with Eivor's final chapter to finish the story off. 2 years after the game came out initially. And that's ridiculous, you know. The Alliance map and the story arcs, I feel some of them should have been optional. The ones that really stand out to me that are good story arcs are ones that are related to the Order of the Ancients, or ones where it's not really feeling like you're trudging through boring stuff. For me, one of the most boring story arcs is where you have to help that Elderman who has a long-lost love, and he wants to get back to her, and his wife that he had to marry doesn't want to be with him anymore, and has tried to set up a fake kidnapping to get away and, you know, go back to France, you know. However, the only thing I like about that story arc is what's related to Rollo, the Viking that you actually meet in that. But I feel that that should have been an optional story arc that you didn't have to do. But yeah, Valhalla is just really bloated as a story. But I do like the things that it adds in it, like especially with the sages. I know it's something that repeats what had already been done with Aita, but at the very least they put it in a very different context and a different approach to how it's done. With Aita, it's multiple times he can become reborn inside of a human body. With the other sages, though, in Valhalla, it's only a one-time deal. It only happens once. It doesn't happen multiple times. That's a big difference between the two, and it also plays into the fact that there were different types of Isu, that it wasn't just they were all the same. There was different, like there are different countries with different people in different countries. There were different Isu around the world that were very different, you know, from the other. So there was not this one size fits all kind of thing, and that played into that too, because one group was doing one thing and then the other group was doing something else. So Juno wanted to have her husband be reborn, whereas Odin wanted to just survive Ragnarok so he could continue living on, you know. So that's why he wanted that, you know. And so that's where the difference is between the different types of sages as well. But having said that, though, I feel we've done enough Isu stuff now. We've done Odyssey and Valhalla that has a lot of Isu stuff in it, and Mirage to a lesser extent. Lesser, I say, because it's not really 100% the focus of the story. People who've played Valhalla already know what's going on with Basim, but people who haven't might not. And so, for those people who might not, it works better, and it's less Isu stuff. But for people who already know, it might feel like it's really upfront with a lot of the Isu stuff, whereas it's kind of a bit sort of like trying to cater to the two groups of people who are actually, you know, playing Mirage as well. But I think we've had enough of the Isu stuff, or at the very least, make it some side content that you can do if you wish, but not something that's actually tied to the main narrative or something like that. Lessen it a little bit. Frediosu enjoyed the gear grind, min-maxing stats and skill system in Odyssey. Also, Cassandra is a super fun character. Well, that's good that you enjoyed it, you know, because it's something that we each have a different sort of like feeling on as well. Like, sometimes it's kind of like a relaxing thing, you know, going around and grinding in a game and, you know, just doing things to achieve that, you know, and getting into the nitty-gritty of stuff. Veyroka is a good idea for a story, in my opinion, but the story itself falls flat and doesn't do what it could and should. That's a huge waste of potential. Yeah, I think the concept of playing as someone who becomes a Templar is definitely an interesting one, and it's extending that idea into something more prominent Whereas, well, I mean, not more prominent. Something that is done for longer than what AC3 did, because obviously you only play as a Templar for the first few sequences, and then for the rest of the game you don't. Hey there, Stan. How's it going? Welcome on in. That's probably mainly because writers had 3 months to write the story. That's true. That's true. Exactly. You know, Ubisoft was like, hey, we still have some players who aren't moving over to the Xbox One or the PlayStation 4 yet. So how about we come up with a new game that we can release on the Xbox 360 and PS3 so that those people who haven't moved on to the next generation console, at that time, of course, can still experience a brand new Assassin's Creed story, but for the Xbox 360 and PS3. So that's when they decided to actually do Rogue. By that point, the writers of Unity had already locked in the writing, the performers had already performed, and everything was locked in place. Which is why Shay is never mentioned in Unity, because he didn't exist, literally didn't exist, until the writers of Rogue were like, hey, how about we make it that our character Shay actually kills Arno's father? You know, so they wedged it in there as a thing. But it's not actually it wasn't originally intended to be Shay from the perspective of the people who did Unity. It was solely a thing of, hey, we'll make up a new character, and how about we have this character be the one that kills Arno's father, and then that way there'll be a bit of cross-promotion between Assassin's Creed Rogue and Assassin's Creed Unity, you know. Mr. Epic, yeah, the gear system was kind of fun. You could make multiple builds, Assassin's build, Warrior build, and Archer build. Oh, exactly, yeah. Yeah, it's good to give the player options, and to be able to go down a certain road. Though you love Thomas Hickey, he's really fun. You totally understand John Pitcairn and think William Johnson tried to do the best for his order and the natives. AC3 Templars has so many layers, and they feel like true Templars while being people you can understand and sort of support. They're just so well written compared to the Templars in the Ezio trilogy. Well, I don't know really. Like, I think William Johnson is trying to do the best for the Templars, not for the natives. Considering he gives them an ultimatum. Either accept our help and do what we want you to do, or we kill you, you know. Oh, that's okay, Grail. That's no trouble at all. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that you have a good one. Would like to highly recommend people check out Grail's channel if you haven't before. He's doing a permadeath challenge with No Man's Sky at the moment. He's also playing through Skull and Bones, and he's a great streamer. He has a really cool vibe and a great community, so you'll definitely have a great time. And if you also want to have a channel where you can just, you know, go and chill and lurk, definitely recommend checking out Grail's channel for that as well. And thank you so much for being here, Grail. I really hope that you have a good one. Rosie, how would you feel about a complete lore reboot? I don't know, really. It's just one of those things too, where it's like, long after I'm dead, there'll be Assassin's Creed games. So what am I going to care after that? You know, I'm just kidding. I don't know. It depends. But then again, I don't know, because it's undoing stuff. Then are they Rogue Templars act like assassins, and assassins act like Templars, like the opposite of the Ezio trilogy? That's true, especially when you have the assassins in Rogue working with gangs to use poison against innocent people. It's like, yeah, that's definitely what the assassins would do. Alien Fodder, if there's one assassin you would take out of the canon, it's definitely Edward. What a jerk. Oh, would you, Alien Fodder? Well, that's a shame, because I really do like his character a lot. But that's understandable, though, if there's characters that you would rather see taken out of the canon. Mr. Epic, you found it funny that Ubisoft said they're not going to do mythological beast and all that in Valhalla, but they still did it. But there's an answer to that, was that Eivor was high and tripping balls on drugs. Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if in AC Red you get a pet dragon that you can fly around the game world with and breathe fire on your enemies with. The Vacation DLC. Oh, yeah. It gives her more character development than the entire base game. Her equals Cassandra. That's true. Yeah, it was kind of cool that they added content in that way, you know. It's a different story to that Eivor content where they finish off Eivor's story, because the story in Odyssey, where it leaves off, when you eventually do all the stuff, is still like a solid ending in comparison to what Valhalla does with their content, you know, in that regard. Rosie, everyone has demon eyes in this one. That's because they're all demons, Rosie. Demons! That informant in AC1 who talked about demons was on the money. Stan, would you like to see the Alliance map? No, I would map Alliance the sea to like you would. Instead, actually. Mr. Epic, you hated the Alliance map. I did too. It's the most annoying thing in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, especially the part where you have to fight it. Just kidding. But I can understand the hatred for the Alliance map. Especially too because there's so many story arcs that could have been cut or could have been optional. Hey Absolution, welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Stan, once again you'll blame capitalist bosses for that bloat. It's a late International Workers' Day celebration for you apparently. A late one? Well, better late than never, huh? How dare one hate the Alliance map? It's our profit. It will save us from our sins. Give in, people, give in. Don't look at it. It'll melt you. Mr. Epic, funny thing, you remember almost nothing from Valhalla goes to show how good a game it is. And that's fair too. You remember a lot from Odyssey and you played that game on release. Yeah. I guess too, there's just things that stick with us more, than other stuff as well. Hey there, troll. Welcome on in. Thanks for redeeming the random Assassin's Creed character quote. Assassino! There we go. Just kidding. I'm not going to do that as the sole quote. I'll grab a quote for you, dude. Okay, so I've got a quote. Have you ever watched a bird in flight? It's not about being lighter than air. It's about grace and balance. You must use your body's own weight to control your elevation and direction. So that's Leonardo da Vinci from this game, talking about his flying machine. But that's why he said the order in the natives. When the natives said no thanks, he would kill the leaders. That didn't happen because he was stopped, but in his final moments he spoke about how other people won't be as patient and give the natives the same choices, which is what happened in real life. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things too where, like, amongst a group of evildoers, there is also someone who's not as evil as the others. So if you go through each one and say, well, at least this one's not as evil as the other one, therefore the one who's less evil is good in comparison, And a lot of the time the Templars are of that sort of thing where it's like, oh, but humanity would be lost without us. It's like, well, maybe that can be true, but that doesn't mean that it's fully true. You know what I mean? After all, nothing is true. But it's that kind of moving the goalposts as well too, where it's like, oh no, but this, it was that, but no, it's now this. And then the person's like, okay, well, if it's that then that means this. Oh no, we're past that now. We're now onto this. Changing the goalposts on stuff can be very annoying as well. So I feel like even if William Johnson, amongst all the others that come after him, was more patient, that's similar to saying, well, at least that serial killer used to help people across the street. Sure, he killed some people, but at least he did some good stuff too. It's kind of like, or, whatever. So yeah, I kind of feel like a lot of the stuff that the Templars talk about might be true, either fully or to a certain extent, but it doesn't mean it should be accepted and that people should just lie down and let it happen, Rosie, Malacas. Il Duomo secret. Explore Basilica Santa Maria del Fiore and find the assassin seal hidden within.
Bene. Now I have a way back up in case I fall. Hey Lynn, interesting. You still remember using that damn flying machine with Ezio. You had such a hard time. Yeah, it can be annoying too, especially when you don't get to the next fire pit in time to be able to get more height. Mr. Epic, the last DLC from Odyssey also wraps the game up good where you see your spear running out of power. You remember that ending, but you got to be honest, you barely remember the ending from Valhalla because around that time you stopped caring about the story. Well, that's fair too. You know, if you're care about something in a movie or a game gets to a point where you don't care enough, you know, it's definitely understandable to not pay attention to everything, maybe, you know, like you might be fidgeting or you might be looking at your phone and just glancing up at the movie every so often, or, you know, playing the game, stopping for a bit and just doing something else and then coming back, you know. Pretty off. Most of the AC games you played once when they released, so you've really forgotten all these story details you're discussing. Maybe going to watch some video essays on YouTube to refresh your memory. Oh yeah, there's so many good ones on YouTube and different you know, perspectives on stuff. There's definitely a wealth of that to find. And I know what that's like, you know, with games where you only play them once and you sort of like might remember certain things, but you need to see someone else play it again or play it yourself again for other things to pop up in your memory again, where you're like, oh yeah, that's right, I remember this now. There you see the Templars and Assassins, the two sides of a coin. Both want the best, but if we put this into a Star Wars perspective, the Templars turn to the dark side easier, whilst the Assassins turn to the light. Yeah, I guess you could put it that way, you know, in the way that Star Wars sort of puts the two factions, the Jedi and the Sith, as well. Pretty off, but who's going to bring balance to the Force? That's a good question. I mean,
First, they might have to figure out the meaning of life, and then that might help them. They need to boost their midichlorian count. Yeah, Alve, that was annoying when that happened. Though you remember the ending of Odyssey is Cassandra sitting with her family eating, then Alexius begin fighting the stepbrother. Oh yeah. I feel like there's something cringy about all the different endings that you can get as well. And I definitely think that's a bit cringe with Stentor and Alexius fighting each other. Plus the animation for it is just ridiculous. Like, it's the animation loop that you would expect in like a, you know, like a PlayStation 1 game or something. You know, at least have it where one of them gets the other one onto the ground and then, you know, maybe one of them kicks them in the nuts or something. I don't know, just do something to make it a bit more, you know, give a bit more oomph to their fight or something like that. I don't know. In terms of saving everyone, if you want to do a playthrough where you do, that's something that, you know, could be considered a good ending, of course. Getting everyone to the end of the game. That's a good one, Fridtjof. Cassandra's pretty strong in the Force. That's right. That's what the spear of Leonidas may as well be. But the Chosen One could be Haytham. His story is in a sense similar to Anakin's, but he dead, long dead. That's true. He's very, very long dead. Sage, nah, bro, you remember being like 11 to 12 years old and this one was super hard for you. Oh, I could imagine, Sage, you know. Because I find too that sometimes the camera doesn't help you. Especially if you're going with the flow of moving as the character and then boom, the camera changes and you then have to recompensate by adjusting which direction you're moving the controller in of a split-second difference. Mr. Epic, you always felt that Jedis weren't the one true path. Didn't agree with that you see dark is not all because you get to express your feelings, and not only that, you can get a lot stronger by learning the dark side. Look at Darth Plagueis the Wise. He was allowed to stop the aging process. Able. Not all bad, you meant. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's it too, you know. It's sort of like the idea that any kind of attachment can lead to someone and their demise or their downfall. You know, things like that as well. But some attachments are good, you know, like, for example, if someone is attached to doing the right thing, like, that's something good, you know. But people can become so attached to things that they lose sight of, you know, themselves and do things that they shouldn't, you know. That's also something that, and I feel like it's just showing that anything can be, you know, taken to an extreme or whatnot, you know. And sometimes it's the intentions that were pure in the beginning, but certain compromises kept being made and the goalposts were shifted by the person that they ended up going down a really bad path, you know, things like that. And it's like with technology too, like technology is not all good or all bad. It depends on how it's used as well. And I think there's certain things about humanity that can be used for good or bad, but it doesn't make humanity in general good or bad. And there's so many degrees too. Good people can still do bad things, and bad people can still do good things, you know. And whether we feel that the person is deserving of any kind of forgiveness if they were doing bad things because they're a good person is definitely up to different people, you know, to decide. And obsessions, you know, things can become an obsession to the point of destruction, you know, like Anakin's obsession with trying to make sure that the people that he loves can't die. First it was his mother, and then it becomes Padme, you know, the love of his life. That pushes him to certain things that he does in the hopes that it's going to help prevent. But in so doing, he ends up doing the very things that are what makes the deaths happen. Granted, there's nothing that he could have done in his mother's case. But there is something that he could have done in the case of Padme as well. And not actually, you know, be corrupted and stuff.
He must have his Sakasan way moving like that.
I suppose I should find a way to stay in shape too.
His comment. Okay, let's go back to a mission. There's only one chosen one, Sean. He will bring balance to the Force. All it will take is joining Abstergo and butcher all assassins. Then he can whoop the ass of Alan Rickon's daughter, whatever her name was. Sophia Rickon, yeah. From the movie. Played by Marion Cotillard.
Bring me your sick and wounded.
Mr. Epic, your typing is so bad. Damn, sometimes you miss typing. Something, sorry about that. Oh, that's okay, Mr. Epic. Definitely don't need to be sorry about it, you know. If there's anything that people type that I can't make out, you know, I definitely don't mind trying to decipher, you know. Because the thing is, like, you can definitely still get the gist of things, even if everything isn't spelled perfectly, you know what I mean? Like, let's get Ezio some healing. Just save some medicine.
Don't be shy. I only aim to heal. I meant no offense. A bit of rest and you should be well recovered, friend.
You always thought Dooku was much more agreeable than the Jedi Order. The only thing that sucked was that Grandpa Palps had his hands all over him. No, wait, that sounds sus as fuck. I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean, you know. He's, a character that, yeah, you know, I could have seen him potentially going back to the light side, you know, as well. Darth Plagueis was a dark lord of the Sith. So powerful and so wise. He could use the Force to influence the midichlorians, to influence the Force, to use the midichlorians, to influence the Force, to create life. Thank you, Fridtjof, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Could you imagine Arnie as Emperor Palpatine? Mr. Epic always found it stupid that Palpatine killed his master Darth Plagueis the Wise before learning how to stop the aging process. That should have been on his list of priorities. Wolves in sheep's clothing. Prevent the conspirators from attacking the Medici family.
There's Lorenzo and his wife. There's Giuliano, Lorenzo's brother. Where is Francesco? There he is. Time to strike.
Crypt!
Traditore! Giuliano, no! No! In nome di Dio, vi scongiuro, pietà!
Nessuna pietà! Cane maledetto! Muori! 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 Your day is done, Lorenzo! Your entire family dies by my sword!
Infame! Murder! I'll kill you!
You brought this on yourself! Die! Just die already!
Please! I need help! I'm more than capable of hunting you down. You saved my life.
It's nothing. But the man who did this to you has to pay.
Not now. I need help first. To my home. People I trust there. Can you...
All right, this way.
I'm losing a lot of blood.
Hang on, signore. I'm moving as fast as I can.
Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Francesco de Pat! I had hoped combat could be avoided. I've not forgotten how to wage war.
Quietatevi, signore. Conserve your energy, or I'll be delivering a corpse. We're almost there now.
You're not alone, brother!
I want to die!
Max! Leave me alone! Please! I had hoped
Leave me alone!
avoided. Ha!
Follow my lead.
I'm more than capable of cutting you down.
I'm with you.
Please, just leave me be!
No,
Get
ma.
back to any of you.
Pick it up now.
Bondi.
Whatever this is about, please grant it, Get down, or I'll throw you down. I've not forgotten how to wage war. I had hoped combat could be avoided. So be it. Ha! I'm more than capable of cutting you down.
Leave me alone! Leave me alone!
Misericordia! No!
Please, don't kill me!
Lorenzo's been wounded! Aprite la porta!
What's the password?
Poliziano, open the maledetta porta.
By the thrice greatest, come in, quickly! The city is at war! Hurry!
Wait. I am in your debt. Tell me, why did you help me?
You are not the only one who lost a brother to the Pazzi. My name is Ezio Auditore.
Ah. You're Giovanni's son. Your father was a good man. He understood honor, loyalty.
The Pazzi thugs are storming the Palazzo della Signoria. We cannot hold them off much longer.
No. If they get inside, they'll murder our supporters and put their own devils in power.
Then my survival would mean nothing. I have to... Francesco de Pazzi. Help save our city, Auditore. Kill him.
Certainly. Hey there, Lucas. Good morning to you. How's things? Yeah, he was a great character, Mr. Epic. Star Killer. I never played The Force Unleashed 2, but I played the first one. Welcome back, Shillerlock. Welcome back, dude. Oh nice, Lorenzo de Medici, the man who fell into Arno. That's true. He fell into Arno.
Signori, I saw Francesco lead a battalion around the back of the Palazzo della Signoria. I fear he may be seeking another way in.
Go, before it's too late. Do what you can!
Farewell, Francesco. Find and kill Francesco de Pazzi. But first, let's hear from Sean about him.
Francesco de Pazzi. Brought up as a noble in a city captivated by the newly rich Medici family, Francesco was taught to hate the middle class and its social climbers. Dismayed, he watched as the Medici Bank eclipsed his own, and centuries of influence over the Florentine government slipped away. It looks like the Spaniard offered him a solution. Rather than compete in something as dirty as banking, Francesco only had to do one thing for the Templars, one thing to put the middle class in their place for good. Kill the Medici. Giovanni Auditore tried to stop Francesco by putting him in jail, but the Templars took care of that.
Francesco de Pazzi. Profession: noble and banker. Cousin of Francesco de Pizza, who was actually a better person. They were separated at birth, even though they're cousins. So that bit of improvisational work doesn't actually work. Could you imagine being the owner of the AC franchise? You would change the canon a lot to make every single AC game reach their fullest potentials. Yeah, because there's definitely games that don't reach their full potential, or characters might not, or they did reach the potential, but the potential for expanding things further hasn't been met.
Madness must get out of here.
Keep at it. Show them who the real capo is.
Madness must get out of here.
Ezio is also a professional cleaner. Now that's a powerful broom. Damn it, I lost it now. There you were definitely retcon or whatever you call it, Desmond story. I mean, spoiler alert for Valhalla, but Desmond is reborn just in a different form. Sheila, it sounds easier as it is. You can never meet everybody's expectations of an AC game. As long as they have the lore accurate and not ducking all of it over, looking at Odyssey, and not having absurd superpowers, looking at Odyssey, and it's actually about being an assassin, looking at Odyssey and Valhalla, you're okay with the game. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, concept-wise, anyone can become an assassin or a Templar, you know. A lawyer can become an assassin. You know, a pirate can become an assassin. Or they can become a Templar, you know. But the majority of the game should be you playing as an assassin, you know. And so far, out of all the games released since Origins, there's only been 2 games where we've played as an assassin. Now, before someone says, yeah, but they're called the hidden ones, it's like, well, yeah. But imagine a business that just changes its name. It's still the same business. It still does the same thing. They just decided to change their name. That's like with the assassins. They used to be called the hidden ones. Then they started calling themselves assassins. They're still the same group of... They're still the same faction, you know. But we've already had Origins. I mean, we've only had Origins and Mirage, where you actually play as assassins / hidden ones. Whereas in Odyssey and Valhalla, we've played a mercenary and a Viking as well. I think of Edward differently because, yes, we're playing as a pirate for the whole game, but he learns the kinds of things that an assassin would learn, but he also knows how the others operate, how the Templars operate. So he already knows that kind of stuff. So him becoming an assassin in the lore outside of the game of Black Flag, for me, is enough to consider himself an assassin. Because he does become one, and he remains one until he's killed. You know, so... But in the case of Odyssey, and the case of Valhalla, they're not, or never become, you know, hidden ones or whatnot as well. And I think we've had enough games where you don't, to go back to the ones in which we do.
You again! Why aren't you dead? Men! Slaughter him!
The toy is somehow familiar.
Hey, you!
Well, those side ejects didn't go as I planned. That last one fucked me over. Ezio didn't keep the same elevation as he had kept for the other ones.
That's the tall one.
I've seen him before.
But you! Don't get away!
Oh, the boy thinks himself a master swordsman. So you've drawn some blood. My men will make short work of you. Desisting! You're only delaying your inevitable and painful end. What do you think you're proving? That you're a loyal servant to that Guards! Guards!
No one's coming. It's just us now.
Maledetto che il diavolo ti porti! Stammi lontano!
I was hoping to trigger combat with him, but he'll just keep on running. Because I wanted to kill him with a counter kill with a hidden blade like I did with Vieri. Because I've never actually tried to do that with all the main targets. I mean, I didn't try to do it with Uberto. So I've never actually tried to do that with any of the targets until this playthrough. So it's good to know that you can't do that with Francesco. Let's kill him with a broom.
Now Firenze will judge you for what you've done.
It's over. It's all over.
Meglio essere felici in questa vita che aspirare a esserlo nella prossima. Requiescat in pace.
Devo andare a finire. Non voglio discutere niente.
Libertà! 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 Popolo e libertà!
Libertà!
Francesco?
Hey, Francesco, how's it hanging? Sorry, chat. I'll catch up in a moment. Mr. Epic, you heard a while back that they are making an Iron Man game. You hope it's going to be open world and not multiple areas. You have dreamt for years now for a Superman game, but since Warner Brothers simply refused to make one, an Iron Man is the best hope we have for something like that. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, the concept of, characters that can fly, and with Iron Man, of course, it's all technology that gives him the power, whereas with Superman, for example, it's naturally within him to physically be able to do that stuff as well and have those abilities and things. So in terms of video games, it's probably easier to do things with Iron Man that could actually make gameplay sense as to why they are the way that they are. Especially if you were to do a origin story game of Iron Man and have it that the first version of the suit doesn't have the advancements that you get later in the game, for example. Whereas Superman's different because if you want to restrict what he can do, you have to do contrived reasons like, there's a certain element that, is preventing him from doing it, And in video game terms, if you're giving power to the player to play as a character who's very powerful, it's like, what are the restrictions that you need to place on it for gameplay? Like, for example, if you're playing a Superman game, because he can actually exist in outer space and survive, you would then think that you'd be able to make him fly into outer space. Now, if he's not able to, they have to come up with reasons why he can't. And for some people, that doesn't translate to a great gaming experience. So that's a bit more difficult. Whereas with Iron Man, because his is technology based, you can actually do it in a different way where it's like he doesn't have the tech yet to do that. But he will, because he'll discover, I can do this now, cool. So I'll take that information and I'll use it to create an upgrade for the suit. So probably an Iron Man game has more potential to be done well. I know they've already done one, I think, in the past, but I haven't played it, so I don't know how good or bad it might have been. Hey there, Babs. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for joining. And thank you so much for the 6 months in a row of subscribing. Thank you very, very much for that, Babs. It's hard to believe that it's been 6 months now, but thank you so very much for that. I hope things are going well. Mr. Epic, the Wonder Woman game with the Nemesis system also sounds good. That's true, yeah. I think it'll be good, to have a Wonder Woman game. I'm interested to see what they're going to do with it. Hopefully they don't, turn it into a terrible game. Because I think Wonder Woman has got a lot of good potential for a video game.
Babs. Welcome on in to the Assassin vs. Templars and Light vs. Dark talk session with an AC2 playthrough as background. You will learn to embrace the light with us.
Good one, Ave. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Babs, guess what you're playing? I haven't actually seen what you might have typed in chat after that, so I'm going to guess. Is it Assassin's Creed 1? Mr. Epic, to be honest, Edward at the end of the game already joins the Assassins, and you can even see them in your homestead at the end of the game. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't gone through the initiation process yet, but he definitely is ready and worthy, to actually have that happen as well. I'll give you a clue. You're watching it? Oh, well, it'd be this one then. Well, that's good. That's excellent that you're playing it for the first time. That's awesome, Babs. I hope that you enjoy the experience. Well, that would be good, Babs, to play through a game in the series all the way through. That would be cool. This has such a really good story, this game. Schiller death by broom, a fitting end. He wanted to sweep away the Florentine government, but in the end, he got swept away. Yes, the bristles were just too powerful for him. That's a good one, Schiller. I like that. Exactly, Babs. Sweep him to death. Yeah, it's so funny because you wouldn't think that they would let the broom be a weapon, but they did. Okay, Lorenzo, let us talk. Oh, damn, I forgot to actually put this actor's name, who plays Lorenzo, but also plays Bartolomeo, and that is Alex Ivanovich. They're the other games in the series that he's actually played characters in. And also, he was in my favorite Dark Pictures horror game, which is Little Hope. He plays a couple of characters in that too.
When I was 6 years old, I fell into the Arno. I soon found myself drifting down and into darkness. Certain my life was at an end. Instead, I woke to the sound of my mother weeping. At her side stood a stranger, soaking and smiling at me. My mother explained that he had saved me. And so began a long and prosperous relationship between two families. Yours and mine. I am sorry I could not save your father and brothers.
You have nothing to apologize for. I believe Jacopo de Pazzi played a part in their deaths. They attack on you as well. I need to find him.
That coward fled before we could arrest him.
Have you any leads?
No. They've hidden themselves well.
They?
Jacopo was not the only conspirator to escape.
If they work with Jacopo, they were surely involved in the plot against my family as well. Give me their names.
Antonio Maffei, Archbishop Francesco Salviati, Stefano da Bagnone, and Bernardo Baroncelli.
Bene. I will go and see my uncle. He has men stationed in the countryside.
Wait. Before you go.
A codex page.
I took it from the files of Francesco de Pazzi, seeing as he clearly no longer needs it. I've always had an interest in things of antiquity, as did your father.
It is meaningful to me as well.
Then consider it a gift. Che il Signore ci protegga.
The Pazzi conspirators. That's who we need to deal with. Next up. Have you seen The Last Kingdom? It's a show set around the same time as AC Valhalla, but without assassins and Templars.
I've marked the Palazzo Medici on your map. In order to achieve 100% sync with Ezio's life, you should go explore it.
Okay, so I won't be doing that one as part of this playthrough. But without assassins and Templars, it tells not only a better story, but also a better AC story than Valhalla. Truly sad. I haven't, no. I have heard of it though, and I've heard really good things about it as well. And I've seen a bit of Valhalla, the show. I've seen a bit of Vikings as well. I thought what I had seen of that was looked pretty good. But as for The Last Kingdom, I haven't actually watched any episodes of it. But I do like that era, you know. And that makes me think there hasn't really been an Assassin's Creed game that has chosen a bad setting to be set in for me. Like,
All who need aid are welcome.
There hasn't been a place yet where I'm like, oh, I don't know about the game being set there. I've always been open-minded about where a game in the series is set as well, and what era, you know, they kind of look at and stuff like that. Mr. Epic, to be honest, you don't need to have Superman go to space and him being a literal god, it's true, but there are enough enemies that go toe-to-toe with Superman. Yeah, I mean, that's true as well. You know, having enemies that he has to face in the game can determine, you know, the difficulty. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it's still a video game, so you still have to expect some video game isms to be part of it. Yeah, are they? Yet another win for Giovanni. You're not wrong there. Hey there, Crooked. Welcome on in, Senny. How was your stream? How did you go with Prince of Persia: The Two Thrones? Did you finish the game, or you still got some to do? Welcome on in. Welcome to you and your raiders. Hey there, Hermione. Welcome in. How's it going? They also, why the hell did they remove the Sean talks about main targets from AC Brotherhood Revelations and 3? I don't know, but it would have been good. Especially as a streamer, too, because it's always good to have stuff that you don't have to read out loud. Zera, thank you for redeeming the Leap of Fail. Alright. Now, it's not AC1, so I can't make Ezio do a Leap of Fail into water, because he'll survive. That tower looks good. While not illegal per se, remember...
Stay back! Don't make me kill you!
Oh, no worries, Babs. No worries at all. Zereth, all the fail, all of it, every bit of it, even that little scrap of fail. Oh, AC2 is going great, dude. I'm going to keep on going till we get to Venice. But I've been doing the challenge tombs. We did the main one. Well, we did the first one, sorry, as part of the main story. And I also did another one as well. And been doing the glyphs. Got some codex pages. It's going really, really good. And yeah, getting close to wrapping up with Firenze. The Vikings in general is the more popular Viking show, but you just prefer The Last Kingdom. Because it feels a lot like AC in terms of how they do the history in the game. Also, since you love Viking history, that show is like fan service. Well, that's good that you enjoy it, especially because it's something that you're passionate about too. It's always good when those two things can align. Zereth, yeet! That's definitely going to be happening. There's going to be some yeeting going on. Oh, that almost became a leap of fail that I didn't want to do. Okay, so here we are. Time to do a leap of fail. Thank you so much, Zereth, for redeeming the leap of fail. That's something that I'm going to keep going for all the AC games. It's going to be tough, though, when I get to Odyssey, trying to figure out a way to make it kill the character. I think I'm going to have to do...
I I've marked the Palazzo Medici on your
Oh, yeah.
map. In order
Rebecca's
to
already
achieve
said this.
100% sync with Ezio's life,
I know, Rebecca.
you should go explore it.
Cookers, you did some good progress, got up to the part of the climbing the Tower of Babylon. It's a great mission with the feeling of heightened music, but unfortunately you had one game-breaking bug getting you stuck in the textures, so I had to manually reload and lose lots of progress. Oh man. Come on, game. It's like, what? Then there was a jump that's bugged, that you have to bypass, so yeah, you had to deal with a bit of bullshit towards the end. Lol, gonna finish it next time. Couldn't be bothered with more of that. I don't blame you at all. Absolutely not. But that really sucks that you had to redo a lot of stuff as well. I don't know if there's a section you've got to that I'm going to talk about, but I'm not going to reveal any spoilers for it. But there's a puzzle that you need to solve, which gave me an absolute headache trying to solve it. All I'll say is that if you haven't gotten to it yet, just be prepared for a puzzle section that's going to be annoying. Hermione, it's pronounced yeetage, not yeeting. Get it right, Boomer. It's like, oh, no. So that's how you say it. Yeetage. Zereth, oof. Hashtag failed successfully. Exactly. Failed successfully. Are they? Shut the fuck up, Rebecca. Crocodile, yeah, we had lots of puzzles today. Definitely a bit head scratching, but thankfully got past them as well. You don't think there's going to be more puzzles at this point? Ah. Well, the one that I really don't like is the statue moving puzzle. The big giant statues that you need to reposition and change their position. I really, really got annoyed at that one when I played the game last.
Ezio, thank God you're all right. This madness with the Medici and the Pazzi, is this why you pursued Francesco?
Not exactly.
Well, whatever your reasons, the city's safe again thanks to you. Now tell me, how may I be of service? Ah, another page. Aha, it's a similar cipher to the last one. This won't take long. Interesting. Oh, indeed. I see. It's another blade design for delivering poison.
Can you build it?
See, it won't take very long. I just need to find a way to hollow out the blade without sacrificing the...
It's all right, Leonardo. Just do what you need to do.
All done. I filled your blade with a bit of poison to start with. Should you run out, just visit a doctor.
Poison? From a doctor?
In high enough doses, that which cures can kill.
I am in your debt once more, my friend.
Anytime, Ezio. Anytime.
Good, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely one of them. It's just so bothersome going back on the bridge to the other side, then rotate, then trigger the mechanism, then go to the other side, rinse, repeat 15 times. It really is. It'd be good if there was like a way to have like a different camera view to be able to actually look and go, okay, so now I need to move it around. Fast travel point right here. So we'll go this way.
I'm so...
while I'm here, let's do the Assassin Tomb, which is here, which is actually the Auditore Crypt. No worries at all, Ave. Thank you for being here and for watching, and I hope that you enjoy watching Lucinda as well. That's a series that I should actually try again, is Bioshock, that Lucinda's streaming, because I gave the first one a shot many years ago but never got into it. Paying respects. Explore the Auditore family crypt. This crypt is really cool because it gives you information about Ezio's great-great-grandfather, Domenico Auditore, who is the one that actually built the armory, I guess you could call it, under Monteriggioni, with the assassin statues that houses Altair's armor. And he's also someone that Thomas de Carnelian, the assassin in Assassin's Creed Unity, that basically almost single-handedly wiped out the Templars, but had help from a lot of people, of course, and one of them being Ezio's great-great-grandfather. That's true, Ave, yeah. Kruger, this was such a great mission, really makes you wish we get to explore that time of this story in a proper game. Absolutely, you know, it's like there's just so much things that could have been done. Venice, 1296. I was raised in a small house by the Venetian lagoon, within sight of the rough foam-capped waves of the sea. When I was barely old enough to walk, I became a sailor, navigating the Atlantic first as an apprentice and then while carrying cargo, for my father's patron, Messer Marco Polo. It was a good life. Ashore. One day, while ashore in the harbour looking for work, I fell in love. She was barely 20, but when I looked into her eyes, the whole world was reflected back, clearer and brighter than the sun. After that, I still went to sea, but my heart remained on land with the girl who had become my wife and our young son. Birthright. One afternoon that summer, Messer Polo called me into his study. My father was already there, beside an older man dressed in a strange hooded cape, watching us. At that moment, everything about my life changed. My father told me that he was an assassin. Removing his ring, he showed me a strange marking on his finger, explaining that our family came from an ancient order that protected and defended mankind. He paused, and then, when I didn't speak, Messer Polo stepped forward. He told me that the stranger in the hood would teach me, and in return I would carry him across the Mediterranean to Spain. And so began my apprenticeship with Dante Alighieri, one that was to destroy every bit of happiness I would ever have. Damn it. a mentor. In preparation for our voyage, Messer Alighieri met with me repeatedly. At first our meetings were about purchasing supplies, but soon they became about higher things, about love, about life, love, honor, and justice. He taught me that society was set up in such a way as to control its members, to stop us from thinking, from seeing. Soon I could look past all the laws and illusions. I understood that mankind was being used by its rulers, that we, the people, deserved freedom. It was then that Dante began showing me pages from a book that Messer Polo had brought back from the palace of the great Genghis Khan. The manuscript, the codex, was about our order, the assassins. And so this is part of the explanation as to how the codex pages ended up in Italy. Altair wrote the codex pages, and in Bloodlines, the game that I played before this, which, if you go to my YouTube channel, I've got the VOD exported from Twitch. It's still in my past broadcasts on Twitch, but it won't be forever. So if you want to check out streams that have been done in 2023 and this year so far that are now long gone off of Twitch, definitely recommend checking out the YouTube channel, because that's where I export all my VODs. And I did a playthrough of Bloodlines recently, and at certain points in that game you actually see Altair writing the codex pages that in Assassin's Creed 2 we get as Ezio as well. So I like all that sort of like connectivity that happens. It's a really well done kind of thing. In Assassin's Creed 2, Ezio can swim. The game manual for Assassin's Creed 2 has a tongue-in-cheek way of explaining why Altair couldn't swim. And it's because the animus that Desmond was using and experiencing the memories of Altair through didn't have swimming programmed into the simulation of the memory. Whereas the animus that the animus that Desmond is using, experiencing the memories of Ezio with, actually is programmed to simulate swimming. Sheila, you just get a question in your head. You never ask yourself, what happened to the codex pages after the attack on Monteriggioni? And that is a very good question, because I wonder what parts of the inside of Monteriggioni actually survived being hit by the cannonballs. An unexpected farewell. Our planned voyage never took place. While returning to Ravenna to pick up the remainder of his belongings, Dante died. Dismayed at the loss of my mentor, I went to inform my father and Messer Polo of the sad news. Before I could even speak, I was ushered into the study, and my father, his face white, locked the door behind me. Shocked, I listened in silence as he spoke. Dante intended to take the codex to Spain, where it would be safe, but he was being watched. The enemy of the assassins, the Knights Templar, still existed. I recalled the stories he had told me of the Templars, and it all became clear. Dante had been murdered. The Templars knew about the codex, and they knew about us. Shaking, my father told me to take the codex and leave for Spain at once with my wife and child. As Messer Polo ushered me out the door, he handed me a small piece of paper with a number on it. With this number, I could draw on his credit more ducats than I had ever seen in my life, at any bank in Italy. which is how Ezio's great-great-grandfather became wealthy by using that credit. At sea, we set sail that night, the ship filled with cargo to sell in the markets at Barcelona. At first, all was well. Then, to avoid a coming storm, we laid anchor in the Otranto harbour. Cloaked in darkness, the pirates came. I didn't see them until they were already boarding my ship. I hid with my family in the hold. Pulling out the codex, I ran the worn leather cover through my hands. Then I broke the spine. The pages slid silently onto the floor. I scattered them into the chests, boxes and containers I was carrying to market. The men who found us were drunk. I could smell it on their breath. When they asked for the codex, I knew who had sent them. Holding back my rage, I said that I had thrown it overboard. They started to laugh. Two held me down, still grinning, while the rest cut off my wife's clothes. She begged for mercy until her voice gave out. Once they were done, they threw her into the sea. They took my cargo and sunk my ship, and left me adrift, clinging to a piece of railing. I made it to the beach with my son. My wife's body washed up on shore the next morning with the tide. Templar scum. Sheila, according to the AC Wiki, this is the answer. By the early 21st century, the codex pages remained separated. Many pages resided in the hands of private collectors, likely Templars, while some were on display in public museums, such as one in Florence's National Central Library. Alan Rickon had a copy of Altair's Codex in his office at the Abstergo Foundation Rehabilitation Center in Madrid, Spain. Ah! Yeah, because I'm assuming that's the facility that is in the movie, because the movie takes place in Spain, and it's at the Spanish, or at a Spanish Abstergo facility. Chile, I guess so. Yeah. It's kind of sad when certain prominent assassin-related things end up in the hands of the Templars. A new name. I never saw the sea again. Making my way to Florence, I rented a small room and then visited the bank. I had memorized Polo's account number. With the vast sum I now had at my disposal, I went to Venice in disguise to find my father. I returned to Florence the next day. Both Polo and my father were already dead. From that moment forward, I collected treatises on architecture, studied the classics, and took vocal lessons. I adopted the name Auditore, impersonating a noble at the Florentine court. Accepted as one of their own, I took on the trappings of nobility and constructed this villa for me and my son. And then I hunted them. I raised my son to fight, to find the Codex, and to kill Templars. Together we would regain the honor of my wife and avenge the death of my father. 2 debts that could never be repaid. To the Auditore that reads this, remember that you are not a nobleman. You are not one of the deceivers. You are one of the people. Avenge us. Fuck yeah. I just had a funny thought. In some ways, the Auditore family is like the Skywalkers in Star Wars. A very prominent family that has a lot of things that happen around their family that are very prominent in their respective franchises. Memory synced. Family crypt explored. That brings Ezio's money to 30,123 florins. Hermione, also interesting about the Auditore name is that it means literally listener. Ah, yes. Now that you've mentioned that, I can see that, Auditore, audio, and a Skywalker is another name for shaman. Ah, cool. Thanks for that, Hermione. Yeah, I never would have known. I mean, not that I've looked it up, but that's really cool to know that.
Prices so low, you won't believe your eyes.
Ezio! Come in, come in. To what do we owe the honor?
I've been sent from Firenze by Il Magnifico to attend to some unfinished business. I'm looking for Jacopo de Pazzi.
Ha! Who isn't? We've been at it for days.
And perhaps what I carry will help us both. A list of his co-conspirators. One of them will talk before he dies.
Excellent. These men are sure to lack Jacopo's resources, which means they will be easier to find. I will put my scouts to it at once.
I appreciate the help, Uncle. I've got something else for you as well. More codex pages.
Ah, let's see what we can learn. What is this? What profit?
What did you find, Uncle?
Just another damn mystery. The text here roughly translates to only the prophet may open it. There's reference to 2 pieces of Eden, but these pages offer no answers, Nipote. At least, not on their own. You must find more.
We'll have to save it for another day, Uncle. I have a mission to attend to.
As you wish. Now, if you hope to defeat these bastardi, I will need to teach you a few things. Meet me on the practice field.
Evasive maneuvers. Meet Mario on the practice field to train in the ways of Cooper shells.
All right, Ezio. You're familiar with counterattacking, but what happens when your enemy is as well?
I don't usually give them the opportunity.
Tough talk offers little protection against Templar steel.
Then by all means, Maestro. Teach me what to do.
Now dodge.
Bene, bene. Now do it again. Much better. One last time now.
Bravo.
Let's see it another time. Just one more time, Ezio.
Magnifico! Once again, you exceed my expectations.
Signore, we found Jacopo's men, and they wait your word to strike.
Relay the following. No man moves until they have spoken with Ezio. Intesi?
It will be done.
Go, Ezio. Visit with my mercenaries in the countryside. See if Jacopo's lackeys won't lead you to him. But be careful. They will be expecting you.
What's come over you? Calma, I'm a friend to you.
Don't even think of it.
You want it?
Murderer! Stay back!
Latest vogue
You got
artist
some
from
there.
Firenze.
Come, friends. See the difference quality makes. Verdura fresca di giornata!
Be attending. By order of the province, the tithe on this season's harvest shall extend to every second bushel after 10, and 3 quattrini per hundredweight. Assassino! Assassino sighted within our walls!
Salute, Ezio. Antonio Maffei has sought refuge atop the city's tallest structure, spouting scripture and arrows in equal measure. The man has clearly lost his mind. Making matters worse, he's posted archers all around him. You do well to clear them out before approaching.
Grazie for the information.
Town crier. Assassinate Antonio Maffei on top of a tower in San Gimignano.
Cast aside foolish ideals Laggiù! He's fast! Eccolo! He's right there! Understand that Gimignano. Speak well of my word. You must repent.
What the devil are you doing over here?
For your wicked ways have incurred the wrath of a demon. Summoned by your sins, he now walks our world, lurks in shadow and darkness. And everywhere he treads, death follows. Why, you ask? Because you have strayed and sacrificed your liberty to that wretch, Lorenzo de Medici. You are puppets, enslaved by first strings, won over by poisonous words. You have lost your virtue. You have lost your dignity. You have lost your faith. And this draws the demons in to feed. And feed they will! All whilst you wander, lost in ignorance. Know that good men have died protecting you from his evils. Men who sought to save these lands, to purify them. Join me in prayer, my children, so that together we might stand against this darkness. Give ear, O heavens, and I will speak. And hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. Let my teaching drop as the rain, my speech distill as the dew, as raindrops on the tender herb, and as showers on the grass. For I proclaim the name of the Lord. Ascribe greatness to our God. He is the rock. His work is perfect. For all his ways are justice. A God of truth and without injustice. Righteous and upright is he. They have corrupted themselves. They are not his children because of their blemish. A perverse and crooked generation. Do you thus deal with the Lord, O foolish and unwise people? Is he not your father, who bought you? Has he not made you and established you? By the light of the Lord, be cleansed!
No grazie.
I will put you on your knees, sinner!
You would enjoy that, wouldn't you?
Beg forgiveness!
I have no need to.
Away with you, demon!
Have some respect for death, my friend.
I'll show you respect.
No. I will. Che tu possa al fine trovare riposo, nel corpo e nella mente. Requiescat in pace.
Casper, 20 minutes to redeem a leap of faith from this tower. The monk took a leap of fail instead. A leap of fail from this tower. The monk took one instead. That is true. I always love doing that with Antonio Maffei, just throwing him off the thing. I'm going to leave Sean's talking about the targets I'm killing at the moment until after they're all dead. Just as like a recap thing. Because I don't want to play the same video multiple times to cover each individual target. Because the video does them all together.
Over here, Ezio. We found Archbishop Salviati. He's barricaded himself inside that villa. Take some of my men. Use them to clear the fields. Then find a way over the wall so you can open the gates.
Command over my own army. A nice change of pace from the usual sneaking and stabbing. I like it.
Behind closed doors, with the help of Mario's mercenaries, subdue the Villa guards and kill Francesco Salviati. Hermione, thanks for redeeming that. You have 23,000 channel points. You should use some. Well, that's good. That's good that you have that many. Hey there, Godfather Al. Welcome on in, dude. How's things going for you? Casper, 23,000. You have 660,000. Whoa, holy shit, dude. That is definitely a lot. I'll have to come up with a 660,000 channel point reward just for you. Hermione, gasp, your numbers are rookie numbers. You got to pump them up. Like Nike Airs. I have been blessed with the gift of language, and for that I will not apologize, but the West Dickens elixirs speak for themselves. My thousands of happy customers attest to that. Those men trying to kill you didn't look so happy. Skepticism is the bastard child of progress, John. Knowledge makes a fool into a doubting Thomas. It's a cross I bear as a pioneer in the fields of commerce and medical research. If my tonic is such a sham, how do you explain the fine fettle in which you find me? Last time you saw me, I was knocking at death's door. You should thank the doctor for that, and I reckon you were acting it up worse than it was. That is from Red Dead Redemption 1, and that is Nigel West Dickens talking to John Marston. Casper AC Rogue for 661,000? Jeez. That's not much.
I see you there, assassin. These walls have stood for 100 years, and will stand for 100 more. Stop wasting the lives of your men.
Men, prepare yourselves. The assassin has arrived.
I need to find a way to open the gates.
I warned you to stay away, assassin. You should have listened. You're finished, assassin. Do you hear me? Finished.
You Templars, always singing the same song.
Do you think a few mercenary will scare me?
Remember your training, man. We work together. He can't.
They should.
Shall I send your remains to that Ubriacone, Mario? What's the point? There won't be anything left of you to recognize.
It's quite a plan you have. Spouting nonsense while you send these other men to die.
I am a reasonable man. What say you to this? Turn back now, and I'll call off my men.
Sorry, friend. You are on my list. Your fate is sealed.
Tear him limb from limb. Let us paint the walls with his blood.
That is no way to treat a guest.
What is this? Guards! To me!
Pazienza. This one is coming.
Careful, boys. Now. He's no novice. We work together.
escape!
Just pazienza. Just be ready to strike when the time is right.
Careful, boys, he's no novice! We work together!
Once you get on his blind side!
Pazienza. Just be ready to strike when the time is right.
Ora! Die! Round the back! Blindside him!
Where is Jacopo?
He knows you come for him, emerging only in darkness to meet with the others.
That answers when. Now tell me where. Fede dovrebbe dare conforto, non pena. Requiescat in pace.
No, can't get him to do the sideways head bobble. That's definitely no worries at all, Hermione. Thank you for being here. That's right, yeah, almost a 10-hour stream. Yeah, about 15 minutes away from it. I wanted to at least get to Venice before ending the stream. So after these targets are done, we've only got a little bit left until that. But to be honest, I might end the stream after these targets are done. Because at the start of the stream on Monday, it'll be good to do the little bit before you go to Venice as well. But thank you for being here, Hermione. Would like to highly recommend people check out Hermione's channel. He's playing through the Tomb Raider remasters of 1, 2, and 3. He finished Tomb Raider 1 and the DLC Unfinished Business for it. He's currently on Tomb Raider 2, and he'll also be doing the DLC for that, as well as Tomb Raider 3 Remastered and its DLC as well. As he's going through the game, he likes to show the differences between the graphics, because for those who haven't played those remasters, you can pretty much switch between the new graphics and the old graphics at the press of a button whenever you want, and he's doing that, but he's also showcasing anything that's different about the remastered version in terms of like any gameplay mechanics that they've added, things like that. A great streamer, and highly recommend. Guys, for more like 661 million. That's right. Million. Well, the Forley part isn't long. That's true. It's not too long, but it's 2 a.m. my time, and I'm getting to the point where my concentration levels are about 15%. That's okay for the shout out, Hermione. Always more than happy to give you one. Plus in Forley there's also tombs that I want to do when I get there, so it'd be good to do those in the next stream. But yeah, 661 million channel points to play Rogue. 661 million bits. Maybe I will. Just kidding.
The killer is here. Make him.
Alright. Time to actually just go for this target. So that's another... The main target, Antonio Maffei, enters into combat with you. So there is another target I could kill with counter kill with the Hidden Blade. Wolves.
There you are. Listen, we've found Stefano da Bagnone. Just follow this road and it'll bring you to the abbey where he's taken refuge. Wait, before you go, take these. You can use them to create a distraction.
My thanks, friend.
The cow does not make the monk. Infiltrate the abbey and kill Stefano da Bagnone.
Don't like the look of that.
There! No, you don't.
Which way?
Now
That close.
you won't get away!
I hope you have made your peace with God. I cannot see. Where is he?
Let us pray, brother.
Pray? Pray for what?
The Lord's protection.
If you think the Lord has any interest in our affairs, you've another thing coming. But please, by all means, continue to delude yourself if it helps to pass the time.
You speak blasphemy.
No, I speak truth.
But to deny his most exalted existence
Is the only rational response when faced with the declaration that there exists some invisible madman in the sky. And believe me, if your precious Bible is anything to go by, he's completely lost his mind.
How can you speak as such? You wear his vestments.
Only because they afforded me the opportunity to get close to the Medici. But you're right. I should look into replacing them. After the assassin is dealt with.
Ah, that unholy demon.
At least on this we agree.
They say the devil has gifted him with unnatural speed and strength.
The devil? No. These are gifts he gave himself through training. It is disturbing how unwilling you are to credit people for their circumstances. I think you would make victims out of the entire world if you could.
I forgive your lack of faith and forked tongue. You are still one of his children.
I told you. What's the use? Enough of this. It is like speaking to the wind.
I will pray for you.
As you wish. But do so quietly. I must keep watch.
cielo. He hurt someone.
Come here. Hey, amigo, hold the meter. Hey, you, hold the moment. You. Do I know you, Messere? Come here. You there. Stop.
Why are you here? What do you want?
Do I know you, Messere?
Isn't that illegal?
Come here.
Not my problem.
Hey, you, hold the moment. What happened?
It seems he's fled. Bad, bad.
Where? Haven't I seen you before? Where? Hey! Can I talk to you? Haven't I seen you before? Maybe it was not. What's
I don't like the look of that one.
I'm not.
What's you there? What do you want? Are you friend or foe?
Maybe it was not. That man was awfully familiar. Where?
He's here! You're
Cazzo!
mine!
Gotten away.
Damn it, bastard! You're mine! Can't see him!
Where have I seen him before?
Where?
Did he get clear?
But you! There! There! Get him!
Get out of here before I call the guards!
He can't outrun us!
Right here, we'll get the bastard!
Wanted to do an air assassination on him. Now I remember something I could use. I don't think to use it, which is the throw the money. If I could throw the money out in the open, maybe it'll draw him out.
Where? Where?
Let us pray, brother.
Pray? Pray for what?
The Lord's protection.
If you think the Lord has any interest in our affairs, you've another thing coming. But please, by all means, continue to delude yourself if it helps to pass the time.
You speak blasphemy.
No, I speak truth.
To deny his most exalted existence
Is the only rational response when faced with the declaration that there exists some invisible madman in the sky. And believe me, if your precious Bible is anything to go by...
Alright, so the main target won't fall for that.
How can you speak as such? You wear his vestments.
Only because they afforded me the opportunity to get close to the Medici. But you're right. I should look into replacing after Assassin is dealt with.
That unholy demon.
At least on this we agree.
Ezio's doing the Let It Rain.
The devil has gifted you with unnatural spirit and strength.
The devil? No. These are gifts he gave himself through training. It is disturbing how unwilling you are to credit people for their circumstances. I think you would make victims out of the entire world. Get out of here before I call the guards! I'm glad that's done with. I told you. What's the use? Enough of this. It is like speaking to the wind.
I will pray for you.
As you wish. But why are you here? What do you want? It seems he's fled. Bene, bene.
I know that man. That one is very familiar. I've seen him before.
He's somehow familiar.
Hold, citizen.
Hey, stranger!
I said hold. You there. Stop a moment.
Essere! Hold!
That could be our man.
Aspettate! Hold! You! With the hood! Essere! Essere!
Hey!
Oh!
But
Where have I
you
seen
think you can escape?
Get it!
Your noble acts restore our faith.
Interesting. So we can't actually target them with a hidden blade, even though they're turning up red, which means they're enemies.
You there! What do you want? Are you friend or foe?
Hey! Can I talk to you? All the support your brave acts.
That would be our man. Better have a look.
Get the bastard! Whatever this is about,
Damn it. Alright. I'm giving up trying to do an air assassination. It's not part of a challenge or anything like that. I just thought I'd see if I could do it. But the time it would take to test that tactic out of making him run towards where the thing is and trying to see if I can air assassinate him like that will just take too long. So we'll just do the run in there like a maniac and
Let us pray, brother.
Pray? Pray for what?
The Lord's protection.
Now I will see who was right.
Where is Jacopo?
Nothing to fear, I suppose. They meet in the shadow of the Roman gods.
Ora sei libero dalla paura. Requiescat in pace.
Sheila Ezio's just giving his 10th to the church. That's a good way to put it. That's all he's doing. Alien fodder. Oh, is this where you're supposed to perform a double assassination? You remember that? Yeah, not worth it. Not that one, no. No, I've been trying to do different kinds of assassination. What? Kill your target before it takes... Oh, it's still throwing that message up, even though it shouldn't. Hey there, Drew. A PlayStation 5 is what I'm playing this on, and we're up to the part where you have to assassinate a group of Patsy, like Jacopo, and Stefano Bagnone and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to do this glyph puzzle while I'm here.
Three thefts, hidden by the murders. People only see what they're trained to see, what the organization wants them to see.
Hat trick. Not this time around, Drew, no. Not doing the feathers, not getting all the treasure chests, not synchronizing all the viewpoints. Although I am doing all the glyphs and getting the codex pages, so I'll probably end up doing all the synchronization points just by the fact of doing it to uncover where the codex pages are on the map. I'll be doing the tombs, so I'll be getting Altair's armor. I'll be getting all the conversations with the present day characters, and yeah, that's pretty much it. You don't have to do the Auditore Crypt as part of the tombs where you get the assassin seals, but I did that as part of the playthrough. They made it look like an accident. Houdini and Bess, 1915. Oh. Houdini's grave, rest in peace, October 31, 1926. He almost beat them. Gandhi, 1946. Gandhi's funeral procession, rest in peace, January 30, 1948. Dallas, archive. Access denied.
Are out hunting. Where has Jack gone?
Operation New Frontier. Headquarters has given the go-ahead to extract the resource. Negotiations are over. F is planning to give the vote to everyone. Reason just doesn't work with someone like that. I'll send you the driver. We've trained him with PE2 in our labs. He shouldn't be any trouble. The motorcade route is marked below. Once the target has been downed, either by Oswald or Z, use PE1 to stage a distraction. Make some kind of phantom appear around this slope I've marked with an X. Freak people out. The driver will grab PE3 in the confusion. So of course the assassination of JFK in the world of Assassin's Creed is attributed to the Templars. It's interesting, in the X-Men movies, it turns out that Magneto was the one who shot JFK. Although I might be misremembering it. I can't remember if he said that he was trying to stop it or something. I don't know. There's something related to that anyway. In the X-Men movies. Starring Michael Fassbender as Magneto, who in terms of Assassin's Creed was actually in the movie. Andiamo. Oh, that's okay, Drew. Congratulations on starting a new job. That's excellent. I hope it's been going good. And yeah, don't worry about, how long it might have been since you were in, a stream last. I definitely don't keep tabs on that and, expect people to drop everything that they're doing, to watch the stream. So thank you so much for the times when you are in chat, but never feel like you have to be sorry for not being there for heaps of streams and stuff.
Listen well.
Listen well.
Has nothing on me. I have this shot. Don't even think of it.
Ne voglio 6 per piacere. E quando arrivate?
Cavoli! Rape, cipolle! È tutto! Carne fresca! Sempre fresca!
It's a trick. He's as honest as a snake in an apple tree.
Giovani signori! Adesso andiamo a break something immediate. Stop it!
Vitello, panzo, agnello, sempre freschi! Frutta e verdura, tutto
No need to be shy. Come forward.
Stay back! What skill! No! No! Stay away from me! Nice move! Stay back! Behind! Guard! Murderer! I'm losing him! Murderer! Don't let him escape! I see him! There!
Wait for it! Don't fall for false openings! Remember the way we took down the Swiss? Keep at them,
Another corpse. Did anyone see the killer? Every day is the last. Tomorrow I could be run down by a wagon or shot.
Another mercenary, oddly dressed. Why is he familiar?
You dog won't get away! Dannato! He's getting... Buona, bravo, bravo! Let's get down! Run! Via! Madness! Never stood a chance.
There we go. Finally looted that dude to get the money off him. Oh, Mr. Epic, thanks for clearing that up. Yeah, because after I said that he did it, I thought to myself, hang on. And so that's why I thought I'd mention it, that I wasn't sure. But thanks for clarifying it. So they thought that, but it turns out he tried to stop the assassination by bending the bullet because JFK was a mutant, but Magneto was too late to stop it. There we go. Thanks for the clarification on that, Mr. Epic. Because it's been a while since I saw the movie as well, so I was a bit hazy on that.
Ezio, about time you got here. We found Bernardo Baroncello.
Ottima notizia. Tell me where he is and I'll see that he's dealt with.
That's the trouble. Lorenzo actually had him arrested days ago, after being returned to us from Constantinople. But he escaped. We believe him to be somewhere inside San Gimignano.
Va bene. I'll see if I can't pin him down.
How do you expect to succeed when the rest of us have failed?
I have my ways.
Come out and play. Locate and assassinate Bernardo Baroncelli.
Who's that man? Oh, he's here! Oh, no, you don't! Make them cry!
That's
Guide you! Guide him!
He'll get bored, lost, confused, distracted, killed. It will be okay. And if he does come, if it happens, I keep moving. Never in one place for long. Only how to sleep, when to sleep, where to sleep. The guard tower. They're thinking mad. They don't know. I'll pay them, yes. Then what will it matter? All they care about is coin. Well, everyone cares about his coin. Good for the Brotherhood, good for me. Safer. Yes. Yes, I'll ask, and then...
On him!
You'll meet for life. Free. In time. Wait, what is that? I saw something. Mercenario come to spy on me. No, just my nerves. Hard to stay calm, knowing that he seeks me. I must stay focused, and soon. This will be done. Soon.
The killer is here! Make haste to meet
Laggiù! There!
Your family's home! Remain inside the barred door!
He's here! Help! Assassin!
Remember what I told you, ragazzi!
No! Guards! Guards! Where are the goddamn guards?
Pazienza, ragazzi. Stop. Be ready.
Get away from me, assassin! Away! 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 I knew you would come.
Where is Jacopo?
So you can do to him what you've done to me?
There is still time for you to clear your conscience.
We gather at the church when a meeting is called.
Mi duole dover giungere a tanto. Requiescat in pace.
Now, let's end this quickly.
Flank and wear him out. Nothing fancy.
Go!
That was so funny, killing him with the poison.
When the time is right.
And Hare's like, "Where are the guards?" as he's swinging his weapon, killing them.
All right, let's end this quickly. Please, remember what I taught you, ragazzi.
Why me? Always in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Le mie salsicce.
Come, friends. I've fresh caught leeches today. May wellness remain your companion, friend.
Another four.
Have I seen that man? What's he?
He's here! You're mine, assassin!
Laggiù! He's there, on him!
Fucking close. You look at me. Laggiù, get him! There! I want him stopped! Ora!
We'll get him.
Danato! Here! Don't lose him again!
I suppose I should find a way to stay in shape.
If you can stop running, I'll let him...
That's a funny outfit. Another mask tonight? Salve.
With friends like these, tail Jacopo de Pazzi to the Templar meeting, then assassinate him. Oh yeah, Casper totally blended. I couldn't see him either. You know, I had no idea where he was. Alright, since he's the last target out of this group, I'm going to play this video now that talks about the targets that we've killed most recently, and also the one that we're about to kill in this mission.
Jacopo de Pazzi, the money. This guy was the head of the Pazzi family, and he ran their banking business. An associate of Lorenzo de' Medici, he had nothing against him personally, so he hired 4 Templar hitmen to take care of the situation for him. Bernardo di Bandino Baroncelli. Brought up to hate the Medici family for the exile of his cousins, Baroncelli ran the numbers in the Pazzi bank by day, and murdered for the Templars at night. It was Baroncelli who delivered the first blow. Stefano de Bagnone. Known for his cruelty, Bagnone was trained in Rome as a Templar butcher. It was Bagnone who stabbed Lorenzo de' Medici in the back. Antonio Maffei. Witness to the sacking of Volterra by Florentine mercenaries, Maffei blamed Lorenzo. He joined the Templars to seek revenge. It was Maffei who slashed Lorenzo's neck. Archbishop Francesco Salviati. Convinced he would be the next Archbishop of Florence, Salviati was enraged when Lorenzo stood in his way. But the Templars were there to heal his wounds. It was Salviati who marched their troops into the city.
And there we have it. They're the Pazzi conspirators. Jacopo, who we're about to assassinate in this mission, Bernardo, Stefano, and Antonio, and Francesco, and Mario, and, yeah. Sorry, I couldn't think of any other names that are Italian that end with O.
If I can stay my blade long enough to follow him, he'll lead me to his Templar brothers. I'll have more names for my list.
Why would you shame yourself this way, idiot? Why do this? So let us sing for joy. Strikes down the evil guardsmen. Protect the girls.
What's going on here? Are they late? They haven't seen me, this much I know.
I know that man. He's disappeared.
Tortuga, piselli, fagioli! Get down now! You die!
The ragdoll on an enemy. Bodies are starting to pile up. Dude, there's only one on the ground. What are you talking about?
What are you and the others planning, Jacopo? Your letter mentioned Venezia. Are there Templars there as well?
Did I just see that? I must be working too hard.
Nice, that's cool. If they're close enough to a haystack or other hiding spot, and you want to hire them, you can, and you can also make them go after or do whatever inside of a haystack. Cool, I never tried that ever before.
How many men are responsible for my father's death?
I'm sorry, Maestro. I did all I could, but the assassin proved too strong.
Clearly. Else the others would be here with you. To say nothing of the fact that Firenze remains in Medici hands.
It's Francesco's fault. His impatience made him reckless. I tried to be the voice of reason.
More like the voice of cowardice.
You want to talk, Signor Barbarigo? Had you sent us quality weapons instead of this garbage you Venetians call armament?
We put our faith in your family, and you repay us with inaction and incompetence? Then when asked to account for your failures, you make excuses and insult us? How do you expect me to respond?
I don't know.
It's all right. I do.
No. Please. Don't.
Please don't what?
I can fix this. Spare me.
No. What a mess. So sorry to have claimed your prize, assassin. Did you honestly think I wouldn't expect you to follow? That I didn't plan for it? We've been at this a lot longer than you. Kill him.
I know you're only doing as you're told. So if you release me, I will spare your lives.
Ha! Listen to this one! Eccolo! There! There!
I wanted to time it as he was about to say "huh" to make it actually time right, but the game was like, no. I was like, oh, but I wanted to make it match the dialogue.
You don't have the stock.
Won't get away with this. Don't let him get away.
I'm having too much fun doing this sound effect. It's the assassin bell. The command I thought I had, but I don't, is for actor Arthur Holden, who is the actor who voiced, was it him or someone else? Yeah, it was him who voiced, what's his name? Friggin' the guy who stabbed this guy. Can't remember his name. Anyway, you love this scene, Casper? Oh yeah. He wins fatality. Do-do-do. Alien, poor fools. They have no idea what they got themselves into, lol. They definitely didn't. They thought, we'll just grab this guy and we'll do what our master tells us and we'll be fine. He's got nothing on us. Casper, did he glitch underground? I think he might have, to be honest. Hey, Levy Josh. I am, yeah, playing the Ezio collection. I'm playing it on the PS5. Finish him.
Vai, amico. Libero da fardelli e paure. Requiescat in pace.
Yeah, Levy, it really does. Yeah, this collection came out in 2016 as well, so it's a fair way from that now. Thanks for the GG, Schiller. Thank you very much, dude.
The Pazzi are dead. Every one of them.
I must admit, I've never before believed I could desire the death of others so badly.
Nor I.
Ezio, thank you for the role you've played in keeping this dream of mine alive a little longer.
L'onore è mio, signore.
What will you do now, figliolo?
There are still others I must hunt, signore. They are already digging their claws into the heart of Venezia.
No. La bella Venezia. Then that is where your journey must take you, Ezio. Before you leave us, I have something for you. A gift. This cape identifies you as a friend of the Medici. As long as you wear it, the city guards will be more tolerant of your actions. But be warned, it will not grant you immunity from the law. Che la fortuna favorisca la tua lama.
Not tomorrow, Drew, no. On the weekends, I'm doing Batman Arkham Asylum, but after that's finished, because I'll probably finish that in tomorrow's stream, I'd say, the next game to replace that on the weekend will be Outlast 2, and I'm doing a challenge with that game where I can't use the video camera that the character has. So the next stream of Assassin's Creed 2 will be next Monday. I finished off Bloodlines yesterday, and I wanted to make sure that I was going to do a long stream for AC2, since I knew I was only going to be doing it one day this week. Thanks for putting the schedule command in, Schiller. Yeah, the music only one. I'm almost about halfway through the game's story. Levy, how does this look so good? Any recommendation? It looks very colourful. Well, I've played the Xbox One version on an Xbox Series S, and I've played it now a few times on the PlayStation, the PS4 version on a PS5, and I don't really know like which of the two versions is probably the best graphically, so I guess it would depend. But I mean, this is a PS4 version on the PS5, so if you really like the look of this one, then if you do have a PS5, I'd probably recommend getting it for this. And like, this game came out in 2009, and the other two after it, Brotherhood and Revelations, each came out a year after the other, so 2010 and 2011. Drew, you thought we were playing on the PS5 for AC2? We are, yeah. For AC1, I played the Xbox 360 version, and for Bloodlines, I played emulator. Ezio Collection will be on the PS5. I haven't decided if I'm going to do the Xbox 360 version of Assassin's Creed 3 or the remaster. But if I do the remaster, it'll be the PS5. Drew, so you're streaming AC2 all next week? Probably not all next week. I'll probably either finish it on Monday or Tuesday, and then start Brotherhood after that. Levy, yeah, it's also on PlayStation Plus. It looks so great, man. You're currently playing Brotherhood. Oh yeah, it's great that it's on that. But yeah, no, definitely recommend. And Brotherhood's such a great game. It's really, really cool.
Leonardo!
Mi dispiace, messer, but he is gone. Maestro Leonardo was commissioned by a Venetian noble to paint some portraits. He paid for the maestro to move his entire workshop to Venezia. It's quite an opportunity.
Grazie mille, friend.
Levy, Josh, you're not sure which you like best, 2 or Brotherhood? They each have their own particular taste essence. That's true. Yeah, plus Brotherhood adding the chain kills, that definitely adds a big difference to the combat too.
Medici! I've fresh sheep's urine and rosemary poultices for your bunions!
You'd better get out of my sight! Order!
Leonardo! Ezio? What luck! I, have run into a bit of trouble.
Let me see if I can help.
I know how to fix it, but lack the means to do so. If you could just lift the wagon.
What is this thing?
Eh?
It looks like a giant bat.
Oh, nothing. Just an idea I've been working on. I could not leave it behind.
What is it for?
Well, I shouldn't really talk about it. Al diavolo. I can't hold it in anymore. Ezio, I think I figured out how to make a man fly.
Come on, I'll drive.
But I haven't even told you where I'm going.
That laugh that Ezio does is always cracking me up. This is such a great chase sequence as well. Romagna holiday. Drive Leonardo's carriage toward Venice.
Venezia, such a beautiful city. So many sources of inspiration. Ponte di Rialto, Piazza San Marco, l'Arsenale. What's wrong?
We're not alone.
What's happening? Who are they?
Rodrigo Borgia's men.
Why? What do they want with us?
I think they want us dead.
Leonardo, hide!
They're trying to climb on board! Knock them off! Ezio, someone's on top! Do sharp turns to make the carriage roll! Watch out! Don't let the carriage roll over! Watch out behind you! Do something!
It's going to be a little rough.
Hey Gizlake, dude, thank you so very much for the raid. Hey there, Stan. Mamma mia. Gizlek, it's a me, Gizlek. How was your stream, dude?
Hold on, Ezio! We're almost there!
Go, Leonardo. They are here for me, not you. I'll catch up with you later.
Ah, you won't get away this time.
Now! Ora! Now, go!
Wait for a slip.
Remember your drills, men. Flank him and keep it simple. Strike! Ora! Remember your drills, men. Flank him and keep it simple. Get in front of him! Ora!
Non ce la fai a colpirmi, eh?
Ezio! Here! Over here! Ezio! Here! Over here! Ezio! Here! Over here! Ezio! Here! Over here!
Just to simulate if you don't go to him straight away. And he keeps on saying that over and over again. Thank you, Gizlek, for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Skill was more GG, more skill. Well, in my case, for me, it's 99% of luck and 1% is skill. Would like to highly recommend people check out Gizlek's channel if you didn't come in with the raid. He's doing a playthrough of Rise of the Ronin. He also is a fan of Assassin's Creed, as well as the Yakuza series, a lot of other JRPGs as well. He's a really cool streamer, very informative, and you'll have a great time, so definitely recommend. What happened to the other two guards? When did Leonardo take them out? That's a good question. You know, he's not much of a fighter. Maybe he got a paintbrush. Maybe he has a hidden paintbrush. That might be what it is. Hey again, RV. I'm almost going to finish the stream, so sorry about the timing on that, Gizlek, but thank you so very much for the raid, though. I hope that Rise of the Ronin's going well. Have you played enough of it yet to know if it's like a game that you would play in the future again, or you're still undecided on it? Hey, Upgraded. Welcome. Oh no, Rod murdered everyone. They're all dead. All of them. Gizlek, a missed opportunity for the pen is mightier than the sword quip. Oh, that's true, yeah. That's true. Take out his quill and be like, RV, I'm no Anakin Skywalker. cape is not effective in this area. The pizza cape. Gizlek, Rise of the Ronin, you'd definitely play through it again, although you'd prefer New Game Plus, because man, the dojo is rough. But the dojo is the only thing that stretches the playthrough, to be honest. So what is the dojo? Is it like a training area, or is it like a hub area that you have to go back to every time? And do you know if they're doing a New Game Plus? Like, is it something that's coming up, or is it already in there and you're just waiting until you can play New Game Plus? I won't be upgraded, no. You're not doing 100% for this playthrough, so not getting the feathers and all that kind of stuff. Doing all the tombs to get the Armor of Altair, definitely doing that. I did the Auditore Crypt earlier. Getting all the Codex pages, of course, which is part of the main story anyway. And getting all the present-day conversations. I'm also doing that as well. And the Subject 16 puzzles to get the truth. Upgraded pizza cape should be effective anywhere, unless they're allergic or really hate pizza. Exactly. And it should be something that generates a pizza every time, so that Ezio can either eat the pizza and a new one appears on his cape, or he can throw it like a frisbee and kill enemies with it. Because like you can spar the Dramatis Personae in mock combat or real weapons. There's 4 score classes. You're aiming for top for all the unlocks, some of which are technique masteries. Well, let me rephrase. School masteries for specific weapons. Well, it definitely sounds very time-consuming as well as challenging on top as well. So you've got 4 score classes to go through. Well, best of luck with all that, Gizlek. I hope that you can get to the end of that and achieve, what you want in all the unlocks. Thank you so much again for the raid, Gizlek, but this is where I'm going to end the stream. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. The next stream of this will be Monday, but the next stream you'll see from me will be Batman Arkham Asylum, doing a music-only playthrough. And when that is finished, I'm going to be doing a playthrough of Outlast 2 with a no video camera challenge. So that means that the character won't be able to use the camera's light to see, and won't be able to use the camera's microphone to hear the direction of where things are coming from. So I've already done it with the first game, but the first game only had the light source with the camera that was disabled. It didn't have the microphone aspect. That's something they added for the sequel. But for the sequel, it also means that the audio mechanic can't be used with the camera as well. So that's what's coming up on the channel. I just want to thank everyone again for watching. Going to go and raid out to I'm in a Bear Suit, who's playing the Evil Within. He's actually working on permadeath. He's trying to get through the game without dying. The best that he's done so far is gotten through dying twice. So we're going to raid out to I'm in a Bear Suit because I don't often get to raid him when he's streaming because of time zone differences and stuff like that. But because I went extra long and it's 3 a.m. in the morning, and I'm still streaming at this time, I'm going to raid I'm in a Bear Suit. But I want to do some shout outs as well to some other streamers that I'd also recommend people check out. would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers. Crocodiles, who's doing Prince of Persia, The Two Thrones. He's also got a playthrough of The Witcher 3 and also Assassin's Creed Odyssey. And with the Assassin's Creed games, he's doing no HUD and no fast travel and limited looks at the map. And with Witcher 3, he's doing the hardest mode and no HUD and playing Geralt as an evil, greedy bastard. Also recommend Lucinda, who's playing through the Bioshock series. Most recently did a playthrough of the Dishonored series. Is also working on a playthrough of the Techland games, Dead Island, the Rider White campaign, Riptide, Dead Island 2, Dying Light 1 and Dying Light 2. Also a big fan of Resident Evil, Evil Within and The Last of Us. Also highly recommend checking out Shillerlock. He's playing through Dishonored 2. He finished Dishonored 1 recently. He's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. The last playthrough he did of Assassin's Creed was this game, Assassin's Creed 2, doing a no upgrade and a essentially permadeath challenge, but it was a no desync. So if he desynchronized from dying or getting too far away from a target or whatever the case might be, he had to restart the game from scratch. Dr. Ronnie is playing through the DLC for Spider-Man 2. He's also a big fan of Red Dead Redemption as well as GTA and also Assassin's Creed. He streams with a hat and he changes what hat he's wearing depending on the game. Also recommend checking out highly Gizlek. He's playing through Rise of the Ronin, also a fan of the Yakuza series as well as Assassin's Creed also. Grail is also highly recommended. He's doing a permadeath mode playthrough of No Man's Sky and he's also doing a playthrough of Skull and Bones. Hermione is doing a playthrough of Tomb Raider 2 Remastered at the moment. He's doing all the games in that remaster trilogy and doing the DLC for that as well. So he's another streamer I'd recommend for sure. And also Mr. Gote, he plays games like Mortal Kombat 11 as well as Banishers and the Outlast series as well as Dead Space and Ghost Recon. So yeah, highly recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. I'll just scroll back up. Upgraded. To be fair, he could poison his enemies with pizza, but he'd probably confuse it with normal pizza. Yeah, and we wouldn't want to accidentally use the poison pizza himself to eat it. Because, like, you estimate there's still 18 characters to meet? Holy shit. 18 characters, jeez. Yeah, I definitely wanted to end having done that. Because, yeah, it's such a great sequence as well. I initially wanted to end the stream when I got to Venice, but here we are at 3 a.m. in the morning and just got close to Venice, but not exactly at Venice, but that's all good. I wonder if pizza was invented in his time. Not too sure, Upgraded, to be honest. That's a good question, though. He's like, and the Bane impression. Oh, absolutely. And thanks for redeeming that, too. No worries at all, are they? Thank you for being here as well. Looking forward to Monday? Excellent. That's good. Upgraded, that sounds rough for the second. Oh yeah, Upgraded. In Outlast 1, the most difficult part to get through without having the camera to be able to see is the part in the game where you're outside and you've got the rooftop things that you need to run across. There's lightning strikes, but the light from it doesn't actually light up the whole area. It only lights up pockets of it and not enough to really take in where you need to go. So that was the worst part of doing the first game without the light source. So who knows what other difficult parts are going to be in Outlast 2. Oh, that's okay for the stream. No worries at all, Gizlek. Upgraded extra long, that's what she said. The Office. Thank you, Ronan, for the GGs. Thank you very, very much. Gizlek, ay, Dios mío. I've been at every game you're currently playing on stream for longer than Jedi Survivor. Really? So, yeah, I mean, that's the thing with some games. You know, you get those games that take a while, you know, to get through as well. Like Assassin's Creed Unity, that 100% playthrough I did, and showing all the outfits and the color schemes, like that was a long one. No worries at all for the shout out. Gizlek, absolutely no worries at all. Edo period had a lot of historical figures. 19th century Japan was wild. I wonder what period the Assassin's Creed Red game is going to be. The events will be real nice next stream. You'll of course be coming in and saying hello during your Batman streams. Excellent, Ave. That's cool. Yeah, and I don't know if it'll take just one more stream to get through Batman Arkham Asylum, because stopping to listen to the music until it loops or stop can take a while as well. Because like you needed 104 hours to 100% Syndicate. Whoa. Because you're like walking and you got stuck in the traffic once. Oh, bloody hell, dude. You find it ridiculously hard to leave the road. Yeah, I just tend to just keep on, running into stuff in that game. I'm just like, just bring it on, for the one trophy. Oh yeah, all that work for the one trophy. There's a general raid message that people can copy and paste. We'll also put one in for subscribers to be able to use. Which is that one there, and we'll kick off the raid to I'm in a bear suit. So for those who might not be able to join in with the raid to I'm in a bear suit, and you're interested in his channel, with the Evil Within, he's doing a permadeath challenge with it. So if you're a fan of Evil Within, or you're a fan of people who do challenge runs like permadeath, then definitely recommend checking out I'm in a bear suit as well. Thanks again everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it. Hope that everyone has a good rest of the day or night, whichever it might be for you. And I'll be back with Batman Arkham Asylum when it's Saturday for me. So if you see me streaming that game, you know it's still Saturday. If you see me streaming Outlast, then you know it's either still Saturday or it's Sunday. And I'll be getting back to Assassin's Creed 2 next Monday. Ronan, you got through the 6-hour AC3 intro while you were streaming? Oh, really, Ronan? Cool. That's good that you got through that.